to sunny St. Louis, the capital of chess in the United States. We're here in front of the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis for the match of the Millennials, featuring some of the best young players around the world against the best of the U.S. This is the future of chess about to begin right now, so let's start the action and get down to the studio.
And we're here in St. Louis for the match of Millennials. This is a first of a kind event here at the Chess Club, and I'm so excited to see our top U.S. players play against some of the best world youth.
We get them young. They're going to be playing here at the Scholastic Center of St. Louis, and it's going to be a very interesting match. These are the players that are going to become the next Fabiano Caruana, the next Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the next Magnus Carlsen. You're going to be seeing vying for the World Championship in only a few years. Some of these players even have Olympic experience already. So for me, it's going to be a very exciting event to just see them while they're still young.
That's right. We're going to see them face off so much in the future, but it's all going to start right here in St. Louis. Let's take a look at Team USA. Those of you who are watching from America know some of these huge stars, starting with Jeffrey Zhang, who is the world junior champion. So that is the headliner here. But what about Sam Sevian, totally on fire lately, winning tournament after tournament?
I think he's won 5 tournaments in a row, actually, including the Continental Championship. Not under 18 or under 20, just straight up the Continental Champion of the entire Americas.
And the World Open in the Chicago Open. Not too shabby.
Not too bad. It's going to be a classical chess time control with game in 90 minutes plus 30-second increment. It's slightly faster than the usual game in 90 minutes plus 30-second increment, plus the additional 30 minutes when you get out to move 40. So it's a little bit faster, and the players have to watch out for that.
There's no second time control, so expect mistakes in the endgame.
Yeah.
Or expect them to have it memorized by heart, one or the other. And let's take a look at our world team. Well, we've got 6 countries represented. It's very exciting to see some of this wonderful talent, starting with Aik Marouzon, who's been doing quite well lately himself.
Yeah, definitely players that you have to watch out for. These are very experienced grandmasters in some cases, and some players that even though they might not have gotten the title just yet, like Martin Rosian, they'll be receiving their title within a couple of months.
That's right. He's a GM elect, similar to Wander Long, who is on the U.S. team. And let's take a look at the schedule. We've got evening rounds and morning rounds, so whatever your schedule is, you should be able to make some time for the match of the Millennials, and make some time to call us as well. The lines will be open, and you can give us your thoughts on the games and the players themselves. Just remember that it's kids, so only compliments. And we've got Maurice Ashley with his thoughts on what we should expect from round 1.
Well, how can you not compliment these kids? These are absolute prodigies of the game, tremendous young talents. The names we'll be talking about in the future, the way we talk about Magnus Carlsen or Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana. These kids are trying to make a claim, and they're doing it on the biggest stage in chess right now here at the St. Louis Chess Club. These are great players with great futures, and we have a few of them for you. Let's take a look. If you haven't seen these faces before, Grandmaster like Sam Sevian, as mentioned, one of the hottest players on the tour right now. Just simply incredible the way his rating has shot up. He had kind of stagnated for a little bit, but no, that word can be demolished now as his rating is up to 2633, and that is rising. Simply a powerful young player, very sharp, very tactical. He loves to hunt down a king, so watch out for that in his games. And of course, you've got to have leading the squad Grandmaster Jeffrey Zhang, young as ever, but also the world junior champion. I mean, to be a young player in the under 21 section and be able to win that tournament, that just shows how strong he is. He's at 26.42, just a little bit ahead of his compatriot Sam Sevian, but people are predicting him to be on the U.S. Olympic team next year. Definitely a player on the rise. We'll keep our eye on him as he captains the U.S. team. And on the other side of the coin, some names you may not know, but they're certainly accomplished themselves. I am Anton Smirnov of Australia, not known as a superpower in chess, but he's trying to make a claim as a young player. He's dominated all the juniors in Australia, so everybody's been watching him for quite some time. He has not even played on their Olympic team, so definitely a powerful player with lots of aspirations. We'll see how he does against the powerful competition today. And another person leading the team, in fact, Aik Martirosyan. He is from Armenia. We know the Armenians can play. Of course, Levon Aronian shows us that. This youngster will try to stake a claim as well. He's won the under-16 world title and certainly a talented youngster. He is playing against Jeffrey today. We expect fireworks on all these boards as the young players will have this fast time control as well that we love to see. It should be an exciting day. The match about to start in just a few minutes.
And we've got captains renowned from both teams, in fact. We've got captains Michael Kordakovsky and Armin Arbatsumian for the U.S. team, as well as Coach Alex Onushuk, who, of course, riveted us all with his near victory in the U.S. Championship in this very studio a few months ago.
Yeah, that was actually quite a fight that he gave there against Wesley, so tremendous. But he has a lot of coaching experience. He's the coach for Texas Tech University. He's a well-versed Olympian, so he brings a lot of experience to a group of talented young individuals here in the event. But also the world team comes with amazing coaching themselves.
That's right. And before I mention, we should also mention Gary Kasparov.
Yeah.
He was part of the ceremony yesterday, and he, of course, is behind the Gary Kasparov Young Stars program in cooperation with the club here. So he knows these guys quite well, and he's been spearheading that leadership as well. And we'll tell you more about the world team captains as well. But first, let's go to international arbiter Tony Rich with the chess club, who's going to introduce the players in the action.
Hello everyone, welcome to round one of the 2017 match of the Millennials. Players, if you could please take your seats and prepare for the round to start. A couple of quick announcements before we begin. First of all, to the spectators, you should not have any electronics on you up here except for approved cameras. Cell phones and such electronic communication devices should be checked in downstairs at the front desk. Also a reminder that flash photography is allowed for the first 10 minutes. After that, you can still take pictures, just no flash. And finally, a reminder that there's no speaking allowed on this level, the players or the spectators. For the players, you have Match of the Millennial hats that are here for you guys to take home after the game. Please set them on the side of your board, like by the drink tables next to you, so that we get good camera shots. That reminds me, actually, next to each of the chessboards by the wall, you have a drink table. If you don't mind setting your drinks and snacks over there, that would be great. Also a reminder that the players are required to keep notation throughout the game. The players cannot speak to anyone during their game except to offer a draw. If you need to speak with your captain about a draw offer, remember that an arbiter must be present for that. And I wanted to clarify a discussion we had yesterday. If your captain is not in the room and you would like to make a draw and you need to speak with your captain, then you can pause your clock. If your captain is still in the room, the regular rules apply. Your clock needs to run while you're discussing with the captain. And my final reminder is that the FIDE laws of chess and competition rules from July 1st will be in effect for this tournament. The biggest thing that will impact for you is that all play must be done with one hand and one hand only. Castling, capturing, pawn promotion, all must be completed with only one hand. And we're very lucky and honored to be joined by former world champion Gary Kasparov, who will make our honorary first move. Gary? And Gary plays D4. Completes the move. That's right. Thank you very much, Gary.
Wow, if Gary plays your first move, you better stick with it, right?
Well,
you don't take back Gary's move.
Yeah, well, I think D4 is going to stay on the board, as we should have the game starting pretty soon. Martirosyan is actually a very experienced player. He's a D4 player himself, and he just finished a tournament in Armenia, Lake Sevan, where he had a pretty decent result. I'm excited to see what he can bring against Jeffrey, who has had a little bit of a slump this year.
That's right. The world team wasn't his best tournament. It got him some really valuable experience for future Olympic teams, but a tough event for him. Martirosyan is one of the players we mentioned earlier who doesn't have the GM against their name yet, but will quite soon.
Yeah, he actually has completed all the requirements. He'll be receiving his title in October as soon as the FIDE Board of Directors meets and awards the titles. So we see Jeffrey opening with D4 and Knight F6, which is his most standard reply.
Are we going to see a Grunfeld?
Most likely. I mean, Jeffrey has definitely gravitated towards the Grunfeld in the past couple of years. He also plays NIMS Indians. He's a very versatile player. But, and actually he is going for one of those Nimso setups.
That's right. So instead, we see a Nimzo Indian here. He eschewed the Grunfeld, which he played in the U.S. Chess Championship in some pretty critical games.
Yeah, although I don't think Marty Rosian usually plays knight c3. I've only seen a few of his games. I'm not as familiar with him as, for example, Jeffrey, of course, which I've been seeing him play for almost a decade. But yeah, I thought that he played knight f3, that's right. He doesn't really go for the knight c3 Nimso Indians. So no big surprise here so far with the move knight f3. Jeffrey almost always plays d5, and I think that's what he has played, if I can see correctly. Yes, d5. And no big surprise to see a Ragozin after knight c3, or the transposition to a Catalan after the move g3. Those are White's main options, and we'll see which one Haik decides to go for.
We have an exciting opening as well in the queen pawn over in Sam Sevian's game, where it looks like it's steering towards a Benko. A Benoni, rather.
Yeah.
A Benoni, and that's always a very exciting double-edged contest.
Yeah, actually, this is not usually part of Sevian's repertoire, so I'm excited to see him try something new, more aggressive, definitely sharper. The Benoni in this form, which is started by the move, if we can go back, d4, knight f6, d4, directly the move c5, instead of playing e6 first and playing a Benoni against, for example, a Catalan. To play it with this move order was considered to be a little bit dubious for a while, and I believe that a lot of players are not playing this kind of variation with this move order precisely because of the move bishop f4 in this position, which is considered to be the critical variation of this line. So I want to see what Sevian has brought to the table. There was this really cool game recently between Fabiano Caruana with the black pieces and Hikaru Nakamura that actually went into that variation. It was a little bit shaky for Fabiano, even though it ended in a draw after Nakamura obtained 2 rooks for a queen, but the queen was just powerful enough to keep the draw alive. So I'm curious. I mean, it's nice to see these young players come with new ideas, especially in this kind of variations which are extremely, extremely sharp. He decides to go for knight f3 first, which might transpose to the bishop f4 line that I was talking about if he plays g6, and I'm going to be curious to see what Sevian's bringing to the table.
Well, I love the Benoni. I mean, I used to play this Benoni myself, and one thing I like about it is how double-edged it is. You know, you end up fianchettoing your bishop, castling, and playing for moves like b5. It's really a lot of fun, and I think especially in this time control, which is kind of classical light, right? It's classical, but it could get pretty crazy with no second time control. This kind of double-edged choice is going to be really interesting.
Yeah, we'll have to see, because White decides to go for a little bit more of a positional approach. He's not going to let Sevian have that much fun in this position.
Without, you mean by playing knight to d2 and not inserting the move e4 quickly.
Exactly.
So a few less opportunities there for counterplay. But we've got Maurice with another game from this match.
Well, we're so used to calling the games of the top players that you get used to seeing the same openings over and over again. But that's just an illusion. There are so many possibilities to play. These young players are showing that they're willing to go into wild country. And this one already between John Michael Burke and Aryan Chopra from India has gone there. Bishop b5, a6, no Berlin. But after bishop c6, one of these tepid endings maybe you'll get to see. But no, after castles, bishop to g4, one of the sharper lines, h3. We know the line h5 could be played here, sacrificing a piece. Instead, he played bishop to h5, g4, chasing the bishop out of there. And after bishop to g6, why can't I snack on this pawn right now? And the line runs queen to h4, has been played on the board. And queen f3 followed by f6. Knight takes g6 and h takes. Already the h file open. A little bit of fireworks. Of course, the h pawn can be defended with king g2, but clearly this is all preparation. And this is a position I don't think I've ever seen in several years of doing commentary at the top level. So you see these young players bringing their fresh ideas right away so we can chew on some very interesting positions.
Yeah, this is actually considered to be a very, very sharp line of the exchange Ruy Lopez. And I'm kind of glad to see it because, like Maurice, I haven't seen this in years. I know there was a new chess article by Nikolic a long, long time ago that dealt with this. Black has pretty long-term compensation besides his immediate pressure on the pawn h3. His last move, g5, is actually done with the idea of a very quick knight e7, knight g6. And you already have to watch out as white for a couple of things. First, the knight can go to e5. The queen might retreat at some point successfully and threaten a very uncomfortable check on h4. So this is the point of the move. g5 is on the board. Black has given up a pawn. He's also going to give up the center because white can play d4 and c3 at any moment. But he's trying to counterattack on the king side, and he usually does it with quite a bit of power. You have to be very, very careful as white in this kind of positions. It's a very unpleasant opening to face if you're surprised. If you have good theory and you've checked it recently, it's supposed to be unsound, what black is doing right now. But remembering this is kind of difficult, and let's remember that these are less experienced players, so he might never have seen or faced this in his life.
Well, that's a very interesting idea. So this knight e7 to g6, with the queen being pinned to the h3 pawn, how would you start with white? Do you play d4?
There's a couple of ways, but rook h1, which he played, is one of the many alternatives. All their alternatives include a very early d4, e5, trying to blast open the center. You got to be a little bit careful no matter what you choose. Rook h1 is a very common move. The idea is now that the queen can move. So, for example, long castle is considered to be a little bit dubious because there are ideas of e5, and when you retake, I actually have the queen active, so I can play queen f5 check and retake the pawn. This kind of ideas are now on the board. So rook h1, which he played, is quite common. White's main problems are going to be finishing his development use with some kind of purpose, because this bishop on c1 it's kind of hard to find a job for it. You can develop, but it doesn't have a lot to do.
We'll stop you from playing knight f4.
That's pretty much what the only thing it does. So it's fine on c1.
But you could say the same thing about that knight on b1, because once it goes to c3, it doesn't really have an opportunity to go to either d5 or b5. So
no, this knight is definitely the most valuable knight that white has, because the knight is going to retreat all the way to g3, and once it reaches g3, you're threatening knight f5. No, the maneuver of the knight to the king side is essential if white wants to defend this kind of positions. The thing is, it takes a little bit of time. So black has to use this time that he has to pretty much prevent it by putting his own knight on g6 and making immediate threats. But the knight is definitely white's best piece in this position.
Well, let's take a look and see. So we had the move rook h1, and now it's Chopra is getting ready to play knight e7.
It's what I would expect. You can play it after you play bishop d6, which is also a possible move. Those are the choices, really. I mean, black has to put pressure on the position almost immediately to justify being down a pawn.
And if you play bishop d6, can we play for d4 and e5?
Yeah, of course. That's the problem with putting the bishop on d6 so early, is that it runs into d4, and e5 is coming very, very soon. Another reason you don't want to put the bishop on d6 is that as soon as white goes d4, sometimes you want to castle and have the rook pressure the pawn directly. But you can't do this with the bishop on d6. It's just kind of in the way, which is precisely why he plays knight e7 first.
And we've got an update on the only game we haven't looked at from Maurice.
Yes, let's take a look at this other game between Grandmaster Ruifeng Li and Anton Smirnov, who mentioned international master from Australia. And it looked like a surprise opening already as well. After this move c6, playing a Caro-Kann, Ruifeng Li sat for a while thinking about what to do next, which seems like a surprise. It's move 2 after all. Looks like he spent about 2 minutes before he finally decided to play this move, knight c3 and d5. Of course, he can transpose into a mainline Caro with the simple d4, but he played knight f3. And many of us are used to seeing the move bishop to g4 here in this position, but instead the move knight f6, definitely one of the lines here, third main line, in fact, to be played in this variation. But now this move order, e5, knight e4, and this move, knight takes on e4, simply an unusual move, very rarely seen. The most popular move by far is the move knight to e2 with the threat of d3. That's how the big dogs play it. But here, Ruifeng Li decided to play this line, which is not supposed to be that special, after knight g5. Now, the move queen d5 is booked. That's the move that should be played now. But it looks like Smirnov himself is a little bit befuddled because he's spending quite some time in a position he probably did not prepare. This is not supposed to be great for white, but hey, when it's time to play chess, you just got to find moves. And you got a guy like Garry Kasparov watching. You want to make a good show for sure, as Garry is an astute judge of future talent. We had dinner with him last night, and he was going through different scenarios of players he thought would be potentially top 10. And he's got a high bar. He was talking about only the elite. He wants to know who are these guys going to get to the top 5, top 10 players. In fact, he only said top 5. That's all he cares about. When you're risen to those type of incredible heights as he has, certainly he has a right to have high expectations of everyone he looks at. And you see here, he still loves chess, is passionate about it. He's willing to look at these youngsters playing, analyze the games. He's a big fan. And of course, he'll be playing himself, the comeback kid, when we have the St. Louis Blitz and Rapid, or Rapid and Blitz, later in the summer.
That's right. This is the summer of chess here in St. Louis. We've already had the U.S. Junior close, the U.S. Junior girls. We've had the Grand Chess Tour studio production here in St. Louis. And now the match of the Millennials, which is preceding the Sinkfield Cup and the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. So it's going to be one heck of a summer here in St. Louis, and we urge you to come out and see some of it in the flash. Gary Kasparov, I mean, you can have no arguments about that, and I love the joy he still gets from chess. You know, he gets joy from seeing these young players that he's been coaching with the Young Stars program come up. I mean, watching him just light up like a lantern when some of these young players were announced yesterday was a really special.
Well, I mean, Gary's such a huge fan of chess. I know that he was running around the club a couple of days ago, very busy. He was coaching, he was organizing, he was telling people what they needed to do for this match of the Millennials. But, you know, I was playing a couple of fun blitz games with Fabiano Caruana, and he just could not help himself but to stop and watch and kibitz. You know, this guy loves chess, and he sees tactics like a monster. I mean, he might be a little bit, you know, retired, but man, can he play chess.
So let me ask you, Alejandro, when you have Gary watching your blitz games, how's that feel?
Actually, the very first time that I played a Grandmaster was in the 2002 Olympiad in Bled, and I was playing against the Russian team, against Alexander Morozevich. And because Gary was part of the Olympic Russian team, he sat next to Morozevich on the board watching my game. So I've had the experience of him actually judge my games firsthand since like many, many years ago. It was completely nerve-wracking. I mean, the guy's sitting there, the legend. This is the first time I ever see him, and he's judging the way I'm playing chess. It was a very intense experience.
But for champions like this, maybe it's a good thing to have that intimidating force watching them, because we do see him here. I guess they kind of know that whether Gary's in the room or not, he's watching, right?
He follows chess very, very closely. And every champion and every top player watches every single high-level game, high-level being IM or higher. You know that Anand, for example, he's a very, very diligent grandmaster. He looks at every single game that's played past a certain level. So they know that at any point people are watching, the grandmasters are judging, and they're trying to see what these youngsters are coming up with and to see what new ideas they're bringing to the board. As we're seeing that Rui Feng is already confusing his opponent with this offbeat variation, something that's very Rui Feng. The guy hates main lines. His theoretical knowledge is not up to par to some of the other grandmasters. We saw that very, very well in the U.S. Junior Championship. But when the position becomes a mess on the board, he has an amazing intuition on how to handle it, and he is not afraid of complications or material sacrifice.
That's right. And, you know, Rui Feng does kind of stay under the radar a bit compared to Sam Sevian and Jeffrey Zhang. But, I mean, shout out to this kid, 15 years old, strong grandmaster, and just really looking forward to him being more in the spotlight.
No, I have to agree. And I think we have Maurice with more updates.
Well, just echoing that, of course, Rui Feng Li is a very talented player, but he has a young sister, Rachel Li, who's all of 7 years old and is a beast already. She's rated 1788. She just gained 200 rating points. At that same dinner, she showed up, and what a darling that young girl is. And the mom is claiming that she might be more talented than her big brother. And I don't doubt it. She was playing blindfold chess against Rex Sinkfield, just casually, just throwing out moves. Rex got confused at some point. Gary was trying to help Rex. And it was a funny story because she was talking about maybe playing Rex tomorrow. She asked her, could I play you tomorrow? And Rex knows she's going to smash him. So he said, well, why don't you play this guy, pointing to Gary. And she said, oh, no, I got to go. And they said, okay, wait. And then she pointed at me. He pointed at me and said, well, why don't we play him? And she looked at me and she said, maybe. It's like, whoa, she's trash talking already. And then she said, well, have those two play each other and I'll play, me pointing to Gary and me, and said, and then I'll play the winner. So we've got some confidence in that family already. It's great to see that young spirit, that vibrancy. And Gary, just one final point about Gary. You know, he says his comeback is going to last 5 days. That's all he's thinking about, not something long term. At least that's his claim anyway. And he said when he's looking at all the theory now, you have to look at all these games that you mentioned, Alejandro, Ana, looking at all those games. Gary says when he looks at it, his blood pressure starts to rise. It's just so much work that goes into being an elite grandmaster right now. And Gary is the elite of the elites. He's not coming back unless he can compete and take a lot of scalps.
That's right, and he's going down the stairs, no doubt. He's got an afternoon St. Louis Rapid preparation session.
Actually, I think he's going to come join us for a little while.
That'll be great. Let's see his judgment firsthand of these positions, which some of them will get quite sharp quite quickly, which is something that we always appreciate, at least as chess commentators. Specifically, this game of Sam Savian, they're going for this variation where in the Benoni, in which White has already put pressure on the pawn on d6. And White's playing this a little bit unorthodox. So after the move g6, instead of going for a very quick e4 or bishop f4, which are currently more or less the main lines, he goes for a quick knight d2, which is kind of an old-fashioned system. Bishop g7, and now the main line is to just play the move e4 anyway, and protect the pawn, develop the bishop to e2, short castle, and all these kind of things. But after the move knight c4, castles, bishop f4, immediately White is pressuring the pawn on d6. Actually, Black doesn't have to defend it. Many times they go for the move knight a6, or yeah, I think it's knight a6, to just develop quickly. They give up the pawn, and they say, well, you've made 3 moves with your knight. Are you really going to spend another one to take my pawn? Can you really afford to do this in this position? And I think he's actually played the move knight a6, yes. So this is already kind of a sharp line. It's encouraging his opponent to take the pawn on d6 and say, well, that's going to cost you a lot of development. Are you sure that you want to do that? Very sharp position already.
Now let's take an update on the Jeffrey Jean game that we haven't looked at for a little bit.
Okay, so they have a lot of moves. I was expecting here... okay, so he played c5. I was actually expecting that Ragozin with bishop b4. But he goes for c5, which is a variation of the Tarrasch after pawn takes d5, knight takes d5 that Kramnik has been using recently. I wouldn't say with great success, but he's been using it recently quite frequently. And the move g3 is definitely not the main line. The main line usually runs e4, knight takes c3, pawn takes c3, pawn takes d4, pawn takes d4, and then bishop b4 check. Kramnik has been playing this variation quite a few times. The move g3 I'm not as familiar with. It transposes to a variation of the English that I haven't seen in a while. After knight takes c3, pawn takes, you have to release a little bit of the tension as Black, otherwise it doesn't justify the way that you've played. That includes trading off a couple of pieces and playing a very quick b6. Otherwise, the bishop comes to g2 very quickly, and it's going to be difficult to develop the queen side. So b6 is precise. Bishop g2, bishop b7, castle, castle. And in this kind of positions, against this structure without the pawn already on e4, it's supposed to be okay for Black. This is not supposed to be the way to punish this variation, to put it that way. Black, as far as I'm concerned, is very, very close to equal in this kind of positions.
Well, those of you who are tuning in early, you are in for a huge treat here at the Match of the Millennials. We know he's going to be playing in a couple weeks, but Gary Kasparov here with Maurice.
Well, we're with the man himself, one of the greatest players ever to sit across from a chessboard, and indeed the 13th world champion. Gary, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Gary, you have had this vision for young chess and rising stars, seeing chess really develop in an excellent way. What does it feel like to watch this inaugural match actually now taking place?
It's a great accomplishment for our work. We have been trying to build U.S. Junior team. It took years, and now we can proudly say that the cooperation between Kasparov Chess Foundation and St. Louis Chess Club and Scholastic Center produced the result. The United States team is challenging the world. And it's a great accomplishment. Only Soviet Union and once Russia were in the position, it's not junior, the top teams, to play against the rest of the world. And that tells us that this country has a great chess potential and great chess future. And I'm looking at this matches as as I say, an aggro match, as a first step in this direction. It's St. Louis had a lot of chess history, the Hall of Fame. We have here all the best players in the world, and now we have the future. I think it's very important, just to combine the past, present, and the future, and just to it's another step for St. Louis for its bid to become the chess capital of the world.
Yeah, pretty much is right now the way it's been going. Absolutely, we're going to see so much great chess coming in the future. But I'd like to talk not just in the summer now about these games. These are positions we don't normally see at the top level. Other than one game, we're seeing very solid position. The other three are exciting. The young players showing that they don't want the standard traditional positions. What do you think about these choices?
That's what we expect from younger players. They will have plenty of time to play solid positional openings. Now they want just to have fun. But it's not just about having fun. I think they made their own calculation that they'd rather play sharp openings. Maybe they expect that the opponent will not be ready. But I'm sure that we have a lot of fighting spirit on display from both sides. And I'm just looking at these positions. For instance, the Semsevian's game against Yesipenko. So you don't see Benoni often here. It just reminds me of discussions I had with my clubmate Elmar Magaramov in late 70s. We were two rising stars in my native city of Baku, and we were analyzing Benoni. There was a time when I played Benoni.
I remember you playing some scintillating Benonis back in the day.
Hard to believe it. And again, if my memory doesn't betray me, so the 96 was not our first choice. We looked for moves like b6 or knight bd7, still sacrificing the pawn, but it was a slightly different position of black knight. I was not a big fan of knight on a6, so I would rather try to bring this knight to a different location.
Am I remembering a game you played Korchnoi?
In 1982. That's
okay.
Yeah, but that was more like King's Indian transposed to Benoni. Benoni was g3, so that's already fixed Benoni. So I stopped playing classical Benoni in the late 70s. So I think I lost very badly against Alexander Belyavsky in the Soviet National Championship. Who's here? In 1979. I had a decent position, but then I lost it, and that was it. So, and I decided I would rather play more solid openings.
And that certainly catapulted you to the highest of the heights in your great matches. Now we have the Summer of Chess here in St. Louis.
Yeah, Summer of Chess.
Incredible,
yes.
This event followed by the Sinquefield Cup. What are your thoughts about the Sinquefield Cup? Magnus Carlsen, he's been in a little bit of a crisis lately, the gap has been reduced in terms of the other players, in terms of rating at least, but he had a fantastic performance in Rapid and Blitz
yes.
Just now in Paris and in Leuven. What are your thoughts about this, him and the upcoming tournament?
Definitely his phenomenal performance in Paris, especially Leuven, gave him a momentum. But let's remember, Rapid and Blitz, we could see him dominating the field among the best players, especially in Blitz. But now here, he'll have to prove that he can convert this domination into classical chess. And so far, this year was not a good year for Magnus Carlsen in classical chess. And I think St. Louis is a big test. It's a big test for him to prove that he is still the best classical player in the world.
Why is that? Tell us, for those of us who have never been on those heights, how is it that he can be so far ahead of the field? He just dominates in classical, in Rapid and Blitz. And yet, classical, he can be in such a crisis and be so close.
Look, his opponents, the other top players, they spend a lot of time working on chess. And in classical, it's quite difficult to get an advantage and to demonstrate sort of a steady hand throughout the whole game, because other players, they know how to hold the positions. Now, less time on the clock, bigger Magnus advantage, because if you reduce time on your clock, so naturally it affects the quality of the moves you make. And every player suffers from that. Magnus least of all. So the quality of the moves he makes in Rapid and in Blitz is quite close to the quality of moves he makes in Classical, which is amazing.
Incredible.
And so with little time on the clock, other players make mistakes. I'm not talking about blunders. I'm talking about positional mistakes, just inaccuracies. And the average quality of moves Magnus makes in Blitz and in Rapid, especially in Blitz, is phenomenally high.
Amazing talent he is, of course, and we'll be looking forward to seeing him play in the Sinquefield Cup. And we'll be looking forward to seeing you come and play in Rapid and Blitz. How's the preparation going for that?
Look, I wish I had real time to prepare, but just I want just to warn people who are having big expectations and read my lips. My retirement will be resumed on August the 20th.
We don't want to hear that.
But look, it's
don't want to hear it.
No, but the return will be only for 5 days because it's St. Louis. It's such a special place. The only place where I feel like playing chess, and I thought it would be great for the tournament, for Grand Chess Tour, and also, why not having fun? But the problem is that I'm not a professional player. That's people don't want to hear that. And today I'm flying to Las Vegas. I'm having a speech at the DEF CON conference. So in the day after tomorrow, then I have to go back to Europe and then back here. So look, I have other things in my life, but it's so tempting to play chess in St. Louis, and I hope that I will not disappoint millions of fans.
You haven't disappointed us at all. You've been a fantastic ambassador for the game, in addition to being one of the greatest, if not the greatest player ever to play the game. Gary, thanks so much, and we look forward to seeing you in a couple of weeks.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we'll be all following the great, exciting games.
Everyone, the 13th world champion, the man, Gary Kasparov.
Yeah, very exciting, everybody. You got to put that on your calendar. St. Louis Rapids and Blitz. It's been all over the mainstream media that Gary Kasparov is coming back to chess, even if it's only for 5 days. And it's great to see St. Louis get even more attention because of this big scoop.
I'm looking forward to many important matches in that tournament. Specifically, it's a little bit of chess history. I want to see that rematch. It's going to be Gary Kasparov against Vishy Anand. If you missed it a couple decades ago almost. They're going to have a match here in Rapid and Blitz, so that's going to be really amazing. It's part of the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. He's going to be playing against some of the best Blitz Rapid players in the world. Fabiano Caruana is going to be here. Hikaru Nakamura is going to be here. Some of the absolute top. I love some of the wild cards that they're bringing in for this event, including Lenier Dominguez, who was World Blitz champion, David Navarra, who's at 2750, I think, is an underrated player. Very, very creative. I just love the people that they're bringing for this tournament. I want to see Gary. Well, how is he going to do against some of the top, still very active players?
I'm going to put out a controversial opinion and say I think Gary was a pretty good choice of wild card.
It's pretty decent.
And, Gary talks about Magnus making history here in the Sinkfield Cup. Nobody's won the Sinkfield Cup twice.
Yeah,
so,
it's still a young tournament, but nobody has been even close to doing that, actually. Magnus Carlsen won, of course, the first edition in an absolutely fantastic way, declining a draw against Levon Aronian, which would have sealed the victory of the event. Instead, he wanted to push and win by a full point, and he did actually defeat Levon in that tournament in the last round. That was an amazing finish. And, of course, the very next year, the best result in chess history.
Fabiano Caruana.
Fabiano Caruana, 7-0, finishing the tournament, 8.5 out of 10, a 3,100 performance, something that's been unrivaled since then. Before then, nothing even close. I mean,
Amazing.
The Sinkfield Cup has always given us an incredible show.
4 unique champions, but at some point that streak has to end because this tournament will eventually be won by Magnus or Levon or Wesley, and we'll have a 2-time Sink Cup champion.
I don't know. There's a lot of people that don't agree with you. I mean, we have some youngsters like Maxime Vacher-Lagrave. I know that he's hungry to win a tournament. He's always been in the circuit. He's always been almost, right? He's almost won this tournament, almost won that tournament. He wants to come to the Sinkfield Cup and say, hey, my 2,800 actually means something. I'm going to not just finish second or third. I'm here to win the whole event.
And we've got some really intriguing maneuvers in the game between Burke and Chopra, where the queen has shuttled to the G8 square, and Burke has moved his knight to C4. Some really interesting maneuvers there with Black trying to go for that knight H4 idea, and we see the king has gone to F1.
So let's take a look at what happened.
See how this all panned out.
So we left it off around here, these 3 castles. And, okay, the bishop on E3, it doesn't do that much more than it did on C1, but at least it's out of the way. And now the move Queen H7, and you might be wondering, what is the point of Queen H7? Why not Knight G6? Well, Knight G6 is just not possible, because after Queen F5 check, I just pick up the knight on the next move, and that's game over.
Nice that you have that rook on H1.
Mm-hmm. So after Queen H7, it gives space for the knight to come to H4, which is going to do at some point the queen needed to move away. And now the queen, of course, defends the square on G6. So King F1 is a normal idea. The point is that Knight G6, Knight H4 doesn't come with check. King B8 is done to avoid Queen F5 check at some point. Knight D2, and I'm kind of curious about the next 2 moves. I'm not entirely sure what the queen is doing on G8. I'm going to assume it's some kind of normal maneuver, but I'm not entirely sure why the queen wanted to go to g8. Doesn't have a lot of future on this diagonal. It is pressuring a2, so at least the rook on a1 is stuck. But I'm not
now
sure.
after knight g4, it's no longer stuck.
Yeah, knight c4, which is also a strange move, because I was pretty sure that he was going to move the queen somewhere and then put the knight on f3 to cover h4 and e5. After knight c4, he's kind of signaling that he also has attacking potential. A lot of times you see white also pushes pawns a4, b4, try to break open the queen side, while black holds his own on the other side of the board. Knight g6 was played, and a very quick queen f5. Judging by how fast John Michael Burke is playing in this position, I would say he still at least has an idea of the plans, even if perhaps he doesn't know the specific theory of the position. Black, of course, has the long-term compensation because of the knight coming to h4 and some stronghold on the dark squares. But you can see that he's playing comfortably, he's playing quite fast, and it's still going to be a very double-edged game with the material imbalance.
And we've got to move rook h6 on the board, it appears.
Okay, rook h6.
And we've got Maurice with an update in Sam Savignan's game.
Well, you want a double-edged game with material imbalance, take a look at this Benoni going on. I used to love to play the Benoni as a young player, and it actually was responsible for me basically becoming a 2400 player because I adopted it, put it in my repertoire, and had a lot of fun playing the 2300 circuit. But I, like Gary, had to give it up because it started taking a beating. One thing I hated to deal with was that d6 pawn. That pawn is always a bane of your existence as white tries to put pressure on it with the particular maneuver he did. And what do you love to do in this line? He's like, screw the pawn. I'm a Benoni player. What do I need that pawn for? Bishop takes d6, rook to e8, and you play like the game is just a regular game. Then knight on e6, Gary mentioned guarding this pawn on c5. But the main point is that black has the lead in development. Take a look at the king side. White still has these pieces sleeping, the king in the middle of the board with the rook on the e line. And a typical maneuver for black in the Benoni is to move knight to e4, knocking the legs out from under this knight and opening up this line for a bishop. Just one sample line just to show you the kind of thing that could happen after e3. Knight to e4. Now this straightforward attack on this knight and this bishop produces knight takes, rook takes, and now the threat, of course, of rook takes e4 and picking up the bishop on d6. Bishop will naturally drop back, and this is the kind of position black wants to be able to play a move like b5. Now, b5 may not be the perfect move, but it's the most natural move. That's the one that black will be thinking about. A move like b5, the Indians don't particularly like it, but when you're a Benoni player, this is what you want to see. Now, bishop to g4. This bishop, getting rid of it, trading it off is a typical idea in the position. And you see this rook will be able to get to the b4 square. Now, maybe right now is not ideal. Rook b1 will be played, and this is where you're starting to get pressure on the b pawn and some kind of play, but you love your knight to be somewhere. Where can it be? And you look around and you see this is a problem for black in this position. So there are some coordinating issues that black has to go through here. The engines give right at this moment. I was analyzing queen a5, queen d2, and trade off and going to this endgame with rook to b4. This one, the engine still like white a little bit. This passed d pawn is something that black will have to pay attention to, but black starts to get counterplay. So this is just a sample random line showing the kind of thing black looks for. Black wants play, black wants energy, black wants to use the lead in development, and white, he wants his pawn. If I can keep that pawn, or sometimes give it back to crack black's pawn structure, like this d pawn for this b pawn, for example, you'll see white maintain a long-term edge. And you see, there it is. Knight on e4 has in fact been played. We're following this line. The thematic knight e4 on the board right now. Sam playing the Benoni like you're supposed to. Let's see whether or not he can prove something against his fellow youthful opponent.
Well, I like that out of the 4 games that we have today, 3 of them involve a pawn sacrifice, because Rufeng has also sacrificed his own pawn on the center. If we can come back to this game. We left it off here after this knight e4, knight takes e4, pawn takes e4, knight g5, unusual maneuver, which is already pretty much indication that you're going to sacrifice a pawn, because after the move queen d5, I mean, trying to play something like queen e2 to trade this pawn for this one will just not net you anything at all in the opening. Instead, he pushes the pawn to d4. Pawn takes d3 is almost forced, otherwise the queen is going to be kicked out with the move c4, and that would be horrible here, as e4 lacks defense. Pawn takes d3 is pretty much forced. Bishop takes d3. And now, black could take the pawn on e5. Of course, you cannot take the pawn on g2, because after bishop e4, white's compensation is going to be unbelievable. The queen has to retreat, and I just keep attacking it with something like queen d3. I'm going to put the rook on g1 at some point, and this is way too much compensation. Instead, queen e5 could be played with check, winning a pawn and trying to see what white has in store for him. But instead of that, Smirnov wants to, after a long think, by the way, plays the move h6, which is trying to recover the pawn in a little bit, or actually win the pawn in a little bit of a more creative way. After the move knight e4, you see this intermezzo, bishop f5, which keeps an attack here on the knight on e4, and of course the pawn on e5 is still under fire. So here, Rui Feng still will lose a pawn, but he needs to decide how he's going to sacrifice it. There are several alternatives in this position, including some kind of knight discoveries, knight f6 or knight d6 check, taking advantage of the fact that this bishop on f5 is hanging. So there are possibilities here for Rui Feng Li, who's finally starting to think in this position. It's going to be, again, probably a double-edged game as well. When you have a pawn deficit, you have to prove compensation.
And you look at how he is playing right now. He did play queen to e2, I believe.
Yeah, which is very natural, because after the move queen e2, still at some point black's going to have to take on e5. He might want to even play the move knight d7 and try, if he can get away, take it with the knight. But it might be risky. This kind of things cost time. And we have to see if he's really able to achieve something like that. He always has to be worried about, as I was saying, knight d6 check or e6 at some point. There are variations he has to be very careful of. If black takes with the queen, then at some point I'm just going to simply play for the compensation. I'm either going to castle or get the pair of bishops immediately with knight d6. Actually, I'm not really fond of these variations because I have to trade queens. So he's probably just going to castle and at some point play for the initiative. Does he have enough for the pawn? I would say that's very borderline. In a practical sense, yes. Theoretically, it seems a little dubious. Black's structure is very, very solid, and it's going to be hard to crack open the position, even with a couple of extra development tempi. It would seem that Sevian sacrifice, for me, seems to make more sense, where the development advantage is super obvious. Here, to me, it doesn't appear to be that obvious.
You need that dark squared bishop.
It looks like the bishop d2, though, does give something in this
D2.
position. Bishop d2 and get on that diagonal. That looks like you're going to get some play. You could even castle queenside. If that's good, then you've got to give some compensation. I mean,
no, there's
real compensation.
There is very real compensation.
I love these kind of positions where there's no pawns in them. I'm like way old school. Go all the way back to the 1800s. I should have been born back then, because I love this kind of nothing in no pawns at all, no pawn formation, no maneuvering. You just have pure piece play, and it's all tactics. And if you can get that play going, you get so many tactical opportunities in the position. And this was one of my favorite things to do, is just sack a pawn and get initiative. And I think he's playing for that right now, and he's playing it boldly as well. He's playing it with like this great confidence. You want my pawn anytime you want it, just take one. I'm looking to win this game.
No, but this is very Rui Feng Li. I mean, the guy really doesn't care about material. We saw it over and over again in the junior championship. He kept sacrificing his pieces, even sometimes just for long-term compensation. He doesn't necessarily need to see an immediate tactic or an immediate pressure for him to just give away material, just saying, in the long term, this is what's going to happen. I'm going to put pressure on you, or you're going to have to defend. And defending this kind of positions is practically very complicated. As Maurice said, this queen takes e5, bishop d2. The more I see it, the more I like it. This bishop's going to come to c3. It's difficult to develop the bishop on f8, and it's going to take a lot of time, which it doesn't come easily, to actually develop all of black's pieces.
Especially with the time control as well.
Yes, of course. I mean, Rui Feng is blazing fast player. He has never been in time trouble his entire life. So he is definitely going to put the pressure over the board and over the clock, as Anton is taking his sweet time in this kind of position.
Yeah, Anton hasn't even taken the pawn yet.
And as I said, he does have very tempting options, because if he can take it with the knight, it would be much more successful than taking it with the queen. The knight on e5 would already hit the bishop on d3. You have to calculate a couple of tactics, as I was mentioning, but I don't see anything that really scares me right now. I don't think a move like knight c3 necessarily works, because I can always play bishop takes d3, knight takes d5, bishop takes e2, knight c7 check. And even though you get this rook at the end, the fact that the knight is trapped for such a long time should not scare black at all. This should actually be almost winning for black. So since knight c3 doesn't work, I'm going to have to see what I'm scared of after knight d7.
And we've got an update from Maurice.
And there it is. As I suggested, as the Benoni player I once was, this is just thematic play with knight to e4 in the position by Sam. And after the trade and bishop back to g3, Benoni players can't help themselves. Even if this was a bad move, you would play it. It's just like your hand is just right on that b pawn, and b5 has been played. He must go after the initiative in this position is black and see what he can get as the energy goes in the position. Knight d6 is virtually forced right now. Definitely we will see this move on the board, and the choice will be, will he play bishop g4 or will he try to put his rook on b4 right away? He even has a funky move like rook to g4, threatening to take this bishop and then take this knight. So lots of options here for black. What black is getting his Benoni play. This is what black looks for in the Benoni. Pawns don't matter. Even sometimes the exchange is given up as a natural part of the position. And Sam now walking around saying, this is what I wanted. I don't care I'm down a pawn. This is what I wanted. I want some energy. I want some ideas. I'm going to have my opponent try to consolidate, tamper down the energy that black is presenting. And if you can just get some initiative right away with black, and it's sound, it's got to be lasting. It's got to have some kind of durability to it, because otherwise, guy makes a couple of moves and you're looking around saying, why am I down a pawn? But in the Benoni, there's always possibilities, and that's what Sam is looking for right now.
That's a really exciting variation. Let's take a look at it. Knight d6. Where do you think the rook's going to go? If rook g4, I was thinking about maybe playing queen f3.
Queen f3 in this position?
Yeah, with the because knight. Now I'm trying to attack f7, and I'm also threatening knight takes c8, so you can't play like queen e7 or something like that.
Well, you cannot play queen e7 certainly, because after knight takes c8, this rook's hanging.
Yeah.
But I was wondering if how real your threats are, because, I mean, once you go for these kind of positions, you have to keep up the initiative. Actually, queen e7 is not the first thing I look at. I really am wondering if the threat on f7 is real. Can I just go knight b4? Because you can take on f7, that's great, good for you, but then after king h8, where's the follow-up? I mean, you could move the queen back, and you're going to be threatening a check, but then I can maybe move my...
98.
98 looks funky.
I mean, I don't know, 98... Oof, do you have anything? This is where it gets kind of scary for both sides. If I play bishop h... Oh, you have bishop e5, of course. This might just be losing then. Queen d7 doesn't really work. Let's take a look. Queen d7, you have to trade.
Yeah.
But I have two attacks here.
Oh, why don't you trade on g7? Why?
I don't see the big difference, because here, I mean, knight c2 doesn't really work, or does it? How do you trap the knight? King goes to d2, let's say, for example.
Yep.
Knight takes here. I don't think after bishop e5 I'm scared of anything. Okay, let's say bishop e5.
Ooh!
This is exciting.
Rook a4.
They're going to have to calculate this position?
I mean, here I'm just getting mated, but
my
almost getting mated, but not quite. And
Well, bishop b5, and you're playing rook a2?
I'm playing rook a2. I mean,
Man,
black.
you're greedy.
Yeah, this is not going to
That's a lot
happen.
of discoveries to look at.
This does not look. This does not look right.
No, this does not look. Something smells very off for black. But I would start wondering after queen f3 if I can play knight b4. So I wouldn't say I'm compelled to just look at things that defend the pawn. I would actually wonder if I can do something like
What
this.
about
Maybe you
taking
could
on
play
b2?
rook takes g3 or something as
But
well.
what's wrong with taking on b2? Is there something off about that move? I just want to create chaos in White's
Yeah,
camp.
we're doing
Bishop
that.
to c3 check
Bishop
will
C3
come on
check
the
is
next
gonna be
move,
very
and queen f7
uncomfortable.
doesn't look like anything to really scare me.
Yeah, that's actually more or less what I was saying, but I've done it in a much better fashion. Bishop takes b2 is obviously
So just
much
queen
better.
f7 after king to h8, you're saying, I don't have anything here.
Some kind of.
It's too bad. It's crazy that rook on g4. It's so useful in a way, because I would like to play a move like bishop h4, deflecting your queen, but you just take it with the rook.
Bishop h4, of course.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking for a way to get that bishop into the game.
It doesn't look like you have any funky queen moves so that you can play knight f7 check in the position somehow, and your rook's hanging. It looks like black's fine. Lead in development, king in the middle. This is just salivating, I think, for black if the tactics aren't there.
Now, there's another thing that's very scary here for Resipenko, that even though Sam has taken about 10 minutes on the position, that his last moves were really, really quick. And even though these are natural moves, knight e4 and b5, all of these are very natural moves, he played them so fast it almost smells like it's preparation. And you don't want to play queen f3 into somebody that has preparation. Queen f3 might just lose. He's even thinking in this position, even though Maurice was saying the knight d6 is forced. You started wondering if at some point you want to pull the brakes, because, I mean, putting the knight on d6 has its risks. If a move like rook g4 immediately works, I mean, you're being faced with a lot of threats. Bishop takes b2 is a threat, rook takes g3 is a threat, even knight b4, bishop f5 at some point might become a threat. Queen a5 check is going to be kind of annoying.
Queen a5, by the way, is something we missed. Queen f3, queen a5 check immediately is also a big problem in that position. Already the king is starting to move around, and how long a white's threat's going to last when the king is stuck somewhere on e2, d1?
No, it looks
clear compensation.
It looks very unnatural. The move queen f3 actually smells very, very unnatural to me. But after rook g4, you actually have to figure out what to do, right?
Yeah, no, this position is not fun, and he's going to spend a long time, I think, on this one. And Sam, you're right. It's only a couple of moves later.
Yeah.
Right after taking on d6, so this could easily
be
the knight a6 move. Easily be preparation. There's nothing deep about this. In fact, he played very natural moves, knight e4 and trades, and it's like, okay, we're in this position now, and b5.
No, actually, I would be shocked if it's not prep.
Yeah, now you're saying it. It really does look like it almost must be preparation.
It must be
going to play the move knight a6. What else are you looking at after knight a6?
So
yeah.
after knight d6, rook g4, if queen a5 is in the air and rook takes g3, we might have to play knight takes c8.
Which accelerates black's development even more.
Yeah.
You keep on trading off pieces. Plus your b2 is hanging and all that.
So we always have to check that as well. That's right.
I mean, yeah, it's a little bit weird to give black more development because I've moved the knight so many times. On the plus side, I am forcing you, if you want to retake, to take with the queen.
Yeah, that's my idea because now at least you're not on the a5 square anymore, which was giving me chills.
Right. So this might be a possible way of playing, but it's a little bit scary. Queen takes c8. I still have to worry about things like bishop takes b2.
So what if I just go greedy because you don't have queen a5 check anymore and play bishop takes b5?
Oof.
Now I'm threatening bishop a6 and queen takes g4.
Well, I could take on b2.
Yeah, you could take on b2 anyway because
I'm not really sure what your follow-up.
There's going to be some pretty ugly ideas if I play bishop a6.
No, bishop a6 I think almost loses. I think I can just take the bishop on a6, right? You cannot take on g4 because of checkmate.
Bishop c3 check.
This is just checkmate here. And then checkmate on b2. So that means that's clearly you can't do that. I mean, the move knight takes c8, if I have to play it, it seems so unnatural. It'll be really, really scary. Bishop takes b2 is a strong threat, but the problem is not so much that it's a strong threat, is that defending against it is actually quite awkward. I don't want to put a rook on b1 because it's just another move that I'm wasting in development. He has gone for the move knight d6, so he's going to have to figure out something out. And even though rook g4 looks scary, I'm sure that Sam is going to show us what kind of prep he's bringing into the position here. And I am kind of curious on where the rook's going to go. g4 seems pretty sharp, but I'm wondering if he's going to go for a more correct approach.
We're not the only ones interested in this game. It looks like one of his teammates is, or captains. Guess who that is? This is a...
Well,
okay,
actually, that's definitely not a teammate, but that is Grivas, one of the coaches / head of delegation of the world team. He's a very renowned FIDE trainer, and he's here helping the rest of the world.
So, to be fair, in that super close-up, I couldn't tell who it was.
Kind of odd, though, guys, watching Sam now, if this is indeed real preparation. Knight d6 was virtually the only move for white to play and black to care about. So if you have prepared this, the next move should just be on the board. There's no real reason, I think, to try to remember your preparation, go deep in checking your preparation here. You should have seen this one. This far should have been prepared. And he's really intently looking at this one. So that's a bit of a surprise to me. We'll see if he's just playing the game, you're playing cagey at this moment, but it seems like there's no reason to. You're in it now. You're down a pawn. The d6 pawn is gone. White threatens to develop pieces. Bishop comes out in the game, maybe even take on b5. He has to be careful about this queen a5 check, but the bishop develops, white castles, that's it. All right? That's what white wants to be able to do. Of course, the b2 pawn is hanging as well, so white's going to time this out as best he can to try to get his pieces out. But black looks like he has such a great lead in development, and many options. Bishop g4, rook b4, so many moves to look at right now. He should have settled on one a long time ago.
Well, I mean, I've played Sam a few times, and I know that even when he's in his prep, he feels more comfortable if he checks it or rechecks it over the board. So I wouldn't be surprised that he's just remembering, trying to think about this kind of positions. It's extremely sharp. If you just misstep even once, as Maurice was saying, White's just going to consolidate. It's going to be up opponents. That's going to be game over. I mean, a player of Esipenko's strength, you give him a pawn, it's good enough. He's a very, very young grandmaster. He's 15. No, he's actually not a grandmaster yet, but it's grandmaster strength for sure.
Yeah, he's actually FM, but rated over 2,500. How
Yeah.
often do you see that?
Well, let's remember a Russian FIDE master who was well over 2,600, Vladimir Kramnik, who his norms just didn't catch up with him. Well, that was once upon a time, 26, well, he was 2650 or something like that. While he was still a FIDE master, he was one of those people that jumped directly to the grandmaster title.
Yeah, and it seems like that's something we might see from Espenko as well, with that 2,500 rating, which is often the harder part for people going for the Grandmaster title.
I think when the young and talented just blast in rating, it's very common that it takes a while for the norms to actually catch up with them and for FIDE to approve their titles. Because since they approve titles only every 6 months, they might be FIDE masters, but they might have made the Grandmaster title twice over already.
And we saw Gary Kasparov earlier looking at this game. He's intrigued by it as well. And our overview of Sam Sevian, who's been torching U.S. chess and also winning the Continental Championship. That's an open tournament, not a youth tournament. That will qualify him to the World Cup. He's just 16, playing for the U.S. chess team for many years to come, I'm sure. You know, it's crazy to think that with his stunning results that he wasn't actually in this year's championship.
Well, it wasn't too surprising because Sevian had a bit of a slump for more than a year. I mean, he had this blazing result in, I believe it was the 2015 U.S. Championship, where he actually defeated Wesley So with the black pieces in a fantastic game. But since then, he kind of gave way, and everybody was talking about Jeffrey, how Jeffrey was winning rating, Jeffrey this and Jeffrey that. And Sam, it was just this year that he spiked up in rating all the way from like 2570, I want to say, to 2633 in the span of 3 or 4 months.
Yeah, let's go over it. I mean, it was actually right after the championship ended, because of course the club might have considered him for a wild card if it wasn't if he had that torch before. He won the Spring Classic, then he won the Chicago Open, then he won another a tournament on the circuit, the American circuit, the Eastern Open, and then he won the Continental Open, and then he won the World Open.
No, he didn't win the World Open. The World Open was Petrosian.
Petrosian definitely
right.
won the World
That
Open.
was last year that he tied for first at the World Open, right? Oh, the Philadelphia Open. He won the Philadelphia Open, which was a precursor to the World Open. That's right.
Yeah.
That was also with a dozen Grandmasters.
Yeah, it's a strong tournament, but I mean, compared to the Continental, yeah, Continental was definitely
the big one
of his big achievements. I mean, he actually had a tournament in which Jorge Cori at some point was leading by a full point, and he caught up to him quite easily in the last few rounds, and he won over a group of grandmasters that were tied on tiebreak, but still a very, very impressive performance. He's actually the youngest person to ever win the Continental Chess Championship, which is quite an achievement.
But he's still thinking. we were betting. We were betting that
very
this was,
surprising.
This was all preparation, and it's very natural. Those last several moves that were played, not even several, just a few after playing Knight A6. I mean, Knight A6 was played. Let me just get back to the position. Knight A6 was played on move 9. Bishop D6 is a natural move, taking the pawn. Rook move, obviously. And this to be expected. White wants to develop his pieces. These two moves, extraordinarily natural. The bishop dropping back, b5. These are the very first moves I thought of when I was analyzing the position. It would be the first moves you put in the computer and say, okay, so what should happen right now? And after knight d6, to be thinking now?
He might actually be deciding, because as you mentioned, black does have options, and perhaps he just is deciding between the options that he knows he has.
Doesn't look like he's deciding.
We'll see.
It looks like he's calculating a lot right now. Like he's working instead of saying, well, maybe I play this one or that one. Looks like he's working hard at the board when he and spent a lot of time here. Look how many minutes have passed. He could have played virtually instantly if he was in his preparation and trying to pick between one of two, knowing that his opponent spent a long time on the previous move as well. And now, I mean, look at this body language. Esipenko is saying, Well, I looked at it, and I put my knight on d6. What do you have for the pawn?
Well, and you were in Medellin as well, right?
I was in Medellin, yeah, during the Continental Championship. I saw Sam win it live, if you will.
And what's that like? What is Medellin like?
Medellin is actually a really nice city. I mean, it obviously has this bad reputation for what happened in the 90s with the cartel, but since then it's been cleaned up, and I thought it was a lovely, lovely city. It reminded me a lot of my home city of San Jose in Costa Rica. I had a great time down in Medellin. People were extremely friendly. The tournament was quite well organized, and I was very happy with all the conditions.
But not as good a time as Sam Sevian, who did win and earned a World Cup spot. And we're going to see what he makes of this position, which is really heating up as we go into our first break here at the Match of the Millennials.
There's a weekend vacation, a one-tank trip in a nearby city you won't want to skip. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton. There's museums full of art and super fun slides. Upside-down concretes, twisty, turny rides. Houses full of magic, some with butterflies. Gardens growing flowers, parks with giant eyes. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton.
Mr. Matheny, what's your favorite part about this sport?
I think the strategy.
How much do you hate to lose?
I don't like it at all.
What about being second guessed?
I don't like that either.
Well, if I were you, I wouldn't have moved that rook. Checkmate. Sorry.
Whether you've played chess for years or never before, come experience all the sport has to offer at the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis.
And we are back, but we still have Sam Sevian studying the board in this position where we were analyzing this flashy rook g4 idea, rook g3, bishop b2 coming into the position. Alejandro, are you going to revise your prediction and speculate that he's not in preparation, or do you still think he's going over stuff that he's looked at before?
No, definitely I must be wrong, because there's no way you think this much in such a sharp position with such little time control.
But it's been a half hour.
Yeah. Well, he's been thinking here for about 15 minutes, 20 minutes actually, exactly, 20 minutes exactly, on where to put the rook, because those are basically his choices. Either throw in the move bishop g4 first, or move the rook either to b4 or g4. All three very sharp tactical ideas, but even though he has to be very careful about what to do, it doesn't make a lot of sense if it's preparation for him to spend this much time. So what really boggles my mind is why you would go into this variation that's so sharp, and after a move so natural like e3, you play the only moves, which are to play knight e4 takes, and then go b5, and then start thinking after the move knight d6. It feels like either he doesn't remember his prep, or he went into this variation just feeling the compensation, which is also a little bit strange. His time management here doesn't strike me as something that makes a lot of sense, at least logically. So I can't really reason whether he's in prep, whether he forgot, or if this is actually a completely new position for him.
Another game we were keeping a close eye on with lots of exciting maneuvers for both sides was that Burke-Chopra game. That's the one with the knight maneuvering to g6. And it's funny, didn't we see the queen go from h7 to g8, and now it's back on h7?
Right, so Chopra's tripling here on the h-file after, we left over here, we left the game after queen g8, knight c4. Knight g6 was very natural. And queen f5 actually kind of helps black with his idea. So I'm kind of
Right, this
curious.
is the last move we actually saw.
It's rook h6.
Rook h6, and then the move a4, hinting at some expansion on the king side, and then we saw bishop b4. So we weren't here for this. That's a interesting move. It's not one that you would look at immediately, sticking your bishop on the b4 square. What's the idea there, Alejandro?
Well, the point is that knight h4 traps the queen. So
this cuts off the a5 square, which was our only place before.
yeah, and once if you play knight h4 immediately, once the queen reaches a5, it's impossible to trap it. You can never play b6, so I'm just going to happily sacrifice a piece there. And it is helping white play a very quick b4, b5, which seems very dangerous. So the point is that after bishop b4, the queen actually has to retreat to f3, which makes me wonder how valuable the move queen f5 was, because if you actually have to go queen f5 and back, what black has played is rook h6, which looks fairly useful, and the move bishop b4, though, that even though this doesn't look that useful, it does open the 8th rank for the other rook, and the bishop's not so easy to kick away, because once I play c3, I always have to be worried that my d3 pawn is going to become a little bit of a target. I'm not completely sold on this queen f5 idea, because, I mean, he was kind of forced to retreat the queen again. It seems that after queen h7, white's lost a couple of tempi for no good reason. The king has now shuffled all the way down to e2. It's far away from the dangers of the king side. But after the move rook h8, at some point, not necessarily now, but whenever he feels like playing it, white's going to really have to give up the pawn on h3 at some point. You're just way too tied down to do anything. And you're going to have to prove some kind of advantage on another side of the board.
So, yeah, let's take a look. What happens if rook h8 is played in this position?
Rook h8 in this position, you always have to be careful about a couple of things. e5 is something that I'm going to be very careful of, especially once the rooks are traded, because sometimes you don't want to play it right now if the rook can remaneuver to the e-file. But e5 is something that I have to be quite worried about in many positions. Here specifically, the pawn on g5 is always a target, so I can't really take the pawn on e5. This is probably what he's going to be most worried about.
And we do have rook h8 on the board.
Yeah, rook h8 is very natural. I mean, you do have to triple if you're going to recover the pawn. And it's up to Burke here to see how he's going to try to put pressure, while black, in some ways, wastes his time with the h3 pawn, which, of course, he's not winning a pawn. He's just regaining it. And that will give material parity. With so many tempi lost, queen f5, queen f3, black should be okay.
And we got news on another game.
I mean, this position is befuddling. One thing I want to say is the game seemed to have settled down into one game in the Benoni where there's a sacrifice and dynamic play, but the others, all the pawn structures have become fairly static. And when you see static pawn structures, unless the pieces are jumping all over the place, the games tend to be a bit more dry. And so that's what's starting to happen right now. We'll wait for a bit more explosivity in the other games, hoping that they heat up. But all the time they're spending as well, time is going to be an issue. Remember that fast time control. It'll creep up on you, and suddenly we'll be talking about rapid chess and blitz chess in a short time. So we'll keep our eye on that. But this position, guys, looking at it, it just looks so interesting, this maneuver, but at the same time, where's the position going? And I put this into the engine, and check out this maneuver. Queen f5, this move, going back to f5 after all of that, trying to tie down this queen to this knight so that the rook cannot move away. I decided, is this an offer of a draw with this move, rook to d8? And the engine came back with this wild move, h4. Now, h4 is just fascinating, getting rid of the h-pawn now to make black capture it with something. Now, if you go into this ending, the engines want to see this kind of exchange take place, so that now you see the fluidity on this side of the pawn formation, plus after, let's say, the bishop dropping back, a move like rook h3, looking to double, f4 might come, and this knight is not so secure anymore on the square. A fascinating move, h4. Also, if you take with the pawn, again, you've just basically stymied all your play on the h-file so that white can play something like c3 again, chase his bishop away, and look to play a move like rook h3, leaving all this stuck on this side. As you look at it, black has no real progress, and now white will be thinking about b4 and b5. A fascinating idea, just giving the pawn back in such an unusual way. But the more you look at it, the more interesting it becomes. Alejandro, that's the kind of move I just would not have guessed at. h4 in this position. What a concrete move with a beautiful idea of basically plugging the play in black's position.
Right. I mean, the idea of sacrificing the pawn back does make a lot of sense. After the move to the engine, we're suggesting queen f5. Well, rook d8 doesn't actually offer a draw. Rook d8 is not a repetition. The last moves were king e2 and queen h7. So, for example, after rook d8, it doesn't really make sense because the knight on g6 can't move.
Yeah, I was just throwing it out there, not a draw offer, just throwing it out there to repeat, just to create a position that was similar to the one that was before.
Right. So after rook d8, I mean, okay, this move doesn't appeal to me, but the move h4 is actually pretty cool. The idea of tying down the black pieces here on the king side is actually pretty unusual. You're kind of saying that the pawn on h3 was rather on the way for white's pieces. Now, that idea of expanding in the center with d4, f4, e5, taking advantage of the weaknesses that f6 and g5 might become is pretty interesting. I like the potential ideas of this pawn phalanx here in the center to just be pushed forward, and because of the double pawns here on c6 and c7, it's going to be a little bit awkward to deal with the pawns pushing forward. I really like this idea that you came up with h4. I mean, it wouldn't really have crossed my mind, but the more you look at it, the better it becomes.
These are the kind of instructive moves you like to see when the young players, the difference between the older generation and the younger generation analyzing with engines. When we didn't have engines, you just had to come up with your own ideas and check and see how it worked out. But young players analyzing now with engines end up seeing from the engines moves like this one, and it becomes part of their repertoire. And the kind of moves you'd go, whoa, what kind of move is that? But the engines are suggesting these kind of moves all the time. And especially as a grandmaster, to see something that looks different, I would not have thought of that. That's interesting. The moment it stays in your mind, you imprint it as an idea that you may use in the future. A move like h4 in this position, just a wonderfully interesting idea back in this position. A wonderful, interesting idea of letting all this firepower on this line and playing a move like h4. Of course, now it's not that good because he'll just keep taking. But put the queen on f5, for example, and try to pin down the pieces to this square so that you can get that fluidity of c3, d4, and definitely no more pressure on your h-pawn. Wonderful idea suggested by the engine.
And he's played the move c3, which might transpose into some of your variations, because here the bishop actually does have to move. You cannot take on h3, obviously. There's a bishop hanging on b4. And, okay, the bishop retreating, it's kind of a good time to ask this question, because now black has to deal with where this bishop goes. You don't really want to put it all the way back to f8 as it cuts the rook from the queen side. Putting it on e7 is probably the most natural, but of course the bishop doesn't actually do anything on this square. The problem is putting it on d6, always you have to be worried about this knight just capturing it, and white just being up a bishop against a knight with a lot of weaknesses here in the dark squares. So that'll be really, really scary. I'd be surprised if he doesn't play bishop e7.
Yeah, bishop e7 looks more natural, but maybe bishop d6 is not a bad idea, allowing the possibility of knight d6. I mean, what do you make of that position?
No, bishop d6 is so unnatural, especially because I have to be so worried about this queen swinging over at some point.
To b6.
To b6. I mean, perhaps not in the next couple of moves, but even if I play the move queen f5 here, I mean, I have to be worried about queen d6, queen d7. This pawn's hanging. I cannot take on h3. This.
And if I play knight e5 here.
Yeah, knight e5 kind of runs into a lot of the white ideas. You know, a very quick d4. You don't really want to trade queens, and I allow me to take with the g pawn because that just increases the advantage in space.
Because the idea is to like try to take on g4 ourselves.
Yeah.
And not and win back a pawn. Yeah.
Right, and even the move queen e6 at some point is scary. You don't have f5. You have to defend the pawn somehow. This looks really bad for black.
Yeah, so that would basically force bishop e7. I mean, those are the two possibilities.
Yeah, bishop e7 is just, yeah, you basically are out of possibilities. I don't see another move. There's definite compensation here for black, and he's probably going to get pawn h3 back. But the problem is, once he does, is his rook on the h file useful or out of place? Because a lot of times, this rook on this nice-looking file isn't actually playing with the center. It's not actually stopping white's majority from advancing. So it could be out of place on the h-file in many occasions. Let's take a look at
Bishop
another
e7
game.
has been played, and Sam Sevian, after thinking for almost 30 minutes, finally played rook to b4.
Wow, it's a long thing.
Indeed. And Maurice with the update on that game.
Yes, there were basically 5 moves in this position to look at. I mean, the rook's hanging, so you want to play maybe bishop to g4 as one move. That's an offbeat move. Rook to g4 clearly is another move. Rook to b4 is a move. Queen a5 check is a move as well. I guess it was only 4. Mirage there for me. Bishop b2 not on the board, of course, because of knight e4. So 4 real moves. This rook had its choice to go here or here. He decided to put it on b4, going straight after the pawn on b2. So how indefensible is this pawn? And now it's up to white. White wants to develop as quickly as possible. Forget about the b2 pawn. It's simply dead. And white now thinking about the position. Bishop takes b5 is not on the menu because queen a5 will be coming, and then you got tactics happening all over the place. Rook b6, rook b5, rook b2. That's not something that white wants to see in this position. So a basic developing move, the move bishop to e2, giving away the b pawn just so that you can castle would be on tap here. Now, the move, black could simply take this pawn. Black also has this kind of crazy idea with the move h5, h4, typical idea when the bishop is sitting on a g3 square. So black has lots of play. The engine's like white here, though, which is a bit of a surprise to me looking at the position. But black has the kind of dynamic play that he wants. The well-developed pieces, the bishop on g7, rook on b4. The only problem for black, that knight on a6, it just is on a bad circuit. It has to somehow get into the game, and white will have fluid play. White can just simply play bishop b2, rook b2, and castle. Guess who's caught up in development, and in fact is now leading in development because his bishop is still on c8, rook on a8, but white has all the pieces out in the game. Still this d-pawn, still a powerhouse knight on d6. So actually, now that you look at it, it looks like Sam has a lot to think about here. Rook b4, extremely natural move, but maybe not the one that put his finger on the major threats that would have forced white to slow down a little bit in terms of the initiative. Going after a simple pawn. When you sacrifice a pawn, famously said by Petrosian, sometimes when you sacrifice, you have to play like you didn't lose it. And sometimes people play when they sacrifice like they lost the thing and I want to get it back as quickly as possible. These sacrifices play like it's a chess game. And I think Sam trying to get that pawn back is now giving up a little bit of his initiative, especially if his opponent finds the move bishop to e2.
And let's take a look at the format we have here for the match of the Millennials spanning the next 4 days. It's a time control of game 90 with a 30-second increment, so there is no second time control, so we're really going to see who brings their endgame knowledge to this tournament. We've got under 17 and under 14 sections, and we've also got 2 girls and 2 boys in the under 14 section, so it's going to be fun to see the girls
enter the mix, including a favorite here at the St. Louis Chess Club, Corsair.
Yeah, and let's remember that the format of the tournament is, at least in the under-17 section, it's a Scheveningen, which means that the players rotate who they're playing. So, for example, today, number ones are playing against each other, and tomorrow the number one will be playing against the fourth of, in the afternoon round. Number one will be playing number four of the opposite team, and so on. They keep moving like if it was a spiral. It's going to be a double Scheveningen. That means that the teams play each other twice. And at least in the under-17 section, that's going to make the tournament very exciting.
That's right, and we've got 2 rounds a day here with morning rounds at 10 a.m. and afternoon rounds at 5 p.m. So lots of chess, and I think what we are going to see that even for such young players, I believe that the evening rounds are probably going to be of lower quality than the morning rounds.
We'll see. It depends if they're morning people. A lot of these players are a little bit jet-lagged.
Oh, chess players are night owls. Yes, it's true.
It's true, but at least in the under-14 section, I expect them to go to bed early. We have this game, actually, we haven't looked in a while, between Ruifeng Li and Anton Smirnov.
There's been a lot of trades. You know, we've got the 2-bishop advantage for Ruifeng. How big do you rate that edge?
It's very annoying for black. Between very annoying and just flat out difficult to play. It's not something that white can do a lot in immediately, but just playing with the black pieces is very annoying. I'll explain that in just a second. I wanted to see how they got here because we left it off after queen e2, and he took on e4 immediately instead of taking the bull by the horns and taking on e5 for playing knight d7. He just traded off on e4. But with the pair of bishops in this position where white also has more space, yes, black is very solid. And he now actually even has a d4 square. But playing with black is pretty complicated because you don't have a good pawn break. The move f6 will always weaken your structure, so you don't really want to play that. And the move g5 doesn't actually work because anytime that I take on g5, I'm going to make basically a pass pawn, at least of my h pawn, and with the pair of bishops, that usually should favor white. So finding a plan for black is not trivial, whereas white usually just wants to play h4, h5, swing a rook to g3, start putting pressure on the king side, start putting pressure on the queen side, and the coordination of black's pieces is not easily found. Specifically, this knight on d7 is actually really, really awkward. If you put it on c5, it cuts off a potential defense of the bishop on d4. And if you don't put it on c5, like where else do you put the knight? You don't have the d5 square. You can't actually get to f5, and even if you did, it's not so easy to keep it there against the g4. The knight on d7 is really awkward.
Horrible.
Yeah, white has a slight edge. It's not humongous, but it is annoying to play this position with black.
And we'll see, so this is the position on the board after king to c2, right?
Yeah, king c2 is very natural because the bishop actually wants to stay on this diagonal rather than the b1 h7 in case of knight c5. So the king is in charge now of defending the d3 square. White can make a million moves very, very quickly, and it's up to black to see what to play because immediately the move c5 is something I'm not entirely sure I want to do because it opens up the bishop diagonal on f3 to a8. That will allow a potential h4, rook h3, rook b3 that is uncomfortable to deal with.
You don't want to put your knight on b6. That's not very fun.
No, the knight on b6 would just be terrible against a potential b3. The knight has no squares. So you start having to deal with this position in which your instincts are that you need a break. But as I mentioned, none of the breaks really help black, so it's an uncomfortable situation.
And that pawn formation could easily transform itself. You have the whites on the king side, so
yeah.
The g4, the pawn on h5, that formation is definitely tremendous. And we know knights need stable squares. And knights need real squares to be sitting on. And this knight is not going anywhere. And look at this position we haven't looked at for a long time because it's been so stable in terms of the pawn formation, the one between Haik Martirosyan and Jeffrey Zhang, two really fine young players. And we've seen this is the kind of position you would expect from the 2800 level of chess. Very close in terms of theoretical evaluation. Not a lot going on in the position, but is it enough? And I got to give credit to White. He found the move f3, cutting down this diagonal. Any knight to e4 excursion, forget about it. And this knight is the difference between these two knights. Where does this knight belong? if it gets to d5, of course, the move e4 is always ready to throw it out of there, and it can't get to c4 because of this piece. So white has the c file. You might say white has a slight edge here, and he's going to play high-level grandmaster chess. Control the position, creep forward a little bit, control it some more, creep forward a little bit. Black could find himself on the business end of the slightly worse position where you're suffering somewhat, and you can see Jeffrey is not looking excited by his position right now. It's looking pretty dead as far as Black's chances are concerned, and he might be the best player, the highest rated player in the entire competition, the world junior champion, certainly a rising star on the world scene, not just the U.S. scene. He hasn't had great results lately. He's maybe in a development phase right now. Once you have to take one step backwards, so you can take 2 steps forward. Nobody here cares about that. They want a piece of him for sure, and he is not looking very pleased with the position he has right now.
It's, as you mentioned, it is uncomfortable to play the situation here for Black because even though it seems that he has a protected pass pawn on b5 that should be some kind of permanent advantage, it's not trivial to, again, develop your pieces. They don't have any anchor squares. Fighting for the c-file isn't as easy as you would think because the queen actually doesn't have any good squares. The queen on d6 will always be harassed by the rook coming to c6. You don't have d5 because precisely my next move is going to be e4 anyway, so why would you run into that? And so where do you put it? Queen on e7 doesn't really do very much. And again, it's going to be this rook coming to c6 that's just so annoying because once the rook is there, I'm going to be permanently targeting this weak pawn on a6. I'm going to double up on the c-file, and white's ideas come very, very, very obviously, whereas black's, you kind of have to work hard to find them. It's the same kind of situation that Rui Feng has against Smirnov, in which white has a very pleasant position, very easy to find a million moves to play, whereas black's position, it's kind of rough to find ideas in. And again, it's the situations in which it's not like white's winning or anything like that, but it's just unpleasant to play for one of the sides. And that's when you say white's very comfortable in this position and black just isn't.
And imagine the wind you'd give to the sails of the world team if they take down the #1 player right away in round 1. That would be something tremendous for them to get a big boost of confidence. So Jeffrey's, he's got to get on his high horses defensively here because he does not want to be a captain that loses right away and gives a crisis of confidence to his team. And the matchups, the way they work on the under 17 side, this group certainly has an advantage. There's no bones about it. They try to even it out somewhat, but the U.S. team is tremendous, and they certainly have an advantage against the world team. But there are some advantages that the world team gets back when the youngsters, the under 14s show up. And so this group had better dominate because they're going to be in a little bit of trouble. They're going to have their hands full. As you can see, they're a great, great team that they have put together for the world, for the U.S. team, but the world is going to be challenged by in the under 17. But more parity and maybe an advantage in the under 14 section, particularly with the girls. In fact, there's some real edge there as the world team has fielded a monstrous duo. So it's going to be tricky as we go forward. And there are more games later, as a matter of fact. So this is just the first half, but later today we're going to have the whole roster show up, and we're going to be able to call all that action. There'll be plenty more games to talk about.
That's right. So Jeffrey Zhang with the world on his shoulders here. And you mentioned that we have a rating disadvantage in the girls' boards, but the thing about the U.S. and girls' chess is that we have so much depth. So many players that are around that range. You know, you got Akshita Gorty, who played well for the Women's World Team Championship. You've got Rachel Lee, as you mentioned, who's only 7 years old and one of the most talented girls in the country. And you've got so many different women like Jennifer Yu, Emily Nguyen, Annie Wang, Maggie Feng. So you have so many girls, but not one of them has come and said, like, I'm the one. I'm like going to be the next grandmaster, the next Irina Krush, who wins like 8 U.S. Women's Championships. But there is going to be that girl, and then I think the U.S. girls team is really going to be crushing.
Well, I was doing the commentary for the U.S. Junior and the U.S. Junior girls, and I was actually very impressed because there is a lot of talent in the girls section. I mean, you saw Maggie Feng, an extremely solid player, but you know, she almost never gets in trouble. But I was really, really impressed with the way that Akshita Gorty played in that event. I mean, she really annihilated the opposition. I thought she was, at least in that event, heads and shoulders above the rest. But of course, the tournament really lack the presence of Jennifer Yu, how is incredibly impressive. I think she's won a lot of rating recently. She did relatively well over in Hantiman 6, representing the U.S. World Team over there.
Along with Gordy.
Along with Gordy. And
she beat all the top players in the U.S. Women's Championship.
Yeah.
Every one of them. She beat the top 3, in fact, although she lost on the other end, but she was incredible in the U.S. Women's Championship.
Yeah, both
There's
Maggie
a lot of
and-
depth. There's a lot of depth in the American girls chess, but the question is who's going to be that big star in the next couple of years?
Rachel Lee, 7 years old.
Well, that's not the next couple of
That's
years.
5 years, right?
Yeah.
She's got it coming. Watch that kid. Oh
No,
my
but
God,
of course,
she's dangerous.
I think everybody's talking about Carissa. I mean, she is only maybe 100 points lower rated than Jennifer, but it's a 2-year gap, and that's a big amount of time to make up 100 points. Whether she can harness that talent and actually become a grandmaster soon, well, we'll have to see. But the talent's there is no doubt.
That's right. So the world's got an edge on us now, but watch out. The American girls are coming.
Yeah, although I have to say, I saw Asubayeva's performance at I think it was the European Championship, and it was just monstrous. I mean, that girl is something to watch out for. I'll be really excited to see her play because I've never actually seen her in person play a chess tournament. I have seen a few of these players around the world, but I haven't seen neither of the girls that are coming representing the rest of the world.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's so exciting about this tournament. We're seeing these players play in America often for the very first time.
Yeah, many of them. I think all of the world team this is the first time they're here. They're exciting players. There's the players that everybody's talking about, is the players that we look forward to seeing in top-level chess as we see the world team roster. Yeah, I was saying Asobayeva is really, really impressive. I'm not as familiar with Salimova, but I mean, she has a huge rating to be a under 14-year-old player. I mean, it's 23-32. That's just humongous at 14.
That's right. So this is what we have to look forward to tonight at 5 p.m., where we're going to have these girls and youngsters join the fray.
And the Indian, Pragananda Ramesh Babu, this kid, the next Anand, he's dangerous. He was the youngest IM in history. He was 9 years old. I mean, this kid is a beast.
Oh, yeah.
Tactical like crazy. Look at his tactical pyrotechnics at such a young age. Simply tremendous, tremendous talent.
Yeah, and I've actually had the pleasure of seeing Ramesh Babu play. He was playing in the Reykjavik Open where I was at earlier this year, and he had a fabulous performance. He beat Gawain Jones in a very complicated position, just down to the edge, and eventually he just played better in time trouble, and he outclassed a world-leading grandmaster. I mean, I think that he's one of the players that is very, very, very dangerous. And I know that it's the under 14 section, but I want to say that he's right now 11 or 12 years old. He's
a monster.
He's a monster.
He's a monster.
Definitely. He's going towards this one of the youngest grandmasters on earth. So let's see how long it takes him to achieve that title, because it's not a question of if, just when.
That's right. I would say that's true for all the players in this tournament, isn't it?
Yeah, for most players, I'd say that it's basically a given. If they're not the grandmasters yet, they're going to be within a year tops.
And let's take a look and see the developments in that wild Sevian game, because we have another move.
There's only a couple of moves. After Bishop E2 was played, we have Rook takes B2, which is probably the only move I could think of. Taking with the bishop doesn't really make any sense, because yes, there's a nice check on C3, but I'm simply going to ignore it. I think I can just castle. And you never really want to take on A1. Taking on A1 is just suicidal. All this dark square domination down on the diagonal with this misplaced rook on b4, which is no longer coordinating with any piece because you give up the bishop, seems extremely suspicious. The way Sevian plays is with energy, and that's really the only way you can deal with this position, because the knight on a6 is just misplaced, and this pawn on d5 is going to be very dangerous eventually. As soon as the knight moves, the d pawn is just going to pass and constrict black's position. So after castle, he plays c4, which he uses his own pawn to create threats. Is going to play c3, almost unstoppable, and the pawn is kind of annoying. But of course, this is a pawn sacrifice yet again, because after the move a4, I'm actually not seeing a way to defend the pawn on b5. I'm assuming he's just going to give it up and play something like c3. Perhaps the engine doesn't agree with me, but he needs to do something very quickly with some sort of initiative, because it is going to be an issue that white is now the one that's better developed. You've gotten a rook to b2, but so what? The rook itself doesn't do much. There's a lot of pieces on white's camp, and black isn't coordinating very well with the rook itself. The bishop on c8, it doesn't have any good square to go to. The bishop on g7, it's kind of lacking targets down the diagonal, whereas the knight on d6 is really, really annoying. The knight on a6 is misplaced. The pawn on b5 is currently a target. So what Sevin has to do is to push the c-pawn and create threats immediately. Otherwise, he's going to be in a world of trouble.
And what are you hoping for after takes on b5, rook d2?
After c3,
Yeah, c3.
a4, c3. Well, I wasn't sure if I had anything specific, but I was hoping something like rook d2, maybe just knight b4 first. Yeah, like rook d2, for example, already forces. Actually, I wonder if I can take the knight, but let's just indulge on queen e1. Then I have ideas of knight b4, knight c2, and you can start to see how at least white is under pressure in this kind of positions. Knight c2 is an annoying threat.
But that's a fun variation you mentioned in passing, that positional queen sack.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's any need to do so, because it probably just doesn't work. Pawn takes a6. I was wondering if I could use the pawn to restrict black's pieces, but the more I see it, this doesn't make any sense. Probably the white should use the fact that this knight is hanging to not move the queen to e1, where it's probably just awkwardly placed.
Exactly, that's another option.
Yeah, and just put the queen on a4, since after knight c5, the queen is perfectly placed on c4, where it defends the bishop, attacks the knight. And again, Sevin has to... Yeah, a big upgrade to have
from e1 to c4, right?
Yeah, especially because it prevents the knight coming to b4, which is why I was wondering if I should play knight b4 first, so that I still have that possibility.
Right, with the c2 is also a possibility then, rather than committing yourself to rook d2.
And we're probably going to see something like that, because I see that Sipenko has actually played the move a4.
Well, the position got easy, right? The position really got much easier for white to play. A second ago, white was just deep in thought, trying to figure out what to do about this growing initiative by black. This idea of rook g4 was quite annoying. If we go back to the critical position, really, in the opening, is this position that Sam spent all that time on. And here he decided not to be bold. He decided not to play the move rook to g4 or any other move. He just went straight back for his pawn. And again, that old saw that Tigran Petrosyan, the late great world champion, said, when you sacrifice, don't act like you lost something. Play like you know the deal, like you went to the party for a reason. And this is, oh, I want my pawn back. I sacrificed the pawn I wanted back. And what did that do? It gave white the chance to play bishop e2, rook b2, castles, c4, and now a4. And white said, yeah, you got your pawn back. Congratulations. But guess who has the initiative now? And you're about to probably lose the pawn yet again. And this knight on a6 is a very different knight as compared to the one on d6. This position for white now just starting to look very nice. And it went from black could maybe get some compensation, and we're looking at a position thinking, man, what the black's starting to lose a lot of what he's done, and he's way behind on the clock now as he was before. He's in a bit of trouble, and it may be that we're in trouble on the top two boards for the U.S. team.
Yeah, because Jeffrey's situation is definitely unpleasant, and sign of that is his last move. On Jeffrey's game, the move knight e8. When you play a move like knight e8, it just signals to your opponent that, yeah, I actually didn't like my position. I have to find something to do. But rerouting the knight to d6 actually doesn't accomplish very much. As Maurice was pointing out, the knight on e5 is currently covering the c4 square, which means that if you actually want to put a knight on c4, you're going to have to play f6. And f6 always comes with a risk, because as I mentioned, this rook will be landing on c6 at some point, which means that the pawn on e6 is already going to be a target. I definitely like white more in this position. The immediate move rook c6 really, really appeals to me.
Maybe you can try to play knight d6 to f5.
Well, but I mean, white's entire point is to play e4 at some point, so the knight's not...
You're always going to play e4 as soon as I play knight d6, okay.
Not necessarily as soon as, because I'm not entirely sure I'm in a rush. But, yeah, I mean, after e4, that's going to be controlling the knight. Yeah, there's a lot of plans here for white, and they all involve the fact that you now have more space. I'm even wondering if instead of e4, I can play something like g4 to just hard kick you out of f5. And allow myself a potential e3 to solidify the pawn on d4, which might eventually become a target if black chooses. So I'm really thrilled about this G4, and why not H4, H5, H6, taking advantage that black is really paralyzed in this position.
Yeah, I just have to hope that somehow I can find a variation for myself. I'm just like desperately hoping that somehow a combination of F6 and Knight C4 will start giving me some possibilities, but doesn't look pretty, that's for sure.
No, it is unpleasant. Although sometimes the bad thing about these kind of positions is that the instinct is, again, to break or to create some kind of counterplay, F6, Knight D6, Knight C4, whereas sometimes what you just need to do is defend and just live in a worse position, parry the threats, parry the threats, parry the threats. Like, look, my structure is very solid. It's not so easy for you to break through. I'm just going to wait and see how you're actually going to make progress. And having that maturity in the position of saying that I don't need to go crazy and hope for the best. I'm just going to relax and I'm going to wait for you to come at me in this kind of positions. It's a tough choice.
What's your relaxing moves here?
That's another thing. That's another thing. You have to make a lot of moves to just pass.
Yeah, that's not easy because these a lot of your rook moves hang some knight fork, and there's not a lot of easy pass moves here for black, are there?
Well, you'll find them. I mean, they're probably not that hard. I mean, the knight can go to d6, the rook's going to go to e8 at some point, the queen probably going to go to e7. You'll find them eventually. There's still enough room in the position for black to maneuver around. Luckily for him, a lot of pieces have already been traded, which means that I don't have to worry about white's advantage in space as much as usual. But it's still an unpleasant position. I mean, if the moves came naturally, of course, this wouldn't be a problem for black, but they just don't come naturally. It's a tough position to play.
Yeah, but by the time you put your knight on d6 and your rook on e8, I might be ready to play like rook c7, which could be threatening rook d7 and rook takes f7 after that. So it's just certainly unpleasant, and we're going to see Jeffrey's defensive chops in this game, or we're going to see him gone. And, of course, our summer of chess is only just beginning here in St. Louis, where we've got the Sinkfield Cup coming up next. That's going to be thrilling, and you're going to be catching all the action for that on grandchesstour.org. And after that, of course, the St. Louis Rapids and Blitz, which is a new event, and also will witness the return of Gary Kasparov.
No, I think that's thrilling, really. To see Gary Kasparov play in person is just a show. There's very few players that bring the energy the way that Kasparov plays in a position. Seeing the man with his reactions, with his time management, with his focused looks, with his death glares to his opponent, I mean, seeing it in person is just incredible.
That's right, and we got a little glimpse last year, but I can't wait for this year.
Well, you guys are, kind of on the young side. I got a chance to do a lot of commentary on Gary Kasparov when he was basically in his prime. Got a chance to do his match Anand versus, when he played against Anand in the then World Trade Center. Famously played the first game actually on 9/11, but back then in 1995. And also the man versus machine matches that enthrall the world. Both the first one that he won and the second one that he famously lost. That's a thrill. And then he played a number of man versus machine matches that I had the blessing to call on ESPN, in fact, when we thought chess might even make that breakthrough into regular sports consciousness of the United States. Gary was the one who led that charge, and as you mentioned, that absolute dynamic persona, the death glare, the disgust sometimes that he looked at your moves and crushed people when they made mistakes. Even after he lost the game, that was the one person you did not want to play after he lost because he did not get conservative. He came back with vengeance on the next player. So to see him now, and he's somewhat self-effacing, talking about how, I'm not really training, I'm not in shape, I'm flying to Las Vegas. This is Gary Kasparov we're talking about. You know he's got some serious training that he's done, and he wants to take some scalps. No question about it. And I make this prediction. Gary's not coming in last place. That ain't going to happen. That ain't going to happen.
Well, that was a bold prediction, Maurice.
You know I go out on the limb.
Actually, I think that Gary could easily finish top 3 in the tournament. Would be a little bit surprised if he wins the event. I just assume that one of the best blitzers in the world, like Hikaru Nakamura, who is so active at the moment, is going to try to make some headway in the Grand Chess Tour, where he's falling a little bit behind. Magnus Carlsen has won 2 tournaments in a row, and it's up to the other players to catch up, both with the Sinkfield Cup and with the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz coming up. So they're going to have a tremendous amount of energy, because even though Gary's coming a little bit for the pride and the prize, these guys are playing for the entire tour, which makes this result incredibly important.
That's right, and Maurice predicts not last, you predict top 3, so at least you guys don't contradict each other.
For once, yeah. But I have to agree with a lot of things that we were talking about, specifically that it seems that every position here in today's games favors white. Every single position favors white, in everything that I can see. Probably the biggest advantage I would give is to Esipenko in the position against Sevian. I really don't think that Sevian has enough compensation for that pawn here in this position. After a4, which was played, I'm kind of worried about Sam's clock. And something that happens pretty often to chess players is that when you're playing a time control, you really get used to it. For example, the most common by far right now is an hour and 30 minutes plus 30-second increment, plus those important 30 minutes that you get to move 40. And sometimes you're scrambling just to get to move 40, and you get this sigh of relief, and you can relax a little bit and rethink the position. But without those 30 minutes coming in at move 40, the situation changes quite dramatically. You have to be a lot faster in the clock, a lot quicker on your feet to come up with ideas, because if you get in time trouble, you're going to be permanently stuck with simply the increment to play with, and that is just a brutal situation to play. And for example, in this position after a4, I'm not entirely sure what his options are besides to move c3. Does he have something kind of cool, maybe a knight c5 in the position? Because I thought c3 was the whole point. I don't know if there's something I'm blundering.
Maybe knight c5 then c3.
What is... Well, I guess it's not a big difference, right?
It's the same thing, yeah.
It's the same thing.
There's no independent idea, independent value.
Because because that's what I was thinking. You take on b5, I'm still going to have to play c3. I can't give up the pawn on c4.
The benefit is knight c5 doesn't allow bishop b5, though, right? Because
you're saying that c3 I can take with a bishop?
c3, bishop b5, and you don't have that problem that you had when you played rook d2.
With the bishop
can just
on.
get out of the way. The bishop is out of the way this time.
Okay, I can see that. Yeah, I can see that. So perhaps it is a little bit more precise to put the knight on c5 first. Still, the thing is that I was so tempted to put the knight on b4 in so many of these variations that I'm not sure if he's going to choose this. But
even so, you would do the same thing, right? You could play knight b4 first, so that you don't play bishop takes b5.
Thing is, he has to choose something. He's falling behind on clock considerably. I mean, he's taking almost an hour to play 17 moves. And that doesn't bode well for the rest of the game.
It's terrible. But actually, if you add to that, it's one thing if you have spent a lot of time and you're in an endgame, right?
Yeah.
So you can be a bit more intuitive. You still have to calculate, of course. But this kind of middle game, this thing is rich as ever. And even with 30 solid minutes left in a time control, with a new time control coming, you'd feel under pressure if you had to make another 23 moves to get to move 40 in this kind of position with black. To have to make all the rest of your moves in half an hour, not just to get move 40, 50, 60. I mean, this is a huge deficit, almost half the time, double the time for white now. This whole thing changed in one moment in the game when he had a choice between rook g4, rook b4, or something else, and he chose to go back for the pawn on b2. This is when he spent almost half an hour on the clock, and that has cost him, because now he's in real time pressure, and his position is clearly a bit worse.
And that time pressure is going to get realer, as Alejandro points out. There is no 30-minute saving grace at move 40. And I agree with you that there's a sense in which, even though rationally they know the time control, obviously they read the contract and they see the rules, it doesn't necessarily sink into their bones as much. So you kind of feel like you get it, even though you know you don't.
Well, that's a big assumption, because we know of certain strong players that sometimes have not read the contract, as Magnus Carlsen famously forgot the actual rules in the tournament in Norway a couple of years ago and actually flagged in a winning position against Topalov. So it does happen once in a while. Let's hope that Sevian knows them.
And Maurice with an update in the Lee Smirnov endgame squeeze.
Endgame squeeze was an endgame squeeze. Now it looks like white has made a real error and let black back in the game. this position, b4 was played. The knight went back to a6. We've seen the knight's journey to a6 before. Not necessarily the most accurate move. First move that comes to mind is a3, keep everything under wraps. Instead, this move, king to b3, looking to not push the pawn. I really don't even understand why. But his king no longer in touch with this rook on d1, doubling rooks on the file. And in this position, the inches actually give king back to c2. Makes you wonder what's going on here. Instead, he played the move bishop to c1, clearing the decks, it looks like. But now there is a beautiful move, bishop to e3, clearing the d file completely and exposing the power of these rooks along this line. Suddenly, if you take back on this square, then suddenly rook down to d3 with check. He's going to pick back up his piece and relieve some of that pressure in his position, also chasing the king away from the pawn on b4. Black is back in business in this line. Black is definitely not worse, and in fact is somewhat better. Bishop to e3 in this position now. You could trade off rooks and trade here, but now what? You still can't take because of the check. So now you got to play this move a3, which you didn't want to do in the first place. Now bishop takes c1, rook takes c1, rook down to d3 with check. And okay, black's not better here, but black was in for a long squeeze. Now he's out of the squeeze. Now he's got a different kind of position where white is the one who has to be a little bit careful. Well, of course, white can just play this move, but rook to d2. And white has to look around and say, I had such a nice edge. Maybe he still has that superior bishop, but it's not the same anymore. It's not the same in this position. The advantage is definitely dropped a lot, but looking at the board, it looks like he didn't play that way. He's played otherwise and given white a chance to get a different kind of position.
Well, boy, that's an unusual tactic, isn't it? I mean, it does make so much sense logically. Of course, you're really excited to try to trade a bishop in this position, so you're looking for tactics like this.
We're going to have to wait for our board to update because judging by the position that we have there, a lot has happened that we don't have updates for because, I mean, somehow the pawn on a7 is on a5. So I don't know if there was some kind of relay error or something because those rooks definitely maneuvered very quickly to d3 and d1.
Well, we're going to take a quick break and then we'll get an update on this game.
Okay, that sounds good because the position I'm seeing, I really like.
There's no way in the world you could get this based on knight a6. Something definitely happened to create this position to occur.
Maybe it was knight c7, rook d3, a5, and I think we have the moves now. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Knight c7, rook d3, and now a5, trying to break open the structure. I mean, this move bishop e3, even though it's very pretty, sometimes it just escapes your vision, and I think it escaped both players' vision because black does want to trade bishops really badly. When you're playing against the pair of bishops, you'd want to trade one of them off. And bishop e3, if you find it, is a move that you play instantly because you want to trade a pair of rooks, a pair of bishops, and try to survive in a slightly worse endgame with the bishop against the knight. With the pair of bishops, it becomes much harder to do so. The move knight c7, obviously for this reason, I don't like it. After rook d3, a5, a3, knight a6, it's already a little bit of a problem here to play for black because this pressure on b4 is just an illusion. There's nothing really going on that pawn. And after the move rook hd1, it's going to be hard to maneuver black's pieces in many positions. The trade of all the rooks might sometimes just lead to a completely hopeless endgame, as if I'm able to achieve this pawns coming to g4 and h5, I played g5 in the next move, and it's very easy to create a passed pawn for white on the king side. So it's already something very unpleasant and very difficult to deal with here for the Australian player.
Yeah, white is definitely in business here.
Yeah,
golden opportunity there with bishop e3, and it's a great example of how tactics marry a strategy, and that we have this strategic idea to trade a bishop, and then we just have to seize the tactical opportunity. But Smirnov did not do that, and now Roofing is back on the grind, and we are going to take a quick break here at the Match of the Millennials.
Until recently, chess was like this. Chess24 brought you this. Live interactive broadcasts from top tournaments, with computer analysis and video commentary by the likes of Jan Gustafsson, Lawrence Trent and Peter Svidler. A play zone where you can take on opponents from all around the world 24/7. Interactive beginners courses, ensuring you pick up the basics fast while having fun. A tactics trainer to sharpen your chess by solving puzzles adapted to your level. Hundreds of interactive videos, letting you watch and learn from star players such as Vichy Anand, Peter Svidler, Paco Vallejo, and Hu Yifan. You've given up on that outdated computer? That's why there are more reasons to use Chess24 on mobiles and tablets. Full playzone access, including pre-move. A tactics trainer so you can stay sharp wherever you are. Computer opponents you can challenge even when you're not online. Live broadcasts of top chess events. And the half? It's free. Well, that's half true. Most features are free, but limited for registered members. For a mere €99 per year, however, you can step up to premium membership and gain unlimited access to our video library. That and much more. Make Chess24 your playground. See you at chess24.com.
Healthcare in America is changing, evolving, and we're helping lead the transformation. Ascension is made up of physicians and other caregivers called to deliver compassionate, personalized care for all. As one of the largest providers of care in the country, our patients benefit from collaboration between hospitals, medical practices, and healthcare innovators nationwide. Ascension's faith-based heritage means we have a moral obligation to serve everyone, especially those who are struggling. Last year, we provided almost $2 billion in care for people living in poverty and for programs to help them. Whether it's in a hospital, a neighborhood clinic, a senior living facility, or at home, Ascension's care providers value every aspect of our patients' lives and health. We listen with respect to ensure every person we serve gets the right care for them. Personalized, compassionate, that's Ascension.
Welcome back to the match of the Millennials, where we are in round 1 action, and despite a rating advantage by the Team USA, we look to be having some struggles in this round.
Perhaps Sevian still has some problems, especially on the clock, but actually I think Jeffrey solved most of his, and I really like how boards 3 and 4 are going, so...
How did Jeffrey solve his problems? Let's take a look at that.
Well, I think his opponent solved them for him, so that happens sometimes. After f3, 98, e4, 96, this all made a lot of sense, but I really hate the move d5.
Ooh, that's very rushed, isn't it?
Yeah, you have to have a very concrete reason to do this, because if you're just going to trade the d pawn for the e pawn, that releases the tension in the center and gives the queen an excellent square to go to. The move f6 looks very natural, because now you're really going to put the knight on c4 at some point. Knight c6, queen d7, and now knight c4 is a real idea. I really wanted to put my rook on c6, not the knight. I really did not want to put my knight on c6, because it's visually very appealing, but it's not really threatening anything. You might have to actually retreat to b4 at some point to do something useful. D takes e6, queen takes e6, and now with queen d5, I mean, it just lacks any real teeth to it. I mean, after queen takes d5, it's still a little bit better for white. You really don't want to take with a pawn, because this knight now is blocking the pawn on d5, and black's perfectly okay.
Right, but you can take with the knight.
You can take with the knight, but here I have no problems with bringing the king to the center. And after knight takes d5, I mean, I guess white's symbolically still better, but this is already very, very close to equal. You don't have the pressure anymore with the queens on the board. You release the tension of the center with the d-pawn and the e-pawn now being away.
And what if we go after the a-pawn?
I mean, you will go after the a-pawn, but I mean, it's black to move, right?
Black to move, right.
So, yeah. I mean, I can play pretty much anything. And you have to be a little bit scared in many positions that this pawn's just going to run. So you can't just trade pieces easily. I think that Hike has really misplayed the position, and I think that he still holds like a sliver of an edge, but it's very small compared to what he had before.
And the Sevian game, let's move to that.
The second endgame? You mean the Reef endgame?
No, Sam Sevian, not much has happened. Not much has happened in that position.
Except that Sevian keeps bleeding away time.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
I mean, he's way down. 23 minutes to play the rest of this game? How do you pull that off? This is going to be a miracle. If the kid just keeps making one move at a time and you keep bleeding minutes on the clock, you're going to lose.
Yeah, that's just how it works. And after the move knight c5, now it's white that's taking about a 10-minute thing so far. Pawn takes b5 seems to be by far the most natural move, because the retreating the knight to b5 just, I think, just doesn't work because of c3, right? And I don't have a lot of resources I would like to have. I have to worry about rook d2. I have to worry about c2. This looks a little dangerous. So it's a double-edged position, which is one of the reasons they're taking as much time as they are. Taking with the knight does look a little natural, though. I would much rather... He did take with the knight. I'm very surprised. I didn't like that move. It seemed awkward to take with the knight. I thought taking with the pawn was almost forced. I mean, you wanted to retreat the knight to c4, not to b5.
You're dead on. The engines hate knight takes b5 and give black instantly an advantage even after this move. Knight takes b5 is a clean mistake according to the engines. And now the move c3, which is ultimately natural. Black is down a pawn, but this pawn is a monster on c3. This knight, the coordination is starting to be improved, and it looks like this game is seesawed. It's certainly back and forth action here, but it's still going to be a big issue, that clock time. We'll see whether or not Sam plays quickly right now. Like, this is right now, you have to play c3. Just throw it forward.
Well, the pawn's hanging, so.
Yeah, I mean, so you've got, I mean, you might
right?
think about other moves like a6 or something, or knight b3, but the pawn on c3, c4 should just be pushed. If he spends a minute or two on this one, you say, again? Losing time on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, he really doesn't have a choice. I mean, a6 just runs into knight c7 at the very least. And no, he doesn't have a choice. He has to play c3.
Yeah, again, this guy's higher rated than both of us, and he hasn't played c3 yet, which is just surprising.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, c3 is completely forced. Now, the question for white is going to be what he does after c3, because I was ready to play knight c4 many variations in the previous line when I took with pawn takes b5, but with the knight on b5, I don't have a good way of covering the d2 square, which is something that I really, really didn't like. And the fact that c2 is also a threat immediately because of c2 and knight b3 followed up, it makes white's position a little bit dangerous. I'm actually not sure how to follow this up here for white, I probably have to play rook c1 to prevent c2, because c2 is a really strong threat. But it looks already awkward. Like, I didn't want to have to play rook d2 and queen e1 and have to defend this bishop like this. I don't know. I just really didn't like the move.
And queen a5 is ultimately very natural after rook
a5?
c1 as well. Because
I'm threatening the pawn on a4.
The pawn on a4 is hanging suddenly, and this position, why?
I mean, this is the kind of things that I was just preventing with the powerful knight on d6. If we just take a look at the difference, pawn takes b5, c3, even the move, which I don't think is the best, but even the move like rook c1, you don't have queen a5.
Because of knight c4.
Because of knight c4 and just double attack the queen and the rook. I mean, these are the kind of little details that makes me think that taking with the pawn was so much more natural. Not that I would play rook c1 even in that position, but after knight takes b5, c3, already, the position is really awkward for white. This pawn is tough.
Definitely. We should go to the other game, though. Very important to happen after the break was this sacrifice in John Burke's game against Aryan Chopra. In this position, the position black had gotten his pawn back. He seemingly stopped up this side of the board. White has no easy pawn breaks unless he moves his knight and somehow tries to make c5 become effectuated in some way. In the meantime, what really to do? d4 and e5 doesn't look as strong anymore with the queens off the board. So instead he said, give me that. I'm just going to sacrifice and blow up in the game. And his opponent has been thinking for quite some time after this move. At least I don't have an update on my board after knight takes on a5, a clear sack, knight c6 check is threatened. It's hard to imagine, is he thinking about rook e3? Because it looks like he has to take this knight. Maybe we can get a shot of the actual board in this game. Because knight a5, it looks like this knight just simply has to die. And he's still been thinking about it for quite some time now, as this sacrifice has taken him by surprise. I think he thought he had blocked up a position in some way, but he must have looked at this sacrifice as possible. And am I wrong? Don't you just simply have to kill this knight? It looks like it has to die now, unless he's thinking the only other option would be rook takes on e3 to get rid of the bishop from the board. He might be thinking there might be some b6 coming on the next move after takes on e5, maybe b6. The rook takes a5 is, of course, the other move, but this move could also be quite strong with his bishop on the board. So maybe that's what he's afraid of and why he's thinking right now about not taking the knight on a5 immediately, as he sees this as a potential threat in the position. And b6 actually ain't bad. That's a nice move in this position as well.
Well, the thing is, it's a nice move and everything, but if you don't take the knight, you're just lost. So there's nothing to think about. This is actually a mistake to think in this position. You see things more clearly, and you force white to make a decision before you think. Because after pawn takes a5, I mean, you could just take on a5 and play for the compensation. You don't actually have to play b6.
Definitely.
Or you can play b6, and then you think.
And then you can take on e3 then as well. So you don't...
There is no variation in which I cannot take on e3. I mean, the bishop's not going to move in this position. Where is it going to go? So I can just take on e3 on the very next move. There's absolutely no reason not to take the knight, force white to make a decision, and then think about it. Right now, you're just burning time for no reason. This is
bad clock management.
It's a very bad clock management here. You're just overthinking for no reason, because why not think after white makes his decision? I mean, the knight lands to c6, you just resign. You just resign at the knight of c6, so you have to take it. And you're also down a pawn. You just have to take this knight. I mean, you might lose the game, you still have to take the knight. That's how it works.
And there are no other moves.
There are no other moves.
There's nothing else somewhere, counterplay, some attack, knight on e6 to f4, no bishop maneuvers, no rook, nothing.
Nothing.
There's nothing else to look at. So we're really only about that knight on a5, which has to die. Knight must go, and this is a strange moment for such a strong player to be thinking about whether or not he should take that knight on a5.
So maybe, as Alejandro said, he's thinking in the future in this position rather than playing the first move first, but perhaps he's looking at the variation after takes on a5, b6, and deciding at that point, should he take on e3 and then play bishop c5 check? Or
yeah, which, as I said, you just think about it here. Why think about it beforehand? You at least force white to make a decision. So now I don't have to worry about all the possibilities.
And we got an update in Jeffrey's game.
A real development, in fact, in this position. Here, remember we were talking about knights needing stable squares. This knight would love to have this c4 square, of course. So he decided, let me take it now. And it looks like a good idea. It turns out this was a mistake. And the youngsters spotted it. Martirosyan, knight b6, a great move, well-timed. The c8 square is covered, so you can't just move your rook and defend the knight. And here's the problem, and this move has come as a shock to Jeffrey. After this move, there's a takes b6. There's also this rook check as well. But a takes b6 has some teeth. in creating this pawn, a rook coming down, this pawn on a6 under fire. But let's take a look at rook c7. This move, king g6, and also takes. What about this one? Rook on the 7th, pawn coming down to challenge his piece, and suddenly you have to take a look at the possibility of this b pawn going down the board. Of course, it's not going to queen so easily, and black does have 2 connected passed pawns, so white will have to think about this. But knight b6 on the board, definitely shaking up this endgame instead of just being a simple solid one where we were back here with a move like rook to c8, not allowing anything like that. He has allowed this maneuver with knight c4 and knight to b6. Another game worth looking at is this one. Sam did not play c3. As we have said, you've got to play c3, you've got to play c3. He did not play c3. Instead, he played knight to b3 first, in fact, in this position. And now the engine's giving the move rook to a2. Check out this move. Rook takes and bishop takes c4. I mean, that's just outer space chess happening here.
Wow.
Trying to get rid of this knight and getting this, basically stabilizing the position after rook takes, queen takes b3, and suddenly white has an incredible nexus of forces in this position.
Has a clear advantage.
I mean, just incredible maneuver. Rook, knight b3, rook to a2. Will he find that move? That's just majestic, really. What a fascinating idea to play rook a2 to try to deflect this rook and try to expose knight b3 as a mistake. Interesting move for sure.
But he doesn't have a choice, right? It's the only move. Like, what else do you play if you don't play rook a2? You're going to lose the exchange in a worse way. I mean, the exchange is lost. You don't want to
rook b1 is playable. I mean, rook b1.
And if I just trade and play knight d2?
Oh, you mean like this? Yeah, sure. This is possible.
I mean, if you consider that you're going to lose an exchange anyway, right?
How do you lose it, right? So this,
how do you lose it?
This capture and then bishop f1 in the similar position, but no rook on the board, no extra additional rook on the board. It's better to have a rook if you're going to go down an exchange. You definitely want to keep keep at least one rook on the board. That rook will be very useful in fighting against the rooks that black will have. So rook a2, the superior move to rook b1. We'll see. Will he find it? But clearly Sam is going after material again. This game has been a game of swings, material swings. White goes up a pawn. Black gets it back. Black realizing, oh, no, I'm going to lose a pawn. He sacrifices it. And now he's going up the exchange. I mean, just back and forth they go. And look at him thinking about this position. Is Esipenko, a young Andre, leaning back, not even looking at the board, sipping water like he's watching TV or something. He's totally relaxed. Is he even thinking about the chess position? We know he is. A young star in the making, and a big decision. Will he find rook a2?
It's a huge time advantage he has to work with in here. I mean, yeah, I understand that it's complicated still, but 18 minutes for the rest of the game is going to be so tough for Sam to play. And honestly, that variation that you were showing after rook a2, I mean, I'm not really sure what the engine was saying, but here this visually looks so appealing for white. You have ideas of d6. This battery is going to be powerful. I mean, this rook's really out of place. You have to be worried about knight c7, about bishop c7. I mean, I get it that perhaps engines can defend this kind of positions, but it looks so bad.
And an update in Anton's game, sure enough.
Well, really big development in this game. Ruifeng Li had gotten the bind back in the position and was showing just the superiority of this bishop over this knight. This knight not happy at all. I mean, it optically looks good, but happens often in positions, particularly in the Benoni, in fact. The knight is on b4. It looks really optically good, but it has nothing to do. And this knight just really has no moves whatsoever, while the white pieces have a lot more flexibility, especially this bishop. But wanting to get that superior pawn structure, one on g4, and then this pawn h4 and h5, that's a huge pawn structure, well known for many years. This made Ruifeng Li play the move h4, figuring I'm just going to get in h5 and I'm going to squeeze you to death. But he overlooked a tactic, and his opponent found it. Bishop to f2. Remember, he had the chance to play bishop to e3 earlier, and he missed it. This time, he found bishop to f2. The point being, of course, after rook takes, he will be able to take on d1, and bishop takes, and rook takes d1, and suddenly the light squares are weak. This knight is out of prison, and things are good. Bishop f2, as played, and threatening the pawn now on h4. He wants to see trades of rooks. He's happy with that. Instead, rook to d6 has been played in the position, allowing bishop takes on h4. That's a pawn. I mean, that's going to be a pawn you can't take on b6, obviously, because you're dropping a piece down here. So bishop to f2, rook to d6, and Ruifeng tried to sacrifice a pawn early in the game. Now he has again offered the sacrifice on h4. The agents do give bishop h4 and bishop to b2 as a sequence, but looks like black probably got his pawn back. Certainly, I mean, he has an extra pawn. That bind no longer exists. This knight is still a troublesome piece, and white could hunt it down somehow and trade off pieces, but the advantage is nowhere near the same anymore. Black looks like he should be out of trouble in this position.
Same tactic, different execution, but we do have a caller. Welcome to the show as you join us on the Match of the Millennials.
Hi, I'm Sanat and I'm calling from California.
Welcome.
My question.
That was a good question. They got caught off while I was saying question. How ironic is that?
Yeah, I think we have some technical difficulties.
But we'll get you back on.
Yeah.
Our caller from California, and you should all join us here on the show. Give us a call with your questions about the games themselves, or the tournament, or our summer of chess here in St. Louis, which is going to continue to heat up with both the Sinkfield Cup and the St. Louis Rapids.
It's funny that in this position, even after taking a pawn, I think black is the one that has to be worried about being worse because the advantage in space is so big. Now, there's a couple of things that he actually has to be very, very careful of, because after the move bishop b2, which Maurice was giving, rook a1 could be a potentially very strong move. The power of the bishops is exemplified with an idea like bishop e5. If you take twice on d6, you have to be worried about checkmates with rook a8, so you got to be quite careful here still with the black pieces. I really like this move bishop b2. And perhaps the agents say that black's out of trouble, but like in the game again of Sevian, you have to be really, really sure of what you're doing here. You have to be very careful in this kind of positions.
Bishop e7?
Yeah, you probably do have to play bishop e7. And I was wondering, what kind of resources can I come up with? I wanted to play rook a1, but I guess it just does not work. It's a perpetual, but not much more than that. Actually, is it a perpetual?
What perpetual are you looking at?
I was thinking of rook a1, takes, but I forgot that king can just run to d7 and e8. So that actually doesn't work. Can't actually play rook takes b6. Again, this is hanging on d1. I definitely don't want to trade all the rooks. Let's see, so what do I play here in this position?
Yeah, you can't play bishop c6 either. We have our caller back while we puzzle out this position. Welcome back. Let us know your question.
Hi, my question was that you see these players, like even of such caliber, making like time management is like having such time management problems and managing their time and like not that great. Like for example, Sam Sevian taking so much time. Not Sam Sevian, but the game where he took so much time to take the knight when he has no other moves.
Chopra, yeah.
So, like, what advice would you give them? Or, like, what advice do you have for dealing with these issues? Like, time management issues in your games?
Well, I know that the great trainer, Greg Kaidanov, gave advice for time pressure addicts that when you play in a tournament, one way to work on your time pressure is say, this tournament, my goal is not to get in time pressure. So try to focus on that issue if that's something that you get a lot. And see how you do. Chances are you'll have a better tournament than usual.
I think a lot of the time management things that really bother especially lower rated players when they're not reaching Grandmaster is that they tend to doubt a lot what they're going to play. And they second guess their decisions. And sometimes you just have to play what you're analyzing. Many times, doesn't matter how many times you look at a position, you're not going to find new resources. You just have to make a decision in a tough situation. And having that psychological strength to actually execute something that might look uncomfortable because you want to find a solution when there is none, is sometimes difficult. And it all comes down to just having to force yourself. Just force yourself to do it, yeah.
And that's why you see a lot of streaks from players, because when you don't have that confidence, you are more likely to get into time pressure, and then you're more likely to blunder and lose.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, at this level, they're obviously calculating a ton. But even at this level, they really, as you mentioned, are handling their time very poorly. I mean, even at the 2800 level, we've seen Alexander Grischuk spend over an hour in just one move. So, I mean, this is something that affects everybody. And at the end of the day, it really comes down to forcing yourself to play. It's just that's what you have to do in some positions.
Let's not forget, these are inexperienced players. I mean, even though we might say, well, they're inexperienced grandmasters, they've been playing for a long time, they still have a long way to go. And one of the factors in strength is, in fact, it's not just one factor in strength. There's so many factors in strength. You talk about talent, you talk about tactical ability, you talk about learning all those positional concepts that you have to learn in chess, but you also talk about the practical things, the management of time, dealing with reversals. Something bad happens, how do you handle it? How do you psychologically handle a situation that just went bad for you? How do you handle good situations? You're feeling good in the position, do you get overconfident? There's so many situations chess will test you with and that you have to master on the road to becoming a grandmaster or a top player, and each level brings fresh challenges. So don't be surprised that there may be gaping holes or bad habits in some of these young players. They will exist. Otherwise, they'd all be Magnus Carlsens. No, that is not the case. They still have a long way to go, and they're going to make mistakes like this, and their coaches are going to take them afterwards and say, why the heck did you stop and think in this position? And even there's nerves you have to overcome as well. Another big issue, being on the large stage and having to handle the tension of the moment and then realizing that you did get caught up in it. They will figure those things out in time, and we won't be talking about this a couple of years, 5 years from now, as they gain that valuable experience and become veterans on the tournament circuit.
Yeah, seeing a player just run down their clock to the last seconds as a coach is the most stressful thing ever. Hate seeing that. And of course, just the fact that Sevian has 18 minutes is already stressing me out in this position.
But look, Rook A2 was not played yet.
Well, he hasn't moved.
He hasn't moved, exactly.
It's funny, though, because he was looking
It's been a long time that he's been sitting there.
Well, a move like Rook A2, of course, has to be calculated quite concretely, because there are a couple of options for black. And in this position, I mean, Rook A2, you're giving up a full rook, so you have to make sure that it actually regains you a piece somewhere. But Rook A2 I just really, really like. It's so much better to have this rook remaining in the final position after Rook A2, Rook takes A2, Bishop takes C4, rather than sacrificing the rook with Rook B1, takes on B1, takes on B1, knight D2, which loses both rooks. I really don't want to exchange those. And the move Rook A3 is just ridiculous. I mean, the rook is so misplaced here, and it's going to be easily targeted by a queen coming to this diagonal, not to D6 specifically. But it's just a ridiculous rook on A3, so I'd be kind of surprised if he plays that.
And by the way, we're getting into semi-rapid mode,
if
not just real rapid mode. Lots of pieces still on the board. It's only move 18. Only move 18. They could have blitzed out these moves and called it to be a position and said, okay, we're here now. Let's play rapid chess, because that's what they have. Rapid with the plus 30 seconds on the clock. Queens on the board. Lots of pieces still on the board. The black knights have, in fact, only a pair of knights, I should say, have been removed from the board as far as pieces are concerned. So a highly complex position afoot here, and both of them not having that much time. I'm not so sure about Esipenko's advantage anymore. Another game to pay attention to is this one between the two top players from each side. Haik Martirosyan, he has boldly allowed these two passed pawns in the position, but he's got something of an edge. His pawn is further down the board, and these pawns are not that easy to start running fast. Very active rook. Can Jeffrey hold this? Looks like some way, somehow, he should be able to, but it's definitely looking like black is the one who's slightly worse. He did play the move rook to E7 right now, keeping everything solid in the position. And also this game, important guys, you want to look at is one between Burke and Chopra. He did take on A5, he took on A5, and now this knight headed to help out maybe on the C5 square and guarding this side of the board. Is it quite mate with these rooks doubling? Not quite in this position. Bishop C5 is playable, and put a bishop on B6. There's no way to break through very easily. This game is interesting as well. The engine's giving triple zeros, actually, in this position. Certainly some interesting chess starting to happen as that time starts to shorten.
That's right. We're going to have to hunt for the perp in that position. But we've got another phone call, so welcome to the show. Into our coverage of the match of the Millennials. As we wait for our caller, it is... Yeah. Do we have our caller? We would love you to tell us your question and where you're calling from.
Hi, I'm
Vladimirsky calling from Skokie, Illinois.
Great. Welcome to the show.
Hello.
Welcome to the show. A caller from Skokie, Illinois. Let us know what your question is.
Hi. So I heard Maurice's trainer is someone named Leonid Yudasin. Is that true?
Say the name again. What?
Leonid Yudasin.
Yudasin.
Well, Yudasin indeed was a trainer of mine, indeed, at one point in my career. I've had different trainers over time. Certainly Gregory Kaidanov, mentioned here on the show as well, was one of my trainers. He was the one that was my trainer when I became a grandmaster. Definitely fantastic trainer.
Yeah.
But Leonid Yudasin, yes, absolutely. Brilliant player.
I have another question about how to become as good as a player as you are.
Me? You should be asking Alejandro that question. He's the top GM on this set right now. But to become a great player, there's no mystery to it. You got to work. I mean, that's what it comes down to. You got to study as much as you can, follow the top players, go over the classical games, study those end games, learn your positional themes, play in tournaments all the time, get your butt beat regularly and go over those games over and over again. Keep determined and just keep your eye on the prize. There's really absolutely no mystery. The people who get there are the ones who are willing to sacrifice everything so that they can get to the level they want to.
Yeah, I mean, the key to success is no big mystery here. It's just doing it, and it's a lot of work. Chess is an incredible amount of work. The resources are very difficult to exhaust. There's tons of books, tons of material. It's nice to have a coach to more or less guide you through the maze, but at the end of the day, all your progress is going to be based on how much work you do and the psychological strength of recovering and learning from defeats, which is something not everybody does, and it's tough to do.
That's right, and we thank you for joining us on the show. That's another part of your improvement. Keep following these high-level competitions.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is very, very high-level chess.
But guess what was not high level that happened in this game? Rook A3?
No, but this rook looks ridiculous on A3.
Wow. That just comes as a shocker. Come on, Rook A3?
I mean, I would rather, if I don't see Rook A2, I would just rather sacrifice my exchange with Rook B1. I would never actually think of putting my Rook on A3.
No, you can't start. I mean, the biggest problem at this level, the higher and higher you go, the more coordination becomes, or lack of coordination becomes, the advantage people play for, right?
Yeah.
The higher you go, it's not, people are not just like weakening their squares horribly, where you can just get a weak square and sit there and squeeze somebody. They're not giving up material, that's for sure, unless they do it on purpose. The mistakes are mistakes of the past. The mistakes of the highest level are slight miscoordination of forces. That's really where it starts to get. We said that piece doesn't really belong there. What do we do to take advantage, exploit the fact that the pieces aren't connecting well, and then push and push and push. Rook on A3, knight on B5, especially the rook on A3, just optically looks so ugly, you wouldn't want to play it. This is a sort of sin of materialism on the part of Esipenko. I'm surprised that he would be this materialistic right now, because he's saying, I'm not giving away a thing. I don't want to give it away in exchange on A1, not on B1, not on A2. I'm just not giving up anything. And he played the only move that simply maintains material parity, or at least keeps his advantage, his pawn extra. But this is a terrible place for a rook. It doesn't matter if you're up material if your piece sucks. And in this case, this kind of coordination is just looking at it, you go, there's no coordination there.
But I have to wonder, what was his actual analysis? Because, okay, in general, I agree. I mean, of course, rook on A3 is just visually ridiculous. But after the move bishop F5, like, I'm trying to analyze the position. What does he actually play?
Bishop F5 is a move that definitely breathes life into black's position in a huge way. Bishop C4, it's important to know that this move always runs into the move knight to D2, forking pieces.
I mean, you're just sacrificing the exchange in a worse way.
In a worse way, and maybe that's his plan. Maybe he thinks this is a better way.
Because if you don't play bishop C4, what is the alternative?
No, your position is just awful. What's happening now, this mass incursion of all these pieces. Look at black's pieces. You want to say about coordination and miscoordination? White, miscoordinated. Black, killer Bs, knight on B3, rook on B2. Don't let the pawn start pushing. That's coordination. So we're seeing the opposite picture here, and this rook on A3 is really the culprit of all of it.
Because I'm threatening your queen, right? I am threatening rook b1 if I'm not missing anything.
Well, it does look like a queen trap. In fact,
like rook b1 is a huge threat.
It does look like that's there as well. No, this was really bad decision. Rook a3, got to say, really bad decision on his part. He should have absolutely sacrificed an exchange. And I don't know if he notices it because he doesn't look like he's that upset about what's going on. But he's got to cast a glance at Sam right there. And there it is.
Bishop f5,
hey,
of course.
Don't tell Sam twice. Now the black's piece has finally come into the game. That bishop that had been sitting there for so long has just blasted onto the f5 square. And now black's bishops, just look at the picture of those bishops on the long diagonals, the rook b1 threat, the rook on the 7th, the knight on b3, posting up. This is beautiful for black. Beautiful.
Now it looks like a Benoni. And we've got a caller from upstate New York joining the show.
Hello.
Hello, welcome to the show. Let us know where you're calling from. Well, we said that, New York. And what's your question?
Well, this is John Cortisco from upstate New York in Binghamton. Great coverage as usual, all you guys. Jennifer, how's motherhood treating you? Good, I hope?
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, I thought so. My question is, you guys seem to be very creative on the types of tournaments, i.e. the junior close, the girls' junior close, the millennials. Very creative. Is there any other type of theme, creative tournaments you guys have in mind that are coming up?
Well, there's always something new getting cooked up here at the Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. So I'm sure the answer is yes.
Well, there's a lot of tournaments always going on at the club. Besides the ones that we broadcast, one of the best events that we have outside of the ones that are, you know, the majors, like the national championships or the Singfield Cup, is actually the series of classic tournaments that we have here at the club. It's a quarterly strong invitational event precisely made for the players that are in this tournament, some of our rising young stars, for the women's team and for collegiate players around the country, which average about 2,600, 2,620 tournaments, which are very, very difficult to find around the world. And it gives the opportunity for a lot of these players that they have played the events. Sam Sevian has played, Ru Fengli has played, Jeffrey Shunk has played all these tournaments.
Right, Sevian got his last GM Norm in one of those tournaments. One of the St. Louis Norm tournaments.
Yeah, that was also something that we have, the Norm tournaments, but this one's even like much, much stronger, right?
Right,
you actually
stronger,
have to be a
yeah.
GM already to be invited into that tournament. We actually have one coming up in September. September 5th will be the start of the next event. It's going to be a really nice tournament. It's going to have an average tournament player list of about 2,620, and we recently got confirmation that the second strongest woman in the world, Ju Wenjun, will be joining us here at the tournament.
Well, that's fantastic. It's always great to see the top women players in the world here in St. Louis. And yet you always got to keep your eyes open for more exciting events announced in St. Louis. I mean, of course, just a few weeks ago, we announced Garry Kasparov playing in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. And those are the kinds of messages that you should be subscribing to the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame newsletters so that you can be the first to know.
Yeah, absolutely. There's always something happening at the club. There's never a dull moment. Trust me. They keep us busy here.
Speaking of no dull moments, it looks like Smirnov is really getting down to his last moments here as he's playing against a big time advantage for Ru Fengli.
His last moments? I might have the clocks
Oh yeah, it
wrong
looks like we have the clocks wrong.
I might have the clocks wrong.
We should
on my
only
clock.
have. It looks like you have 2 hours combined on your clock.
No, the clocks that I have on the board don't make any sense.
Yeah,
There's
so
no way.
We
they
can
have
get
that
a
much
close
time.
up. Yeah, we'll get a close up on the clocks and confirm that. But meanwhile, we've had a few moves. You did mention this move, Bishop B2, which looks like it was played, and then after Bishop B7.
Yeah, the problem is that once you lost the H-pawn, there is no danger for black to transition into any endgame. I mean, the whole plan was to play H4, H5, G4, G5, but without the H-pawn, there's nothing that black really needs to fear. On the other hand, black can't actually do anything himself. The knight on B4 is kind of stuck, and you always have to be worried about Rook A8, Rook A7, at least a perpetual.
That's right, or maybe I could even think about going after that G-pawn.
Yeah, probably, although I think I can just solve it easily with G6, and going after F7 is not really feasible.
Because you can always move your bishop.
You can always move your bishop. So I think the perpetual is on the air, but I know that Ru Feng's not going to be happy giving just a perpetual. He's gonna try for more, even being down a pawn.
But after missing the move Bishop F2 and Bishop E3, maybe it's a fair result.
Perhaps. I mean, they still have plenty of time.
Fair. There's no fair. fair in chess.
Yeah, I agree with that. There is no fair in chess.
Now, I should point out this position here, this one between Burke and Chopra, this one had a dramatic development. We kind of expected something similar, though. The move bishop c5 is possible, d4, bishop b6, rook a6, and white has this somewhat annoying c4, c5 idea. That could be somewhat problematic. So instead of having to deal with that, Chopra decided, I want to solve this problem now and forever, and he played the move rook takes e3 with check, and this is the position we actually have on the board, at least as I'm updated in my board here. Rook takes e3, we're expecting something like king takes, and now this bishop can always go to c5 or even a knight to b6, in fact, to stop any drama on this side. Maybe play a move like rook check first and test the waters down here. Remember, knight can go to e5 actively. So this kind of position, let's call it this one, and black has the two pieces against white's rook, and is it only one pawn? It looks like it's two pawns, actually. Rook and two, but the pieces are still quite active, and they've shut down white's immediate energies. Interesting position. Is black trying to win this position? It seems that white should have enough, but it's not easy for white to get the king side rolling, but can he get these pawns going in any manageable way? These really great coordination between these two pieces right now. Knight on the dark square, bishop on the dark square means that knight's controlling light squares while bishop controls dark squares. So black right now looks like he's holding this position quite well. This one might be stabilizing, but still some ways to go.
And we've got a caller from Saudi Arabia, where apparently the weather is actually cooler than in St. Louis, but still come to St. Louis because it's got great air conditioning here at the World Chess Hall of Fame and the St. Louis Chess Club and the Kingside Diner.
Hello.
Welcome to the show. Let us know your name and where you're calling from. Well,
yeah, how are you
your
doing
question.
today? My name is Itoro. I'm calling from Saudi Arabia.
Welcome to the show. What's your question?
Yeah, my question is, I'm actually surprised. I'm actually seeing a lot of young guys being grandmasters. I'm wondering, is it possible to be a grandmaster while having a full-time career, like a full-time job?
Well, it's happened. I mean, I think there's a lot of examples of top-level players transitioning out of chess into a full-time career. And I'm trying to think of somebody that has a full-time career and while having the career made grandmaster. Coming up a little bit of a blank. Chess is very demanding, especially on that moment when you are actually becoming a grandmaster level player, because it requires so much study, and the ability to actually break through that barrier is so demanding. You have to travel internationally to tournaments. So I do know of grandmasters that have transitioned into real jobs, but I'm kind of curious of a grandmaster that has made his title while having a career. That I'm not sure. I mean, a lot of grandmasters have been made while they're in full-time studying for university or on their PhD degree. I do know that. But I'm trying to remember somebody that has a full-time career.
And that's when they made their big leap forward.
That actually I don't know.
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, obviously there's plenty of grandmasters who made their title and then transitioned into a flourishing career. We've got, Grandmaster Pascal Charbonneau. There's Grandmaster Alex Fishbein. I mean, and then they often continue to play serious chess.
Yeah, I think the most famous example is, of course, the strongest chess amateur of the world, Luke McShane, who, even though he had this tough finance position in London, was still able to play the London Chess Classic a few times with excellent results, even destroying Aronian with the black pieces in a very famous game. So it is possible to keep up your level, but I don't actually recall a specific example that somebody has a full-time career and becomes a grandmaster at the same time.
We keep thinking on that, and another grandmaster in finance, Patrick Wolf, and Grandmaster Capital of all places.
Yeah.
And Maurice, can you think of anybody?
No, I can't. As a matter of fact, I had to stop being a full-time chess coach and commentator in order to get my grandmaster title. It was a time I just simply had to stop everything and spend the next 19 months chasing the title, because trying to combine even a chess career and trying to become a grandmaster was too hard. So very, very difficult. This game is turning to be more and more difficult for white. The move rook a3, discoordinating his forces. Well, bishop to c7 adds that even more. You don't feel like a bishop on c7 has dramatically improved its post. It's also connected itself to this knight guarding both of these these pieces, the rook on a3 and the bishop on c7. So after a very simple move like queen d7, which connects the queen to the bishop, frees this rook to come into the game, adding to black's coordinative possibilities. Also, a6 becomes a threat, trying to get a piece of this bishop. I can't see what bishop to c7 does to help white's position. It looks like white has gone from great to bad to worse as this game continues to transpire. And queen d7 has, in fact, been played. This is just a great, great position for black. And those last several moves by white, well, last couple of moves at least, just don't seem to make sense. He's not playing d6. That was his point. Interesting move to play the move d6 to put his bishop ahead of the pawn so that he could protect this pawn. I got to tell you, I'm not impressed. The queen on d7 is a great blockader, fantastic blockader. His hope maybe is that his bishop can somehow get to f3 and do something special, but it's starting to look very, very dubious, this position for white. It looks more dubious than before, and I can guarantee Sam is thinking, I should have some kind of knockout blows here. And Inge is actually screaming the move a6 right now to get some real advantages by chasing this knight off of this square. And just keep looking at that rook on a3. Why is it there? Why is it there? Just completely out of play. This position is great for black.
Well, the main problem, of course, is that after a6, the knight actually doesn't have a retreat. Like, where do you actually put the knight? You have to go, let's put that on the board, queen d7, d6, a6. The knight would just like to retreat somewhere, but unfortunately for the knight, it actually has to go to d4. And that already has tactical problems. I think I should probably take with the bishop, which I know is a little bit unnatural, but it should work to just take on d4, take on d4. And I was assuming something along the lines of bishop c2, and you have some real problems with your pieces, like very specific problems, because I think bishop c2 works, yeah. And the point is that queen e1, I have rook e8, and that pin just looks, I mean, that, at least to me, it looks pretty fatal. I don't know if I'm missing something.
No, you're not. Every move correct.
Oh,
very natural, very straightforward, powerful chess. And look at those pieces. Just look at the rook on f1, look at the rook on a3, look at the bishop on c7. They are having no conversation with each other. They don't even know each other's names. I mean, it's looking bad. There's no coordination whatsoever. This position is horrible for white. And your piece may be sitting on the square, but it truly doesn't exist. It has no kind of efficacy in this position. White's just completely crushed.
No, I mean, the a6 is extremely natural because you don't want to let the knight on b5 sit there for too long because it might eventually actually obtain a retreat square. Now, the tactics are very basic because you cannot actually play them with queen d5 because as soon as I move the rook, you're going to have the knight on b5 and the bishop on e2 both hanging. There's always the problem with knight d2 if you take on c4. I don't have the option of doing that at any point. Yeah, it's not very hard to calculate that after a6, the knight just doesn't have anywhere to go. No, it looks bad. I mean, what Esipenko is doing is kind of a natural to put the rook on a3 and then hope that the pawn on t6 is going to provide enough counterplay. You can see that black's better coordinated, so it comes down to a piece activity pushing a pawn. It's going to be black that's going to have the upper hand. Yeah, I like Savian's position a lot.
Oh, really?
But I mean, it's going to come down to the clock because what I really don't like is this 11 minutes. It's still a complex position.
That is a good point, and that's going to be major. He's under 11 minutes now, and he needs to get a totally dominant position if he's going to win the game.
Yeah.
And he at least, I mean, this kind of long it's been bad that he's spent so much time, and now he's gotten a reprieve where he, in fact, has a much better position because of that piece coordination. And you know that Esipenko is sitting there going, please keep thinking, please keep thinking.
Yeah.
Just keep burning the minutes. Just keep burning those minutes. So where he comes down to blitz mode, and we know the mistakes will start to creep in. And those seconds are flying away quickly.
Yeah, I have to agree that Esipenko is going to be really happy the more Savian thinks. Obviously, the position is unpleasant for white in this position, but figuring it out takes time. The move a6 is extremely natural, even without the continuation that I was giving. Just the idea of kicking out the knight, at the very least forcing the doubling of the structure. I mean, it has to be done with some care, but the variation, once you find it, it looks really, really powerful.
The only unnatural thing that happened in that line
is taking with the bishop.
It's taking with the bishop,
yeah,
right? And that might require a little bit of calculation and realization
And
that this is what you
creativity.
should do. And that is, that we talk about this exchange, the most important exchange to me in all of chess is this bishop takes knight exchange, and especially to give away your beautiful dark square bishop on that long diagonal. That might not occur to you very quickly in time pressure, but this guy is good enough, and he has played a6, step 1 accomplished. Knight d4, step 2 will be to play bishop takes on d4. Definitely better than knight takes. That knight on b3 is such a beautiful piece and blocking that rook from coming in the game. If he sees that bishop takes d4, it's over. It's just everything clicks after that.
Yeah, I think I want to point out that, unless I'm mistaken, the move bishop f3 doesn't work for white because I can just take on b5. Maybe I'm wrong about this. I thought after bishop takes a8 I had simply b4. This actually looks really good for black. Unless I'm missing something? I mean, you have to give up the rook on b3, but I thought that after rook takes b3, pawn takes b3, this pawn is extremely dangerous, definitely more dangerous than white's pieces, and you can see the rook on f1 is still kind of out of play. This looks pretty dangerous. I'm not sure after
Maybe
bishop
I can try
f3.
to dislodge your queen, like queen c1, but...
Queen c1.
Well, also the d pawn becomes problematic here. Queen d5,
f3,
queen d5 is possible.
okay.
With
queen d5.
Bishop c6 ideas and.
I mean, I still like black, I think, but perhaps it's not the cleanest solution. Let's go back to bishop f3 because I'm definitely considering bishop f3 in this position to try to remove the bishop from e2
So
where
instead
it
of
was
takes
so
on,
bad.
takes on b5, something else.
Let's see if I find that something else. Maybe I can go for the same kind of stuff and just move my rook and go for the same variation.
Where? Because maybe I can try knight a7.
But okay, like if I play rook e8, actually. Hold on. Rook e8, what do you play? Because now I have knight a7, right?
Yeah.
Knight e4 would actually lose the queen, which is kind of a funny variation. Because after bishop takes here, actually, it's just trapped. Which is it's kind of funny, but it is just trapped. No, it's trapped, right?
No, it is trapped. Yeah.
Okay, good.
But
knight a7 is a problem, yeah, because after knight a7, now bishop c6 is on the air. This is actually kind of annoying. Although, I don't know, perhaps here I'm also missing something. I want to have some kind of killing blow against bishop f3, I'm just not finding it. I thought I was very happy with my pawn takes b5 and I trapped your rook, but perhaps it wasn't so
So
clear.
I guess after knight a7 we could play bishop e4.
Sorry,
that
rook
line.
e8 here and just bishop e4. I don't think that's something I want to do. Trading light square bishops feels very unnatural because this bishop is supporting the pawn on c2.
Yeah, and you can come in and infiltrate with queen d5 again. That's the problem.
Yeah,
it's always good. We can get our queen to d5. It does a lot of dangerous things there.
Right. What I could potentially do is play rook d2 and rook takes d6, and to take advantage of the fact that the knight is completely misplaced without help of the bishop on c7. Perhaps this is actually kind of dangerous.
Yeah, this is one of the moments where we want to look at sacking the queen, I think. Try at some point trying bishop c6 and.
But bishop c6 just loses to rook takes d1, right? It's pretty much game over.
Yeah, and then after rook takes d1.
Just move the queen.
Yeah, we don't have enough here. Yeah.
I mean, by a long shot, right? I mean, that's too much material.
Yeah.
Keep going. D7.
Can't I just move the rook?
Well, the problem is when we take the rook and then there's still not enough protection on d7, so you're blockading our pawn.
Yeah, you just have no material here for the queen, right? You're just completely lost.
And the point here is you can't play the key move, bishop d6. That's
because queen takes.
That's the money moment, and now queen takes ruins everything.
Yeah, and this pawn is just going to queen.
All right, we're up material for a second though.
Yeah, but just a quick second. It's not going to last very long.
So rook a2 doesn't. It's kind of a weird position though. It just goes back to that the whole rook on a3 being so ugly that we can't even bring it back with like 2 extra tempos.
But he's going to have to choose something soon because now, even though he had a 25-30 minute advantage at some point,
don't forget it.
Isabek was only up 2 minutes.
Another game worth looking at is the John Burke and Aryan Chopra game where we've got this material imbalance of
2 pieces for the rook, with the white having an extra couple pawns. And
this kind of positions,
knight b6 move, you know, is good because it stops the rook from kind of coming into a8 and maybe causing some havoc on e8 or g8.
Right. No, the knight on b6 is very nicely placed because it's awkward a little bit to advance white spawns. If you play c4, you have to be worried about the bishop coming to c5 and blockading there. If you play d4, then you have to be worried about the knight coming to c4 and blockading that way. It's actually, probably technically it's equal, but I would prefer to play it with black.
And we've got Maurice with an update on the Shiranow game.
Big development in this game, as a matter of fact. This one, it looked like black had certainly equalized the position, stole this pawn. This bishop is still a strong piece. He needs to solidify the pawn structure on the king side. Remember that he was worried about a pawn getting to h5. No worries anymore about that because the pawn is dead. Rook d3 check, bishop to c3. All is fine. He could maybe move his rook over, maybe play for g6. Instead, he decided to play g5. What a committal thought in this position, allowing this move, bishop to h5, and suddenly these pawns are frozen, under attack. Instead, he played the move f6, and now the engines are going nuts after this move. f6 allows this blast f5. What a move this one would be after takes in this position. Suddenly, bishop to g6, exploiting everything about the position, this check, this threat on this square. And where does he put his pieces suddenly? Let's call it king b8 to deal with this offside move. Bishop takes on f5, and anywhere you put this guy, suddenly this pawn is a problem, but also the d file is a problem, bringing the rook down. The position just went wild, and all in white's favor. This move he overlooked. f6 can be met by the beautiful, let's go back here, by the beautiful f5 right now, and white will be on top. So again, what we're seeing is just swings of outrageous fortune going on in these games, and that's what we would expect from the young players. And they're down to 16 minutes, 16 and 17 minutes on the clock. You see how much extra time they have than the other game, the reason being that, of course, they're further along in the game and have gotten those 30-second increments to build up their time, unlike Sam in his game against Esipenko. So this one here, the opportunity, f5, a beautiful move. Will he find it? These games, guys, if this round one is any indication, we're going to have to get our the heart monitors ready, because it's going to be up and down all day long. I can just see the coaches. I know as a chess coach, watching your students play, you're walking around and you're going, oh, man, not again. He missed that one. Oh, she did what? Oh, what's going on? Oh, they found it. Oh, no, another mistake. You just go
it's a roller coaster.
It's a real big roller coaster ride, watching the youngsters play.
F5 is such a cool conception, but we're thinking would have other things to look into this position. Like, why is the move bishop f7? What happens after that move?
Bishop f7 here?
Yeah, bishop f7. Because that's like another move, you know, you would certainly look at as white. But the problem, I guess, is like you're just trying to take an f4, and then I can't take f6 at the end because of the pin, so I'm just not grabbing as powerful as a pawn.
Well, actually, the pawn on e6 is not very valuable, so bishop f7 wouldn't strike me as the first thing I see, because the pawn on f4 is worth so much more than pawn on e6.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering about the infiltration of the rook at the same time. So after bishop takes e6 check, you're just... Where are you putting the king? Just
b8,
just
of
b8,
course.
and then
yeah, I mean, you have to keep the rook out, so...
There's no
I mean, there's no choice, right? Everything else loses.
He's played it. Bishop to f7 is on the board.
Really?
Yes.
Maybe,
I'm really surprised.
Maybe here...
And he walked away.
Yeah.
Kind of surprised about that move. I really liked f5. Actually, I didn't actually see the move bishop g6, but I was very tempted by this idea maybe to play rook a7 first at some point and try to tie black's position down, because I'm not entirely sure if you can play rook d7, because I thought I had check, and now that there's no pin, I can take on f6, and very soon king b7 doesn't work because of bishop f3. So I was actually tempted, but... Okay, we have...
Oh, they just had an arbiter. Maybe he didn't read. Maybe he thought he was getting 30 minutes and moved 40.
No, it's a draw offer.
Okay.
Looks like it was a draw offer for the...
Let's take a look at how that game ended.
Okay, so it was just a repetition, and that's why they called over the arbiter. After f4, rook d6, I guess here Haik wasn't able to find a way to improve his position after rook d7, because here you have the threat of taking on d7, putting a king on d7 and capturing the c7 pawn. So he just retreated, and they just chased each other in a position that perhaps white can still try to do something, but it's not so clear how, and it's honestly a very drawish position in many variations. Even if you win a pawn, the 4 versus 3 endgame is usually a draw.
And let's try to figure out, while we're waiting for them to come down, what Rufeng has in mind after this takes an f4, bishop e6, king b8 variation. Although the pawn on f4 hasn't been taken yet, so
it will be.
Black's still thinking.
I don't think you have a lot of a choice here. I mean, if you don't take on f4, what was the point of g5?
Yeah, exactly. So it takes an f4 we're expecting, not on the board yet, and then after...
Actually, every other move looks kind of silly.
Is there anything... maybe after it takes an f4, we don't have to take on e6 immediately. Maybe...
Then bishop f7 looks silly.
Yeah, well,
because, I mean, why did you play that? You could try, I guess.
Try rook a7.
Rook a7.
Yeah.
Okay, you can... Okay, you could play like this. Although I'm a little nervous about giving up all of my pawns in certain variations, but okay. I think I can play king d8. I don't see a problem. Let's try king d8.
Right, well, at least now I've achieved something compared to the position before. So after bishop, now after bishop e6 just takes on e5.
Takes on e5, and I'm not entirely sure what you achieved. You might have to give me a perpetual.
I have a perpet in all these lines.
Yeah, because after check, here, check, I can't actually go to d6 because of rook d7, I think. Although bishop f5 might be stronger. And I'm threatening checkmate on d7 and your rook. So you can't actually go forward, you have to keep going back, but I think that's all you have is perpetual. I don't see anything else.
It's like you gave less to black in this position. Maybe you should play bishop d8 instead.
Really?
And we do have a take on bishop d8. Yeah, let's look at that as well. We do have takes on f4 now. Rufeng on move, with both of them having about 15 minutes left.
So rook a7, you're saying bishop d8? Huh. It's okay. I mean, I'm very scared of putting my king on b8 in certain variations with the bishop here. But as long as the spin persists, I'm not actually worried about taking on e5. Yeah, perhaps this is actually fine. Yeah, I don't see a problem for black here in this position. Should be playable.
But this could be a similar situation where we can try to. So after, let's see, right now playing rook h7 or something.
Well, rook h7, you're going to be... I mean, the thing is here, you're going to be pawn hunting, but you're behind pawns already. So I'm not entirely convinced about any of white's ideas. Pawn takes e5 looks... I mean, you're probably never going to be really worse, because the bishops control the board, the king's very weak. But I don't think that with the amount of pawns that you have, you can actually win. This is probably going to have to end in some kind of perpetual at some point.
Right, like something like bishop f5 and then rook h8 and rook h7.
Something along those lines.
Similar to what we looked at before.
Right. It's pretty much the same idea. Bishop f5, the rook has to stay on the third rank, so let's just put it on g3, for example. Rook h8, rook h7, perpetual against the king. I don't see anything else for either side. You can't really go rook takes h6 because, I mean, you are down a pawn. You will eventually lose this endgame if you try too hard.
And bishop e4 doesn't really have a threat, does it? Just rook b7 check. There's always that
oh, you mean like in this position,
yeah,
bishop e4?
Exactly.
Yeah, it doesn't actually.
And we have a guest with us, Jeffrey Zhang, the front runner on the U.S. team today with a draw. He's with Maurice.
World Junior Champion Jeffrey Zhang of the USA. Jeffrey, today's game was absolutely interesting. Well, at least a little pressure he got against you. What were your thoughts while you were playing the game?
Yeah, I decided to go for a very solid opening, and yeah, I think I allowed some chances. Maybe he was even better when we agreed a draw.
Even at the very end. So
yeah.
What were you feeling while the game was going on? You certainly had this knight on e5. You had to play a move like knight e8. You couldn't have been thrilled with your position, at least. Not many chances for black.
Yeah. Usually black here is not very ambitious. But, I mean, after I played knight e8, I thought I might be equalizing because once I play knight d6, I threaten f6, and if I get my knight on c4, I thought I should be fine. But he found this nice idea to go in the ending, and there probably I have some work to do.
How does it feel to be playing in a competition like this one? All these great young players from around the world, first of its kind, USA versus the rest of the world.
Yeah, I'm very grateful to be participating in this event. It's first junior, U.S. versus the world. So, and I hope there's more to come.
You are leading the team by rating, and you're board one, essentially. How does it feel? Is it pressure on you to put up a big performance, especially given that on the lower boards we may be at a disadvantage, and on the top boards we are the U.S. isn't an advantage.
Not really. I'm just trying to play one game at a time, and we'll see how it goes. I might change my style later depending on the team situation. So yeah, I'm just taking it one game at a time.
Tell me, as far as a team is concerned, has there been some camaraderie with the U.S. team? You guys doing anything special before the rounds, before the tournament started to build team spirit?
Yeah, before the tournament we had this 5-day training camp, so the team really bonded. But now we're more or less focused on our own games.
All right, well, we wish you luck, and congratulations on getting a draw in the first game. Okay.
A solid result there for Jeffrey, of course. You're with the black pieces against the top-rated opponent, so that draw's completely fine. And as he said, he was under pressure, so I mean, I think he's going to be happy with the result. We do have a move, as we were kind of trying to predict this move, bishop f3, and Esipenko did play it. We were considering a lot of variations, but perhaps we have to now consider them more closely, as this has been the choice of the Russian player.
Maybe an easier way would be to play like rook c8, so that after knight a7 we could play like rook c7 or something like that.
Well, knight a7 just probably loses,
yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
whereas before we were trying rook a8, and that was like a little bit more promising for white.
His move's a little baffling. He plays the move rook f8, which is probably also okay. Here, knight d4 is still not possible for exactly the same reasons as before. Although, actually, the rook's not on e8. Well, let me see. So, knight d4, I guess I still take with the bishop. I really don't want to take anywhere else. Taking on d4, and I'm assuming here... yeah, rook d2 is actually quite strong. Yeah, I don't see anything. Rook d2. In this position, traps the queen, which is kind of funny, because queen e8, I still have rook e8, and actually the queen has nowhere to go. That's actually a hilarious variation. The queen's trapped on e1. But that's actually very clever. So if you can't play knight d4, you probably have to play...
You probably have to cry.
It's just lost. Actually,
I mean,
a really
if
nice
you can't
move.
put your knight on d4, what are you supposed to do?
You're going to have to play knight a7. I mean, you don't have a choice. Yeah, but I mean, bishop d3 is probably just winning.
This is awful. Yeah, come on. There's just...
No, it's just atrocious position for white. No, I agree. Bishop d3 is hugely dangerous in this position after bishop... I mean, bishop d3 is crushing. You can't even play rook e1 because you just trap the queen again.
Yeah, this is really bad.
It's amazing how the queen always gets trapped in this position. You would think the queen on d1 is not going to get trapped ever. But it just continuously gets trapped in this kind of position.
He did play knight a7. He's going right into the line, and he seems like he's blissfully unaware of the fact that he's about to die. And that's what's going to happen. I mean, he has those pieces. You know, we talked about miscoordination, and the more we look at it, right? I mean, just knight on a7 looks like it's connecting somehow because something might land on c6, but it's just like the pieces are floating in the wind, away from the center of the board. Piece happens to be on a3. Okay, the bishop on c7 is protected, but it just happens to be there. What is the positional point? It's just sitting there. The knight on a7, hoping to get back to c6 at some point, but it's actually the knight doesn't even want to necessarily be on c6. It's the bishop that wants to be on c6, you would think, because it would drive the queen away and get progress for the d-pawn. So what is this piece doing here? Meantime, black just has a wonderful position, can play a move like bishop to d3 and dominate the board. Yeah, the rook, if we really want it. I don't think we even do. Just the way these pieces are connected on a string together, bishop guarding pawn, pawn guarding knight, the rook on the 7th rank, the knight hitting d2, bishop guarding rook. Only these two guys trying to figure out how to get into the game. But even so, everything is just completely in black's favor here, and only trouble for white. Now, the only problem,
the time.
They're playing blitz. And they better hurry up and start.
And he didn't find the move bishop d3, which you're very generous, Maurice. But actually, the problem with bishop d3, among other things for white, is that once I take on f1, you actually don't have a way of retaking.
As well, good point.
So he played the move rook d2, which probably preserves the advantage quite strongly. We're looking at variations like queen e1 and playing rook takes d6. Although in that variation, I like my rook on somewhere else. But actually, it's probably fine. And rook takes d6 is probably still just winning because bishop takes d6, queen takes d6. This knight's a huge problem. This rook is under attack. This pawn is queening, basically. I always have knight d2 ideas that will trap this rook on f1, or bishop d3 will also trap the rook on f1. So, I mean, this still looks like a huge advantage for black. Maybe he didn't find bishop d3, but I like the rook d2 solution just as much.
Very nice, especially having that dark square bishop and white no longer having the dark square bishop in a Benoni. You're just asking for it with a passed c-pawn, and it's just more and more showing the bad position for white, and he has to play queen e1. He has done so. That's basic groveling right now as he keeps material. And rook d6, instantaneous. Give me that. And that just means the collapse of everything in white's position, showing white that there's nothing here. You have simply allowed a horrible position to occur, and your pieces are separated completely, and all of black's pieces are loving it right now. This is just beautiful for black.
Yeah, he's not even down material. He can actually regain it immediately. He has to play rook a2 because the rook's hanging, and he has. And after bishop d3, I don't actually know how you defend the rook on f1. You cannot play bishop e2 because actually this knight's trapped. Without the bishop on f3, it cannot retreat to c6. So even I think the simple rook a8 just wins the knight. And if you can't defend the rook on f1, I am going to take it. I am not as generous as Maurice is. And then I'm going to just push my pawn forward, which means that I haven't even sacrificed a pawn for this position.
No, this is dead.
Yeah, this is dead. I agree. Savage, even with 5 minutes on the clock, it should just be completely
winning. By the way,
winning.
I've been saying it's blitz. It's not true blitz, because blitz is not 5 plus 30 seconds.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of time extra you can get after making a few moves. If you blitz out 10 moves, hey, you've got 5 minutes more on the clock. So this is not real blitz. You're worse. You're dead lost in a position, you're going to lose.
Yeah.
And right now, look at Sam bouncing back and forth in his chair. That's a rare one. I haven't seen that come from players. He's liking his game right now, and it looks like this will be a win for black if all goes according to plan. But he's stopping to think right now about his next move. Nevertheless, his seconds are ticking down quickly.
Yeah, but he's not the biggest poker player. Yeah, he's not the biggest poker player ever. I mean, you can tell from his body language. He's very happy with his position, and he should be. After the move bishop d3, it seems like it's almost winning, but I'm certain it's not the only good move in this position. There must be more than one way to actually push the pawn from c4 all the way to c1. It's just so tempting to take a rook first before you do so, because you're defending you're removing one of the defenders of the pawn just being passed. He's calculating some variations. He's spending a lot of time right now on this position. He knows he has a winning advantage.
Well, c3 looks good, right? I mean,
c3 also looks great. I mean, that's the thing. If he only had bishop d3 as a win, he would just play it.
Yeah,
Problem is that he actually has a lot of choices. c3 looks great because now I'm threatening knight d2 among other things, and c2 is also a threat. So a lot of ways to win here for Sam, I think.
And that's a problem when you have a plethora of good moves.
Yeah.
And you have to choose between one of them. The seconds tick away faster than you realize, and he's down to 3 minutes and just 17 seconds left on his clock. That is not a lot of time. Even you have a winning position. He has a dominant position for sure, but we can't say black is just winning. Yes, we would say that, but it's not like he's up at the moment up a piece.
No, he still has to convert.
Right, so he still has conversion. That period of conversion to the point of, yes, I'm now winning, and I can just make the moves instantaneously to prove the win. That is still the window that he's working with only this time left on his clock, and he has played c3, opting out of bishop to d3.
Yeah, I thought both were extremely tempting, and it was just choosing one over the other. c3 completely restricts the queen on e1, which is quite nice. You don't have time to play knight c6 because you actually are being threatened to play either c2 or knight d2. And now Esipenko needs to find some way to stay in the game. I'm assuming the move queen e2 looks kind of forced. Well, the queen e2 kind of runs into... no, queen e2 doesn't run into bishop d3 anymore. Does it?
That's a big point, by the way.
Queen d1.
That's a big point.
It's queen d1 and...
yeah, this changes the whole assessment of the position. That's a big trap.
Yeah, because now
works c2, right?
Yeah, because now I'm attacking the knight, unlike the other variation where I wasn't attacking the knight. So just to exemplify, if I had played bishop d3 before, queen d1 doesn't actually work because you're not attacking the knight, which is just play queen c5, move out of the pin, and then take your rook. Since I'm gaining a tempo against the knight. Since that's not actually on the position anymore, if he finds the move queen e2, which is also a little bit unnatural, you play queen d1.
That's true. Queen e2 allowing bishop d3 so you can play queen d1.
Yeah,
not the easiest move to find.
No, but queen d1 now I think I can just play knight d2. And this looks absolutely atrocious for Esipenko. I mean, you would have to play rook e1. I mean, you cannot actually take on d2 and sacrifice the exchange that way. The pawn is monstrous on d2. But
he's getting him from the board. Does he realize that
he's in huge
that
trouble.
Rome is burning right now? He's in trouble big
No.
time, and he missed queen e2, queen d1, which is a very fine maneuver.
Maybe he's missed that he here Sam has c2 after rook e1. c2 is, I think, just wins a piece.
Knight d2
Knight d2 is
played on the
so
board.
we'll see.
Why not?
You just have rook c2, knight takes f3. Just,
Yeah.
Yeah, you're winning c2. Yeah.
So queen d1, knight d2 was played already, and I'm not sure what Esipenko's planning on doing. I mean, his position looks atrocious. And as we keep saying, black sacrificed an exchange, but he's just about to get it back. Yeah, this is a very, very bad position for Esipenko. Only 4 minutes and 20 seconds left. Sevian still with 3 minutes after that 30-second increment he just got from playing the move knight d2. Awful position for the Russian. Still some tricks in the position, still got to convert properly, but it's terrible.
And what do we got in Smirnov Lee?
Yeah, the other game with real energy in this position. And look at what happened here. After he did take on f4, bishop takes e6 check, king to b8, rook to h1, fe5. All is good so far for black until he played this move, f3. And this move is not the ideal move. He should have played knight to a2. This would have created no problems whatsoever for him as he's hitting the bishop now and removing this pressure from the board. He would have been perfectly fine. Instead, he played the move f3, and the Asians gave bishop f5, but that was not found. G takes f3 was played by white, and now the move bishop g5 is possible, forcing white to be careful because of the threat of bishop to d2. That move taking on f3. Now, time pressure, I don't know what the times are because my time here is not showing properly, but time pressure must be starting to be a factor. But G takes f3, not the most accurate move. Hard move, though, to avoid. He must have been a little bit scared of this G-pawn, so instead he could have played bishop to f5 after f3. At any rate, that's water under the bridge. This is now on the board. Rufeng Lee with 7 minutes on the clock, which you mentioned, he doesn't get into time pressure, but it's looking like he's got to manage the clock a little bit here, get those extra 30 seconds on the clock. Bishop to g5 was, in fact, played. Rook down with check. And it looks like this should be a draw because of some perpetual chances or trading chances for white. But listen, a draw in the Jeffrey Zhang game where they were underrated, a draw in this Rufeng Lee game, the world is showing, hey, we're not just going to go down that easily against our illustrious competition. Not at all. This is tough, but of course, Sam Sevian is carrying the banner for the U.S. flag as he is absolutely dominating in his game.
That's right. So this is that same drawing line that we looked at before where we keep checking and you can never step to d6 because if you do, we play bishop f5 and then we actually win the game because of the double threat of checkmate and the rook.
Yeah, and okay, let's go back to Sevian's because we do have a couple of moves. After knight d2...
Same moves, no?
Well, he played knight c6 instead of rook e1. But c2 is still a crushing idea. The point is, of course, that if you take on c2, I'm just going to be up a piece after knight takes f3 check. If you take with the pawn, then I trade queens, and I take on c2, and that's just an extra bishop, that's resigns. If you take with the queen, and this is the same thing, the queen has been distracted from her job, and after bishop takes c2, I'm just up a bishop, and it's resigns. And so after c2, the pawn is now doing a very, very nice job of distracting the queen, which doesn't have anywhere to go that I can see because, I mean, if you play queen e2, I can simply take on f1. And as I had mentioned, there's actually no good way of taking this pawn. Sorry, the knight. The pawn on c2 is just a monster. So this is just lost. c2 is just a completely winning move. And of course, if you move the queen to c1 or something like this, at the very least I can just take on f3, queen takes c6, and have a huge material advantage, plus the pawn on c2. This is completely game over. c2 is that killing blow that he needed to find, and the rest is just technique. This is extremely easy from now on.
And it's dawning on
Esipenko, yeah.
Esipenko at the moment. I've been moving quickly, but now I think I'm dead.
No, he knows he's dead.
When you're at this point in the game, it's just tough to deal with. You look around searching desperately to find some kind of move to save yourself, but the more you look, the worse it gets. Every variation you analyze is coming up horrible for you. Every line, where is it? But once that pawn now anchored on c2, it's just eminently clear. No chance at all for White.
I wasn't terribly impressed with White's handling of the entire game. Once we reached...
Is that an understatement? I mean, what are you saying? The way he played the game was just...
It was pretty terrible, actually.
It's just for him, he's going to have to go back and look at this and say, why did I do these things?
I mean, starting with the move Rook A3, just every move after that was pretty questionable.
Absolutely. Bishop C7 didn't do anything.
Bishop C7 was very strange.
Actually, the thing that surprised me the most in this game was how materialistic he was.
Yeah, extremely
that
materialistic.
That was my biggest problem. Not giving away things. I don't want to give away pawns. I want to keep the exchange. Just a very materialistic attitude to chess that's going to have to, he's going to have to get out of his system, as now he's losing a piece and maybe resigning in just a couple of moves. I mean, he's taken on D1, but after Bishop C2, this position is fully resignable. I'd be surprised to see him play another move in this position where he's down a piece for a pawn. And is he actually reaching for something? Played rook to d6, dropping.
I mean, he's probably going to try to play this structure with 4 against 3, just down a piece.
Because, 2 bishops?
I mean, of course, well, Black's going to win, but I mean, he's
not
going to resign.
That's over.
It's done. It's completely winning, but he's not going to resign.
And that will put the U.S. team up a point in this game, and we still had a very interesting situation in the Burke Shafra game, in which there's this interesting material imbalance in the endgame.
Yeah, I think that it's a very tough position to play for both sides. Let's see what's going on.
Rook A6 was just played, and it seems like Black is finally going to get that knight into the 4. White would love if they were able to play C4 and C5 at some point, but the problem is that's really going to weaken the D4 square. And
yeah, that's
Black's
why the knight
ready
goes
to
to E6 and not G6, right? Yeah, knight E6 to prevent C4. This knight is going to be quite annoying on F4. These checks are annoying. King's not feeling very safe in this position. You probably have to play that king, actually, because knight F4 coming with check. It's not something I want to allow. And again, it just feels easier to play with Black, even if objectively probably the position's about equal. It's just easier to make moves with the Black pieces than with the White pieces because, well, the knight's very maneuverable. It has a nice anchor square. White needs to push his pawns at some point, but the more you push them, the more it seems like Black's just going to take them. So it's still an uncomfortable position for White. I don't know where he went wrong exactly. Perhaps back here, pawn takes A5. Maurice was mentioning the idea of playing B6. Perhaps that is more logical because even though, I mean, you're going to win A5 eventually. That pawn's not going to go away. But at least you give yourself immediately passed pawns on C and D, which you can just push. Whereas in the position that we have in this position, I mean, you haven't been able to create the pawn breaks that you would like to. Pawn's a little bit stuck. I think he's played rook C1. And, I mean, I'm assuming at some point knight F4 is going to come. Maybe immediately. Knight F4 check, king D2, and... Okay, there's nothing immediate that I can see for Black. Like, knight D3 doesn't win anything because of rook F1. But you can start to see how Black's putting some pressure.
Yeah, although it looks like Black's pressure is maximized around here. Like,
yeah, that's the thing. That's why, you know, White might still be okay, is that I don't actually see how to increase it. At some point, perhaps Black does maximize his pieces and White just holds with the 2 rooks. But he's not going to do much more than that because, as I said, the more he advances his pawns, the weaker they become. And then with the Black's pieces so active, it's going to be difficult to hold them.
Which means it'll be a non-chess factor that does it. That is a chess position. It'll start to be time that starts to matter in this game, and who has the better nerves. Time and nerves and determination has won many a game in chess, so we will see whether or not that starts to take over as the time ticks down and these players find themselves in difficulty on the clock and potentially feel the tension of the moment, especially if they know the results, by the way. As far as Black is concerned right now, he knows one draw has already happened, right, for his team. He doesn't know what's going on in the Roofing League game, but he might know what's happening in the Sam Sevian game. Maybe he knows nothing, in fact, and he's just sitting at the board playing the best moves he can, which is probably the best thing for him, if that is the case, that he hasn't been able to get up from the board. But if he knows some things are going on, especially if he knows the results in the Sam Sevian game, he might want to press for a while. He might press anyway, but sometimes there's a tendency to overpress if you feel like a teammate has lost.
Right, although this is a long tournament.
Yeah, I don't think
absolutely.
I don't think it's going to feel the pressure anytime soon because with 7 more rounds to go, 4 games each round. It's a ton of points that you can still make up for. I wanted to actually go back to the game between Rufeng Liga and Anton Smirnov because we guys were mentioning a perpetual, but actually couldn't find one because, I mean, the king just goes to d8, as Anton has done. And, of course, the clocks here are inaccurate. We'll update you with what they are at the moment because rook h8 just runs into king e7, right? I'm just attacking the bishop, and bishop is threatening to go to d2. And I'm being told that Rufeng Li has less than a minute.
Yeah, we got it right there. 46 seconds.
Less than a minute. That's really, really worrisome here for USA team.
Oof.
Because he has to figure out actually what to do in this position.
No, come on. 35 seconds left. This guy is so fast. You mentioned he never gets in time pressure. What's the deal? We're seeing it right now. I mean, he is thinking deeply. He doesn't see a perpet, maybe?
He doesn't see well, he needs to solve the problems. He wants to do it as effectively as possible. And he's played king b2, but that doesn't draw the game immediately because, I mean, I can just take on f3 and I'll be up a pawn. Yes, it's very likely going to end up in a draw because there's opposite color bishops whenever I want.
Isn't bishop, there it is. Isn't bishop, I was going to say bishop c1 playable. Bishop c1 check is now on the board, and he did take it.
The first trade, of course. I first trade bishops.
And now the trade of bishops, and this
but I'm going to take b7 at the end. Actually, this was probably not dangerous. Because after I play rook b7, how do you defend this pawn on b6? This should be just a draw.
Well, right now I can play rook f6, maybe?
And I cannot take because of the pin?
Yeah, rook takes b6, king e7.
Okay. Although
interesting the way he captures pawns. Did you see what he just did? If he did that, I would have thought he was a beginner. I mean, the way he pawns, maybe not a beginner, but very odd the way he pawns.
Grabs it, yeah.
He grabs it and moves it and captures it. I don't see that at that level. And now
he played rook d7 first.
Check on the board. Smart move. Smart and sneaky move.
You
yes, because he will have a check at the end. Rook f6 no longer works.
No, it works. I don't see a big difference, but I'm assuming that you have.
Well, now I can I can take the pawn.
Yeah.
Because king. Oh no, I don't have it. I still can't take the pawn because of king e7.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So nothing changed.
Do this, but now you have check on d7, king d8. Well, actually, I can just move the bishop. Honestly, if you move the bishop, I don't know how you're ever going to win. The knight's completely trapped on b4. It's not going to go anywhere.
Well, where are you putting the bishop? And I have rook d6 check at some point, no, and move my knight into the game.
Yeah, but okay, I'm going to attack your pawn. I mean, the king's cut off, the knight is
the
not
king
really
cut
going
off
anywhere.
Bugs me tremendously. Yeah. Knight d3 and try to get it on f4. About time to get it into the game. Hey, it's a pawn up. Whatever. Play the game.
Yeah, but after bishop f3, I mean, I'm going to play the bishop to c6. Your knight really wants to return. You might even push too hard in certain positions.
True. That is true.
I think objectively, Rufeng is just completely fine.
And now we got a move that we weren't expecting in the Chopard game, where he's played knight to h3, going after that pawn on f2.
Knight to, well,
That's
how does he defend this pawn? Exactly.
Because you can't play king e2. The pawn on c3 is also in take.
Yeah, if king e2, then just rook takes c3 is almost winning.
Yeah, that's a really good pawn to have.
I mean, you definitely don't want to lose that pawn.
And if we now, how do you? If we play rook a1, you can always get out of all these checks with a king c8. But then maybe I can get some counterplay with b6.
Wait, did you say rook a1 here? Or where do you mean rook a1?
We're going to lose the pawn on f2, right? Oh, what if we play? So we can't play king e2. That just seems to lose immediately.
No, king e2 loses the game immediately. I mean, after
so I'm trying to get some counterplay here. I'm thinking maybe if I play rook a1, I could try to come up with some kind of perpetual.
Rook a1. Okay, let's analyze. What if I just take on f2?
And then once I start checking, well, if I start checking you, instead of going up to b6, are you going to go back to c8?
Well, if I go back to b6, I'm really worried my king's just going to get mated after c4, honestly. c4 and knight takes c4 is just one check. King e2 already loses the game. And
so instead, you're probably going to go via c8, right?
Most likely. I go back to the pawn chain.
And then maybe I'll play b6 here.
b6? So b6 opens up this. Somehow I don't believe in it. I mean, if I just take the pawn or play knight, I don't take the pawn, I guess. Oh, and we have actually a result in the Sevian game.
And we have a win for Sam Sevian, the first decisive result of the match of the Millennials.
Yeah.
And it's a win for our star, Team USA, Sam Sevian, winning so many tournaments in a row. Now, he can't win this tournament exactly. It's not an individual competition, but he can be the MVP, and he's off to a good start here.
Yeah, I mean, a win with the black pieces against a very talented young player, Esipenko, who was the current silver medalist under 14, and at least he was in last year. It's an important win for Team USA. It really establishes Sevian's good form that he's had all throughout the year. Perhaps a little risky.
Ooh, we got to move C4 immediately.
Terrible move.
In the game.
Blunder, in fact. Allowing the bishop to jump in this position, and Team USA might be celebrating this win by Sam Sevian, but this last move is going to alter the fabric of this competition, at least this match in round one, as bishop b4, and suddenly the coordination of black pieces has changed dramatically. Why would you release this bishop? Suddenly the bishop is in the game after c4, bishop to b4 check, and although you don't lose this pawn right now, rook to b3, and suddenly this knight is going to be on f4. Remember, black minor pieces, bishop and knight, want to be on the same color because the knight will control the light squares, the bishop will control the dark squares, and it's looking like you're dropping material almost in this position. This rook is in trouble with knight f4 coming. You're going to have to actually play a move like this one, for example, and now on this check, look at how White's king is being driven backwards, bishop c3, and they're just crawling into the position of black's pieces. Not great. For example, if you defend like this, there's just this simple little tactic, bishop takes on d4, and you cannot capture because of that problem. What is going on? c4, really bad move, looking for energy in a position where he should have been defending, and the move is indeed on the board, king e2, and now we're waiting for rook to b3, and black's just much better, if not winning.
That's right. I mean, before the problem was that we had these two aggressive pieces that both wanted to go to f4. But we can't have our knight on f4 and our bishop on f4 at the same time, and that's why the three guys weren't coordinating together. But now we do get the best of both worlds, and we can have our bishop and our knight join into the fun. That's really bad.
After rook b3, just the king is too weak. It's just what it comes down to. Normally, you could always hide on d2 once then there was a knight on f4 check, but since d2 has been taken away, I mean, it's a huge problem. Where do you put the king? There's also this idea of bishop c3. It's really easy to miss. Knight f4 checking f1, because you're starting to look at rook h3 and threatening mate immediately, and sometimes you don't look at a move that would block the idea of rook h3, and psychologically that sometimes you don't actually see it. And he actually played a move that seemed more logical, but it's obviously weaker. The move rook c3 is actually not very good, because after c5, you don't have the same resources that you used to. For example, after check on f4, I can simply play king d1, and you don't have the move rook b1, which is, I think, a very key distinction between this move and the one Maurice was giving. That's rook b3.
Very big distinction.
Yeah, I think that's a huge distinction. I think here c5 is just completely fine for John Michael. I mean, they're playing on increment, basically. I mean, I think Chopra has a minute and 49 seconds. So rook c3, more natural, but it's actually much worse. Rook b3 allows this move rook b1, which makes knight f4 an actual threat, whereas here it's just a fake threat. It looks very dangerous, but it's actually not.
And what's interesting, again, is this sin of materialism. You said rook c3 is so natural. Why? Because it hunts down a pawn. Right. Instead of coordinating the pieces, being about energy in the position, they're showing time and time again, the youngsters, hey, pawns matter. I want to attack something with a move like rook to c3, even though it blocks my bishop and loses the fine coordination that these pieces could have. This move definitely, again, about material. Rook to b3 about activity and coordination. As they get better, they'll realize more and more that that's what chess is about. It's about the energy of your pieces. And pawns, yeah, you can steal one. That'd be great, but only if the energy of your pieces is maximized still. As a result, this move would have won cleanly. Rook to c3, this move c5. Suddenly, White has purpose, and he has played the move. And what was looking like potentially a loss for White now suddenly has many drawing chances. The pawn on c6 is going to be a beast on that square.
Not just drawing chances. I mean, in time pressure, you can even start thinking of winning with the king completely corralled in the back rank after c6. I mean, you're going to have to be very careful.
Mating threats with those rooks.
Mating threats are going to be very, very dangerous. So now it's just a double-edged game. Perhaps the computer can find a draw in every variation, but for a human, you got to be very, very careful. Knight f4 check, and now absolutely forced to play king d1. There he goes immediately. There's no big surprise there. And for example, a move like rook d3 is already probably really dubious because king c2, rook takes d4, c6 is just winning. You go king back, and after rook a1, I don't know how you defend against checkmate. This is just completely winning. So this is the kind of examples where like black would like to hunt down a pawn, but it doesn't have the time to do so because the king is on b8, and it's with this huge pawn on c6. You got to be super worried about mating ideas. This entire concept of allowing the pawn to c5 is probably just bad. I think he missed the move queen d1, calculating the variations, because otherwise there's no way you play it. And again, Aryan Chopra here is under time pressure, huge time pressure. He has only a minute left to play. He plays the move knight d3, which is probably fine. It sets up dangerous checks. At the very least, there will be a perpetual. I'm threatening here the move rook c1 check, because after king e2 I have knight f4 check, and the king has to abandon the rook on f1. So now here is the time for John Michael to find a good move. I think the move king e2 is appealing, but perhaps I have to be worried about the move knight c1. So here are still a few tricks. It's a very dangerous position for both sides, as I have mentioned, because of the tricks in the position. But they're playing basically on increment. Few minutes for both. A tough situation to be in. I'm actually wondering if I can play the move king d2.
That's right, king d2 is possible in this position, but let's get back to a guest in the studio with Maurice, Sam Sevian, who has drawn the first blood in the match of the Millennials.
Indeed, GM-elect Sam Sevian, who's been playing wonderful chess of late, winning one for the U.S. squad to take the lead, at least for the moment, in this competition. Sam, congratulations on your win. Was this preparation? We wanted to know, when you got to the position after knight to d6, you spent a long time in this moment. Was this your preparation, or did you start calculating?
Not today. He never played. He has no games against Benoni, so I tried to surprise him, and he surprised me back. I had to try remembering the lines.
And you got to this position where it looked like white was starting to get a good game after you played a4. Were you concerned that you might be in trouble in this game?
Yeah, after a4 I was really concerned because I was calculating c3 night before and came across this knight c5 idea, which I knew wasn't that great, but gives him many choices.
Then when he played this move rook a3, his pieces started to get a little bit disconnected. Bishop on c7. You must have started to get a little bit excited when you started seeing this position start to get on the board.
Yeah, I was excited after he took on b5 with the knight. Knight b3, yeah.
So you spotted this big moment that he had really started messing up his position. And now, what were you thinking? You played bishop f5. Your assessment in that case?
I thought it much better because of bishop c4, knight d2, and then the rook comes to b1. It's really hard for white to play.
Indeed, you went on to win a really fine game, sacrificing on d6 and just dominating this position. How does it feel to be a part of this USA, first ever USA versus the world experience?
I mean, it feels great. This is a great experience for all of us, I think, and I think we'll try doing our best.
All right, well, you've done great so far. Congratulations on your first game.
Thank you.
Guys?
Well, we'll definitely keep an eye out here for the John Burke game, because this is a really crucial moment. Both sides with only a minute and some left. I really hate the move that he just played. If he had to play it, it means something went really wrong in his position. I think that he could play king d2.
So he's played rook to a1, trying to guard the c1 threat.
But after the move rook c4, I am actually going to take this pawn on d4. Of course, black has to be really precise in this position or he just dies. But the move rook h1 is not possible because knight takes f2 is a double attack. So I can't actually bring my rook onto the 8th rank just yet. And I think this is just about enough coordination to get my rook all the way back to d8 and survive that way. I'm going to take a pawn in the process. So it feels like black again has the upper hand, a very seesaw game, because I'm not really sure what he plays after rook c4. And he's played it. Rook c4 is a very natural move. It attacks a pawn. And now, once the rook enters the d file, I'm always going to have the possibility of putting the rook on d8. And since there's a rook on a1, it's kind of hard to coordinate both rooks into the a file. Of course, it's more of a permanent weakness, the king on b8, so it's going to be very difficult for black to play. But it looks like white's pawns are slowly dying.
Well, that's a key pawn to lose, that pawn on d4, for
definitely.
sure. And white's structure is bad. White has everything fixed, and that's a problem. As you mentioned, black has 3 pieces. White has only 2. We know there's an advantage to having more pieces sometimes even the quality of the pieces. But in this case, the quality of the black pieces is quite fine. The bishop and knight against the rook and pawn, definitely looking much better for black now, and white not figuring it out. But guess what? It's not about the position. Some bad thing is going to happen in this game as they keep moving. You're going to see a couple of blunders. I think so far you might see minor mistakes. You might even see a big mistake. You're going to see some major mistake occur. D5 has been played right now
strange
after rook to c4.
I would rather give the d pawn to the e pawn. The e pawn gives access to all of the other ones, and d5 itself is very weak, which is already blocked because of the bishop on b4. I really didn't want to play that. The move bishop c5 is scary.
Bishop c5 is actually the engine's first move, and now the engine's saying this is a winning position for black all of a sudden as the bishop lands on c5, hits f2, and
that's what I was worried about. The
coordinates, stops anything on b6, or is able to anchor on that side, and white is simply losing the threat of the position. But again, I'm going to tell you, I don't know that matters. We're talking about the position, but they're playing it. And they have to keep finding move after move after move, and the clock is ticking down. So expect to see even more mistakes. I don't think D5 is going to be the loser in this position. This D5 is not great, but it's not going to lose him the game. Something else is going to lose one of these players the game based on that clock time as the clock is ticking down. Some bad thing will happen.
The time pressure is favoring the active pieces for sure. And less than 30 seconds for black.
Okay, he has to actually play something. Rook e4 is natural. I don't see anything wrong with it.
If you don't find that,
if you don't find anything, rook e4 is natural.
So, and
he played knight b2.
Check.
Okay. He takes on e4 with check, which makes sense. I didn't really like pushing the king forward, though.
Also, putting the knight on b2.
Putting the knight on b2 looks a little strange.
That knight's not, you saw it feeling the lack of coordination, and look how easy it was for white to just jump his king to the other side. And now you start worrying about some mating things again. You have to get back to the back rank, and your knight on.
Always a hassle. You have to deal with the fact that rook h1 is going to tie something to the 8th rank, and once you're tied down, it's hard to move at all. He played rook f4 check, so now the king, I'm assuming, goes back to e2. I don't see why I wouldn't put it there. I don't want to put it on g3 and run into bishop d6, and I don't want to play king g2 and give you an extra pawn for free, as g4 comes with check, obviously. King e3 runs into bishop c5, so by process of elimination, I guess king e2 is the best move.
That process of elimination would be a good thing to fall back on here with only 2 minutes left on the clock, rather than try to analyze everything exhaustively, right?
Yeah, king e2 looks forced. I don't know what he's thinking. Again, this time management of experience that, you only have one move, you play it. Well,
the king has been put on g3.
But I thought it just runs to bishop d6.
It absolutely runs into bishop d6.
Okay.
Big time move, and now black, once again, according to the engine, is winning.
Well, that's...
he's just walking into punches right now. And that one might be the biggest one of all. The knight's going to come back into the game as well with great activity.
So if king h3, you hop back into the action with knight d3. Huh?
Yeah, that looks horrible for white after knight d3. How do you defend this pawn? You could try to play f3, but now that the rook doesn't have h1 and it doesn't have e1, I can play something like rook b2. Rook b4, I threaten rook b2. You're in a huge mating net, and you're also losing all your pawns. So that looks pretty horrible. I would never put my king on h3 if I had a choice. He must have some other idea.
I don't know. Bishop d6 is now on the board, and that king is looking like it didn't belong on that side, looking like a mating net is starting, and the black knight, as soon as it jumps back into the game, is going to be thrilled. That might have been the one, this king g3 move, which did not look natural at all. Certainly a lot of trouble.
He's probably going to play in the rook h1. Rook h1 is the only move I can think to justify this because there is no discovery that I can find. I am kind of worried about this not being made, though. Let me see if I can calculate it. Yeah, if knight a4, that looks kind of strong because this king is so bad.
That's a very interesting move. Okay, so you're just saying that you're just trying to get away. You're just trying to stop the checkmate and bring the king up the board.
Yeah, you're kind of out of choices at this point, right? Like, if I don't play... I don't want to trade rooks, which is the only other option with rook a4 check. So I have to play knight a4. That's the only things I can consider. I never want to put my rook back on e8. So, the only move I would consider is knight a4. And if you don't play rook h1, this doesn't really make a lot of sense. But after knight a4, okay, I don't really see how to continue for white, because black will eventually play king a7, king b6. Once the king reaches b6, that's game over.
Well, try b6 now for white. B6 at the moment, yes. And this one,
Of course, because
turns around again.
It takes advantage. Oh, did I blunder something?
No, well, it's not a blunder, but it gives white back in the game because you have to take with the C pawn.
I have to take with the C pawn. There's to point out that
yeah.
I cannot do this because the rook takes C8 and checkmate on A8 at the end. So I have to take with the C pawn. But actually, if I take with the C pawn, this becomes very complicated. These two pawns are a little scary.
And rook H7 now becomes
rook
a move.
H7, wow. Yeah, this could get really crazy.
That there's no good discoveries here. Huh?
Yeah, it's funny because I put the knight on A4 now. I don't have rook A4 check.
Yeah.
And I still can't actually move the knight. It's still checkmate.
Rook H1 is a good try right now.
I think it's
and he has played it.
And he's
well,
done
I don't think he had a lot of
played
choices.
Well, but the fact that he's found it under the time pressure, give the youngster credit, and now knight A4 might be the right move. Well,
so rook H1 has been played. I really don't want to trade rooks.
Yeah, rook A4 is the only other thing to do, it looks like.
But rook A4 looks very suspicious to go into this kind of endgame where I know the king can go to E4. It's very active. My king side's very weak.
Yep.
It's probably okay, but not more than that.
The challenge is on with the clock ticking down.
Yeah, because knight A4 is very risky, right? Well, if you spot knight A4 B6, you start getting scared.
And rook A4 has been played.
He did play rook A4, yeah. King F3, not necessarily perpetually. If you go rook F4, I don't actually have to repeat moves, even though maybe you should. So it's not so easy. This position here for either side, really. Taking on A1 just leads to a slightly inferior endgame. I'm not sure about that. He has to decide what to do here, but I really don't want to take on A1. I want to find if there's something better. Maybe take control of the A file with bishop E5 or something like that, but...
That is a good choice here.
He took on A1, which I didn't actually like. As I said, probably the endgame is fine for black, but not more than that.
Meanwhile, it looks like the Roofing Lee Shiranow game is headed to a draw. And
that's not surprising.
Has this one...
Yeah, let's take a quick look at that because that should be about to end. As I said, I mean, this endgame, even down a pawn, it should present no problem to white because the king is just completely cut off and the knight's not doing anything. They eventually traded off into this completely drawn endgame. After rook e6, you can't actually hold on to the pawn on c7 as you have to allow a perpetual. If you play king d6, let's simply play rook b7 and capture the pawn this way. So this is headed towards an immediate draw. This will end momentarily.
That's right. They've already repeated a couple times.
Yeah,
so
repeated a couple times. This game is done.
And let's head back to, and it actually looks like we see...
He actually allowed
rook b7.
Rook b7, but I mean, it doesn't change the result of the position. It's just going to be a dead draw.
That's right. But prolonging the struggle here. And meanwhile, let's go back a while.
Yeah, let's take a look, obviously, at the
tense game.
Yeah, the tense game. After king e4, I mean, you are kind of scared of king f5, king g6. You probably want to play g6 in this position. He actually played something else.
Bishop c5, it looks like.
Because he wants to put the knight on d6. Still scared he's going to take all my pawns. I guess he's just trying to support them at the end with a bishop on d4 or something along those lines. Let's see, king f5 looks very natural, just to infiltrate on the king side. I don't see anything wrong with this. We might reach a position where it's difficult to make progress with either side.
Well, I don't see anything wrong with black's position now, to be honest, because
how
do you win anything on the, even if you win the g7 pawn, and they have drawn that game. So we expected that, no problem there. The other position, it's still with the U.S. team up a point. This other position here, black is trying to take stuff too. That b pawn potentially, although he has to worry about rook b1 every time he thinks about taking the b pawn. So it may be very difficult to do unless the bishop is sitting on b6 when it happens.
Or we could just move our king and then try to take it.
Well, one of the big
moving the king is
problems-
kind of hard because of that mate on the back rank.
Yeah, we have.
That's
we
the
have to
thing. You
play
can't
like,
actually move the king. You can't improve
you're
the king
kinda-
at
you're kinda
all.
stuck
Well, we could play like knight a3 and then move the king and take on b5. But meanwhile, you're going to be chomping my pawns.
No, you cannot take on b5.
No, he's choosing to move the king. He's going to play knight a3, king a7, king b6, then knight takes b5.
Yeah.
It's a lot of moves.
Yeah, because you
I mean, at that point, I'm just going to destroy your king side.
Yeah, that is the problem, right? Because the bishop needs to
And
be able to go to
he's
d4
he's
and
allowed
that variation.
the king infiltration. He's taken on f2.
Yeah.
And there he goes. Now the possibility of king g6.
Yeah, it'll be played probably this move. I can't imagine something else. Well, I could gain a tempo, I guess, with rook a4 or rook a2, but king g6 looks like the most
king
natural.
g6 almost 100% is going to get played
right.
At the moment, and then the bishop will be able to go to d4 and guard the f. Once he guards the what?
Well, this actually should be okay.
King e6 happened, okay.
Yeah, that should also be fine. The thing is, I'm not entirely sure what black's going to do now. Like, what are your next moves?
But what was the purpose of king e6? Why not just play king g6 and take the pawn?
Well, actually, the pawn on g7 is useless.
So where is he going?
He's trying to find some way to play b6 and d6 or something.
What?
Yeah, that's what he's trying to do.
What? Come on, that's never going to happen.
Well, I mean, but it does keep black's pieces tied to those squares.
Well, if we play rook a6, are we threatening?
No.
No, we're not threatening d6. Yeah.
Rook a6 is not threatening.
Because there's always enough.
Okay, bishop b6 is on the board.
Yeah.
I don't see what.
But what can you do, at least?
White's got to play king f7. I mean, there's no mating ideas anymore. The b pawn. Well,
no, but I don't understand why I have to play king f7. Like, if I just pass, what are you going to do?
I'll play maybe knight e3, unless d6 is that strong.
d6 is very strong. You cannot possibly allow me to go d6. I mean, now black's holding for the draw. You definitely do not want to do this. No, I think if I just pass, I think you also pass. I don't think you have a move. You can play knight d6, and we can just pass all day. Rook a1, rook a2, rook a1, rook a2, and black just passes knight c4, knight d6.
Wait.
And then how do you pass when I put my rook on a6?
I move the bishop.
Yeah.
Or a knight c4.
Wait, what are you saying? If I can't take on b4, b5?
Where?
Here.
Here? Taking here? d6 doesn't work.
No, because you always have the king c8, right?
No. Although, actually,
but I could.
I'm not.
6 seconds. Countdown. All right, he finally did move.
He played
bishop c5.
Bishop c5 in this position. Although in the end, Maurice, I was actually wondering if it helps you to take on b5. I don't actually think it helps black's position.
You may not make a big change in the position.
I don't think it changes
anything
anything at all.
Because of the d6 threat again.
Yeah. It's funny. It's a funny position, but I actually don't think it helps.
There's a lot of tension right now in this moment. That's what counts with the clock ticking down. And he went down to 6 seconds on the last move and finally played bishop to c5. So White is playing a little bit of cat and mouse right now in this position, trying to test his opponent to see what happens as the seconds are ticking down. Time becomes a factor. He has an edge on the clock. That's what this game is going to be about. Can he keep that edge and also keep the tricks alive? Black has the two pieces, but they're not coordinated to do anything special and to hit at White's position. But more important than anything else is probably just the position of the kings.
Yeah, the king
that
is just
king on b8 can't move. The white king just frolicking down the board on the e6 square and picking and choosing if it and now he's chosen d7, going even further into the black camp.
I really don't like this move.
This one.
What's the threat?
There is no threat.
So what if I play f5?
Oh, f5 is a sharp move, changing the entire nature of the game as that g-pawn will start to run down the board. Good point. But he did not, looks like he did not find it.
He played knight b6.
He brought his knight back.
So now I have to go back.
So let's get that position on the board.
Yeah, that would have been really scary if you played f5.
Here.
I'm not sure if it's winning or not, but
f5 was actually winning.
Yeah,
f5
I mean,
was a winning move, changing.
I mean, I'm not surprised at all
game.
that f5 is winning in this position because, I mean, I'm controlling the key winning square, and I don't see what black's
f5
doing.
was huge, but again, that time pressure
Yeah.
matters so much that moves are being missed, and maybe still get missed in this game because it's all about the clock, and time pressure makes fools of us all. That's true. Well known. And he's down to 13 seconds left. He's put his knight back there.
Let's just hope he doesn't play king d7 again, because sometimes you just repeat out of inertia.
Exactly.
And because king d7 again allows this move f5. John Michael might have seen that he actually blundered last move, so he might actually play something else. But it's a little scary. Don't play king d7 again, please.
Well, if he thinks he only has a draw, he might do it. He might just do it to get the 30 seconds on the clock, the kind of, well, why not kind of thing. But if he does,
there's no way White wins this position.
No, he brings the rook.
He saw the danger.
He went rook a4. Yeah, and this is fine because now I mean, as long as the king's controlling f5, White is in no trouble at all. Now I'm assuming we were looking at things like knight d6 to try to take on p5, right?
Yeah, but now knight d6, there's nothing to do.
No. Should be fine.
Just pure control in the position.
Yeah, I think that's actually, there's a funny draw, I think. If I play b6, I think it's a perpetual, no?
He's put the knight on d6.
I'm gonna show this perpetual because it's funny. Taking with the pawn looks suicidal, because king d7. So if you take with the bishop, actually after rook before, I'm not entirely sure what you do.
Yeah, because you're threatening to take, you just play king a7 right now.
But then that's a perpetual, right?
Right, and allow the perpetual.
It's a funny perpetual because if you go king e8, I actually just, knight e8, sorry, I just take on b6, that endgame's easily winning.
Pawn takes, d6 being
well, king d7, I think is more accurate than d6 in this. I'm going to take the knight and then d6, right? The knight's trapped. So, yeah, that's actually losing. So, this is the position. b6 forces a draw as far as I can see. It's a funny perpetual, but let's see if he sees it. He doesn't actually have to go for that. He can just play something else as well. I don't think his position is in grave danger.
What's his next move, though? Well, he could just move the rook as well.
You could just move the rook, I think, right?
What is in his mind right now as he ticks down to 28 seconds left on the clock? He's now under his opponent, I think for the first time in a long time. He's the worst on the clock, and he's down to only 18 seconds ticking down. What's in his mind? Is he's trying to win this game, and he has, in fact, moved the rook and gained his 30 seconds back on the clock?
What did he play? The rook a2? There you go. Bottom b5 is obviously taboo. He can play pretty much anything, though. The knight.
What do you bet? I'm betting that white's trying to win this game.
I think everybody's trying to win this game.
Everybody's trying to win. Yeah, I think black is trying to survive. I don't think black is in win mode right now. I think black is scared silly and just wants to keep making solid moves. I don't see anything indicating that black really is trying to win. He may hope to win, but he just doesn't want to lose. But white, I think, doesn't think he's going to lose this game, not with that position that he has. And I think he's the one who's thinking he's got two results.
Right. Unfortunately for him, there's actually no way to make progress. Taking on g7 doesn't actually help anything. Putting the rook on the h-file is just not helping you at all. And besides passing, we have to figure out a plan if you're going to try to win, right?
King on d7 again? He did.
Oh, my God.
Oh, no.
And here we go again. The story's back. But
this is different.
This is a little different.
This is different.
This is different because I just take all your pawns, right?
Yeah, the pawn does not get down the board. f5 takes, and then the pawn g4 doesn't help.
No, g4 now I have rook g2.
And that changes everything. So here we are again.
Yeah, so this time king d7 is actually fine, but similar to last time, it actually doesn't threaten anything. The king is only visually better on d7.
Yeah, but the guy's got 12 seconds on his clock and needs a move.
Yes, he does.
And
he needs to move the knight. I mean, just move the knight somewhere.
Wait.
What did he play?
He did push something. He played g6, changing the structure on that side, weakening the f-pawn somewhat, but looking like now he wants to play f5 with some funny business.
Yeah, now rook a6 is very likely because it threatens rook takes b6.
Yeah, but knight takes b5 is possible there.
Is it really? Oh, yes, of course, because
Yeah.
I have knight takes d6 at the
You
end.
can take. Yeah, you want to show that?
Yeah,
Show
rook
the pawn
a6.
land.
I almost thought that this was winning, but I forgot that after d6, the knight here controls c8. So after knight d6 takes, this is just a winning pawn endgame for black. So after rook a6, I actually can take. Yeah, that doesn't help me at all. So he played rook g2, which I'm assuming is prophylaxis against f5. I could play f5 anyway, actually. Probably should play f5 anyway.
That's the engine's first move right now, but giving away your pawn, your
but
king
you pass
gets
the
to
f-pawn,
leave.
right? But you pass the f-pawn.
Right, you get that passed pawn, your king gets to leave and get to a7 with the rooks away. But that's finding all those accurate moves is going to be really difficult in this time pressure situation.
If you play knight c4, or bishop d4, I'm sorry, in this position, which looks
With 4 seconds on his clock.
yeah, which looks fine. Again, what is white going to do? He probably will transfer the rook to e6 at some point, I guess, but I'm just wondering eventually what you're going to do.
Well, I don't think it's about eventually anymore. I think it's about tension right now. We can sit here and be relaxed. He's got 10 seconds on his clock when he finally played his rook over. They're feeling it every single move.
Oh, yeah.
The tension in their bodies growing. No one wants to lose here. There are mistakes that could happen. They know that there are opportunities that could suddenly arise. And they don't want to be the one that is at the business end of a bad situation.
Well,
so
for
now,
knight d5, there's
a couple of
d6
repeating
there,
moves
huh?
again. They haven't been able to actually gain enough time to be over a minute in a while. So they've been playing well, there he goes, and proves me wrong. 1 minute and 1 second on his clock after making his last move.
It's a
rook to G2.
It's a repeating move, so it's a little easier to make. And I think it's smart to just gain a little bit of time. You desperately needed in this position.
And scoping around like an eagle, trying to figure out what may be here. Is there a possibility, or is it just dead? Is it just a position that has become solidified where there's no real chance for White to do anything? Should he just keep playing? 17 seconds left. I really commend the spirit that White is playing, because he could just say this is a draw, but he's like, no, I'm going to keep testing you and testing you and testing you. You're going to have to find the moves. And King A7, I think this king has finally moved after a long time frozen on the square. Nothing much changed about the position there.
Well, if you don't play Rook A2, you are kind of worried about the move. No, you're not worried about anything, actually, because the bishop going to A5 always allows Rook A2, and sacrifices on A5 look very dangerous. Black's actually not running anything after King A7, but again, it comes down to what is White doing also.
So Rook A2 would be most natural. Chase the king back to the B8 square. No way for the White king to keep going forward either, go to C8 in any way. So this
if White wants the draw, he can immediately claim it, because after Rook A2 check, you have to play King B8. It's the only legal move. Well,
and then Rook G2
and then Rook
repeats,
G2 will be a threefold.
So Rook A2 is on the board. King B8 now on the board, and we'll see what is in White's mind right now. What is his next move? Because Rook G2 was great prophylaxis, and it can also repeat the position.
And it would just be a draw. Rook A2 just seals a draw. So, sorry, Rook G2. So we'll see if he's going to try to do something different. But as we've been mentioning,
well, F5 is real, by the way. F5 is real, so you can't just mess around. So he has played Rook to G2.
It's strange to play Rook G2 and not claim the draw, but
I don't think he wants a draw. That's, again, the mindset. I don't think White wants a draw.
But why did you play Rook G2 then?
So Black, because he just needs a move right now, and he's hoping Black screws up somewhere. I think White's mindset is that he's trying to win this game. I'd be curious to ask him what he was thinking after this game's over. But I think he's trying to win. I think he's trying to keep the game going for as long as he can and see if something pops up. Black, on the other hand, I think may have some faint hopes as well. But he's under more pressure than White, because White has all the trumps right now.
No, I mean, they have to keep playing. I mean, it's good to see the fighting spirit. And I think it's a very common thing from coaches to say, you got to keep playing positions just to gain the experience, build it up, don't give draws. And here we see, I mean, now it's Black that's playing for a win, I guess, after 94.
He's just making a different move.
Yeah, he's making a different move.
Something else to happen on the board in this move, 94, changing slightly, but it could always go back to D6 and repeat. And king back
to E6.
But who's more likely to blunder in this position?
I mean, you have to find a blunder first. That's the thing. I actually don't find one.
Well, earlier, throughout the last 10, 20 moves, we've seen for both sides.
Blunders? No, I mean just one.
Just
King
the F5.
B7.
We've seen possibilities of blunders for both sides. There has been some traps for both sides.
Yeah. I mean,
some different lines where you could have fallen into a losing pawn endgame for Black, and then, of course, for White, the move F5.
Okay, but now we're in a situation where the F6 pawn needs defending, right? So it's not, you can't just drop your knight back in this position because you drop your F6 pawn. So this time the knight is frozen on the square, on the E4 square. Okay, there goes bishop D4.
Bishop D4 solves that problem.
And, okay, that definitely. But now somebody's going to have to keep defending F6 in this position. And the bishop is going to maybe switch the diagonals and sit on E5 instead, which I think would drive the position closer to a draw. Is that true?
B6, no. Actually, putting the bishop on E5 sharpens the game because it allows B6, but on the other hand, it controls a lot of squares.
Yeah, this game has changed again. The temperature has definitely ratcheted up in this one with the bishop and knight leaving those super solid posts that they once had, and this F6 pawn being a potential fragile point in Black's position. F6 would be followed by the dropping of G6. I'm not sure if even all that's winning, by the way, but I guess you don't want to give those.
Meanwhile, White has less than 8 seconds.
Yeah, he needs to move. And
fourth, and he's played Rook A2 with 3 seconds on the clock.
It's a strange move, but I probably is fine.
Actually, the #1 engine move, in fact, in this moment. But again, look at those minors. watch out. Rook a4 looks like a threat, but knight c5 check would wake you up. So suddenly, some blunder possibilities start to arise with the seconds ticking down.
And I think it's possible to transfer the bishop, as you were mentioning, to e5 in this position. I actually don't see anything wrong with it.
What's the new position for the knight? Well, the knight is going back to d6.
To d6. But, hold on.
And now the engine's starting to go a little cuckoo. That last move.
Well, because rook a4 now,
Rook
right?
a4, and that bishop is finding itself, this move rook a4, the bishop is finding itself stretched betwixt and between, guarding f6, and also having to guard against b6 as a move. And this, in fact, is a mistake that we were talking about. Bishop e3 is what the engine's giving to give away the f-pawn because his bishop is in trouble. Yeah. Rook a4 attacking the bishop, and suddenly, and rook a4 has been played, and the change in the position didn't seem like much, but now suddenly black has to give away a pawn, and black's in trouble. Black is in trouble for sure. Those last move, knight e4 was that move that loosened the position somewhat, and now in trouble is black as he's going to lose this f-pawn.
Well, if you play bishop e5, I mean, you just allow b6, right? B6 should be just winning because I'm going to play king d7.
King d7 is going to be monstrous.
That's devastating.
And he has played bishop to e5.
Oh, that's a huge blunder. But that's a very strange move, honestly.
That is a losing move. b6 is crushing right now.
That's kind of obvious. I'm
not Unbelievable decision on black's part to allow for b6.
b6, I mean, is just completely crushing, and that very obviously because b6 has some variations. You have to take. You cannot allow b7, and I just played king map to
By
b7.
the way, again, do you see the sin of materialism?
So
not wanting to give up the f6 pawn, but instead giving the sacrifice on the other side.
No, this is very strange.
This is really, really odd how they're playing and just letting material override energy in their minds. And now white's energy is way off the charts. King on d7, monstrous position for white. Suddenly white's just
before.
Okay, the game's still not over.
Game's still on.
And this is what we have.
Yeah, this is the current position. I'm assuming black's going to have to try something. c7 is definitely a threat. So I was thinking knight c8 in this position.
Probably the only move.
It might be, yeah, because you want to keep control over d6. You don't want this knight to be kicked around, and it prevents c7 at least for now. How do I make progress here? I feel like I should be able to. Just wondering how. These pawns look so dangerous. I mean, there should be some way of zugzwanging black or something like this. I'm trying to figure it out. Let's see. He didn't play knight c8. He played b5, which I'm kind of surprised. I didn't like allowing c7.
Well, the killer blow here actually is the move rook to a5.
Oh,
and that's resigns actually because
no,
he has
of course,
found
because
it.
the knight is overloaded. I'm threatening c7 and rook takes b5.
Everything. That's game over. b5.
Yeah, that's just winning.
He had knight c8, and the game would have been very difficult for black, but still tenable. Still very difficult, but still, this
is just lost.
Is gone.
This
is done. And you can't be on that kind of time pressure for this long and keep doing it and not snap eventually. And he has done so now because the knight cannot stop both c7, c8, and rook takes on b5. And that's going to be all she wrote.
That's a good start for Team USA here on +2 after only 4 games.
With only 4 seconds left on the clock ticking down, he's played the move b4. The pawn existence is irrelevant.
Yeah, well, it's not completely irrelevant. You actually want to take that pawn. I mean, rook a4 is probably the most accurate. But, yeah, I mean, even the move c7 is probably just winning.
c7 and rook b5.
So, yeah, c7 and rook b5. And he's done it. c7, king b5, and rook b5 is just completely won.
And he has found the moves.
Yeah, it's on the board. Of course, and I'm just going to take the knight at some point.
And he has captured the rook.
No, but okay.
But a queen is going to take care of business quite easily here.
Yeah, I mean, there's really no hope of making a fortress, mainly because their king's almost getting mated. So this should be.
Let's not talk about the passed d pawn as well. Your knight's going to have to stay home. This is not even close.
No, not even close. King b6, I guess, was played. Yeah, this is just an easy technical win. I mean, I would have liked to take the b pawn first, but it's really not important here.
Well, you couldn't take the B. Oh, you mean you play rook a4 first?
Rook a4 first. But, okay, small details.
Well, as I said, I thought that white was trying to win this whole time,
he
and
managed.
plus the two possible results, and now we're in that mode for white where he just has to do a little cleanup operation with his queen on the board against these knights. Black is still in the fight, trying to somehow prove that it's a bit more difficult than all that. The B pawn is the source of counterplay. If you ever try to take the queen and take two pieces and rush your D pawn, well, black will say, but I have a B pawn on the board as well. So white will have to be careful and not to fall for some ridiculous forks as well. So that's in the position queen check on c6. King a5 will be a forced move.
Yeah, king a5, otherwise you could have made it.
And he's playing with confidence right now, those last two moves.
Yeah, it's easy to have confidence when you have an extra queen. King b6, and I mean, at this point, I should start thinking about winning some pawns. I really wish I had gotten rid of this pawn, honestly.
That B pawn is a challenge, isn't it? Otherwise, you at least mop up the G6 pawn. But we are seeing this position on the board. And interestingly, the Indians are not really finding like a clean, straightforward, this is how I'm going to win the game. They're actually going after the G6 pawn directly and not figuring out how to break the blockade of black's position. So the only thing is, white will play another 100 moves if necessary. There's no question about that.
Should it be necessary?
And
I mean, I really would have liked to take that pawn. I'm gonna be pretty straightforward. If you had taken the pawn before, this would have been a lot easier. Because right now there's no way to actually take the pawn. I can always install a bishop on c3.
I'm going to tell you something odd. The Indians no longer think that white is like completely winning. Here, yes, but after queen a4, you saw the bar just went down dramatically. After king c5, which has now been played.
King c5 is kind of forced.
Well, it's on the board.
Okay.
How does white do anything? What's white's way of making real progress?
Well,
and black is looking to play king c4 at some point, and well, yeah, king c4, knight c3 maybe. It should be a long time before he makes any real progress.
Well, the problem is that if you lose the d pawn, that's just a fortress, right? Like if I take the pawn on the d pawn and put a knight on d4, how do you ever?
Oh
win?
yeah, no. So you can't drop the d pawn.
Can't drop the d pawn.
So white, I mean, really, the Indians are saying this might not be winning anymore. 0.83 advantage only.
That's it.
That's it.
Then that's just a draw.
That's it. This move queen a4 is the feeling like you just allow black to get something huge.
Well, I'm not entirely sure why he allowed the king in, to be perfectly honest.
Well, again, if he had all the time in the world, but he played this way, he thought he didn't even realize king c5, and you can see now that he's a bit perturbed here. He probably thought it was going to be simple, play a couple of checks, I'm up a queen, no problem, confident, and you can't be confident in chess ever. I mean, this is how brutal this game is. This might still be a draw.
This is now a sinking feeling for Burke, knowing that there is work to be done.
No, I don't think so. I think there is no work to be done. I think it's just a draw.
Well, he probably has
the wrong mindset.
He's gonna keep playing.
If you got a queen in your hand and you don't win this game, you will be very upset. And the point you made about you should have picked up that B pawn shows you this extra bit of technique you need to stay on the highest level.
Yeah.
And he didn't, and now that B pawn is a pain in the sukkahs. And what's he supposed to do?
No, I mean, as I was saying earlier, I would have just liked to take the B. It's something that I think with experience, that you know that when you queen in the other variation, your opponent just resigns. And in this one, obviously they're going to play on because they have a B pawn.
You just don't lose track of the time. He got down there to 8 seconds.
Well,
after
there goes the D pawn. I mean, after king e6, I can just play
knight c7.
Knight c7 and the D pawn is gone. And winning that, good luck.
No, I mean, I think black's going to start playing for a win.
Black's going to start, exactly. Black has everything.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, the queen should be good enough to draw, but I mean, why wouldn't black play for a win? What does he have to lose?
Nothing.
In what position can white possibly win?
He can't lose. Knight c7 check, and suddenly white's and black. And by the way, white's down on time in this position. So white will have to be careful not to allow this knight and king
fork or
fortress.
Yeah.
Forks are abounding, and but also this B pawn.
When I pass the B pawn.
The B pawn. Hey, if I start trying to figure out how to push this pawn.
Look, black winning this position is not the craziest thing I've seen. Seriously.
No, I don't say it at all. You know, it's funny. I have an exercise with my students where these are my, obviously, beginning students, where I give them a queen and a king, and I take a knight and a king, and I put very little time on the clock because they're not really experienced business players. So let's say bullet chess. And I have a knight and a king and say, okay, beat me. I only have a knight and a king. And let me tell you, a knight and a king fights against a queen because you have to be careful. The knight's always checking to chase the king out, and you have to know the technique in order to pull it off. Otherwise, the minute just dissipates so fast because that coordination of the knight being able to hold off and control squares and the forking possibilities. This is much worse than that. I would never give them this position because they never beat me, ever. And not only that, black might be thinking, how do I win this exactly? Because now that you can't do anything to me, how do I win? And this is what this is right now. A big position for black, and what a turnaround this would be as we were counting black completely out. As knight c7 has landed on the board, black winning this game would just be disheartening to the max.
That's right. That would also even
evening the score. That would be just astonishing.
That's when you sit down a player, or sit him out on the next round, because we do have alternates in this scenario. We have 5 players on the under-17 team.
That's right. Cheka didn't play.
Yeah, Nicholas Cheka didn't play in this round, and as a coach, you just take out somebody that does this as soon as possible because they need to reflect on their sins. This is just not winning this position is horrible lack of technique. Okay, so King F7 has been played. He played something I don't quite see. I'm assuming
he took on D5.
Okay, with the
had to be with the knight.
Yeah, and then he take with the. Okay, so now we have this position. White can't win. I mean, the queen has to guard the b pawn all the time. The king is not enough to create any kind of counterplay. Actually, the king's really stuck. So it should be a draw because the queen obviously is very powerful, and in many cases it can force a perpetual.
We heard that story before.
But, I mean, I would rather be black.
Of course you'd rather be black. There's no, as long as you contain your pieces, as long as you keep them together, you're the only one who's queening any pawns.
Yeah.
White's never queening any pawns. And queen and king will not do any damage to this position.
Right.
Bishop and knight, no way. That's a given. So
Yeah,
they're going to gain. The only thing about this position for us is how much time is going to keep gaining on the clock. We could be here easily another 20 minutes as they keep making moves and gaining 30 seconds.
20 minutes is, I was thinking more of like an hour. I'm that serious. I mean,
I know. It's very easy to imagine them going into the past 100 move mark. Right now, they're at
84.
84 moves.
What a way to start a tournament. Fighting to the end. Here we have queen c2 check, and I think that if white finds a way to bail out with some kind of draw, he should probably take it. And I have the feeling that black's just not going to let them.
Bishop c3 is possible here, and
Bishop
even
c3 is possible.
Makes sense, and hope for the king e6 finger feller.
Yeah. No, but also it prepares knight d4, and I mean, once knight d4 lands, I have to be careful that f6 is not being attacked, but I'm going to be threatening b3 at some point.
Oh yeah, Bishop c3 right now is not a bad try.
No,
just put it on the board, and you see John Michael Burke, he's sitting there thinking, what the heck? Instead, king b5 has been played.
Another big problem psychologically, because you have the queen and you are obviously winning at some point. You're trying to win, and it's very easy to overpush this position with white.
I mean, come on. Reality is reality now.
Yeah,
he's just checking
really
to be checking.
Go for the draw, check, king c5, and honestly, I hope that he goes queen c2 check, because if he tries to win this position, it's very easy to lose.
I think he will, but black might change his mind and play bishop c3.
Yeah,
because it's only been once so far.
But that's fine. I mean,
he could play king e6.
This will be the twice time.
Yeah.
King e6 is possible now, although the pawn ends up on b3.
King e6, knight d4, and then b3.
Right, exactly.
I'm not sure about that.
There's a little bit of funky to that position because the queen gets a c3 square, but what to do now with white other than
he should
other than repeat? Draw. He should be smart and just take that draw. But
it's hard to draw when you have a queen. Sometimes you just want to win.
Well, right now it's a queen for a bishop, knight, and 2 pawns.
Right, but we're not wired like that. Usually you're wired, the 2 pieces are just no match. And this is what I'm telling you.
There it is.
Try to win. And that's a huge mistake. I mean,
there it goes.
He's probably still completely fine after king e6, but here you see psychologically he's going to try to win. Knight d4 check. The king has to go to d7.
He went to d7.
And now I'm going to play b3. Why not? Black's stuck after b3. I actually don't know what your next move's going to be, but that doesn't matter. If White's trying to win, he very easily loses.
Well, White's going to start with you're stuck and go from there, but it's not easy to figure out what makes any real progress. And b3 is on the board.
He's got to be careful. b3, I'm assuming queen c3 check is good enough for a draw.
Got to be.
It's got to be, but you know, you still have to be on the mindset that the draw is what you want.
But perfect harmony for Black. Perfect harmony. I mean, that matters. Coordination, we've been talking about it. The G pawn is defended by the F pawn, which defends the bishop on E5, which defends the knight on D4, which defends the pawn on B3, freeing the king to do whatever it wants. If that king can move down the board a little bit, then it's the B pawn that will go forward. So king B5 now with the idea of king A4 and looking to get down to A3 and seeing if there's some chances in there.
I was actually thinking of king D5 and just going for this pawn.
You want the G pawn?
Why not?
That's greed.
I know, but that's how I work. Yeah, I mean, he's going for it. He played king d5. I really want the pawn in g4.
Can he really pick up this pawn? Because only one thing can attack it, and
That's
it's
fine.
the king.
That's fine.
And the queen should be able to defend it and stop b2 at the same time. It shouldn't be possible to pull that off.
You want to defend the pawn on g4 and defend from b2 at the same time?
Yeah, like queen to g2.
Then I play knight f3, and now you're really going to lose. Imagine my king's on f4, and you put a queen on g2, and I play knight f3. I play b2 next move, and you're lost.
Well, your king has to. I have to allow your king in the first place, right?
Okay,
so the question is, what is my next move to stop king e4 and also stop b2?
Should play. I think you probably play. Okay, queen d3 allows b2.
Yeah, that's the biggest point. That move. Depends. How do you stop king e4 and not allow b2? That's interesting.
Yeah, I'm telling you that I'm going to take your g4 pawn. King of d7 is completely useless. I don't actually know. Kind of really attempting to save the position.
No, it's definitely a challenge, and that's suddenly a problem that White is having to solve his pieces. I mean, look at the coordination. The other thing is not only are the pieces connected, but remember, knight and bishop on the same color. It matters when you have them on the same color because the knight controls the light squares, the bishop controls the dark squares. This reminds you of the knight and the bishop trying to checkmate a king. And that's why that checkmate, some people say, oh, it's not important to know knight and bishop checkmate. This is why it's important to know because you get a feel for how to coordinate those pieces. And right now, the knight is guarding c6 and e6. The bishop is guarding the...
Wait, what did he play?
Knight
f7
c6.
What is knight c6?
What? Knight c6. No, this did not happen. It did happen. He blundered his queen in one move.
Oh my God.
Over on the spot. What a disaster.
What a complete disaster here from John Michael Burke. I mean, he went from being here to 0 in like 2 seconds. He was completely winning. All he needed to do was have a little bit better technique in the queen endgame, or before that, pick up the pawn before you went for the exact same position.
And he's still drawing, but remember I said there's going to be some move that's going to be so big, and he made what is just unimaginable as a blunder.
And now we have the world team has caught up with the U.S. team in the first round of the match of the Millennials.
Yeah, it's not hard to imagine who's going to be benched next game. I would be very surprised to see John Michael Burke playing on round 2.
He did so well for so long, and then...
But that's not how chess works.
And that's not how chess works.
And what a battle, though. I mean, this game was so much fun to watch. Just
that's
all
painful.
of the
crazy
tactics.
I'm sorry. That's painful what just happened. To drop...
Of course, as an American
a blunder
fan.
in one move like that, he is heartbroken beyond belief. In this
coach Bartsumian, talking to him, I'm sure that right now, probably comforting more than anything else, because at this point, I mean, as a player, you know exactly what happened. Nobody has to tell you. But what a development. Aryan Chopra wins a completely lost position. I mean, completely lost. And scores a huge point for the world team.
That's right. Now we've got even score here in the match of the Millennials, which is kicking off this summer of chess in St. Louis. And we've got 7 more rounds. So
we're going to expect a lot more action in these games and wild time scrambles with this unusual time control.
I mean, it's unusual now, but and especially for the kids.
Yeah.
But I remember about like 10, 12 years ago, it was the standard FIDE for a long time to use 130 plus 30 without the 30 minutes on move 40. But I mean, I'm completely.
That's not what lost this game.
This is not what lost this game. There's just lack of technique.
That was lack of technique, lack of concentration in the moment when he realized he was no longer winning, and
And in our next round, we are going to see some newcomers to the match of the Millennials. We've got Ramesh Babu playing against Awander Liang, who's now a Grandmaster-elect. So the youngest IM ever versus GM-elect Awander Liang, one of the youngest Grandmasters in the world. And we've also got the under-17s coming back. And remember, the girls are going to join us next round as well. So we'll say hello to Carissa. And we've got Sam Sevian playing against Marosian tonight, and that's a big game with the two highest rated players. Well, I guess Zhang is the highest right now, but Sevian is creeping up there, so that's a big game. We've got Nicholas Cheka, as you predicted.
Well, I don't know if I think they can actually change pairings between rounds. We're going to have to check, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised this was done on purpose after this game finished, because I mean, you got to bench John Michael after this.
Also, it was a long round as well, so it'd be a good idea. He played so long to get in somebody, give him a rest after this round.
Absolutely, and this is what we saw today. 2 decisive results, 1 win for the U.S. With Sam Sevian notching a very important victory, because guess what? Aryan Chopra has evened the score, so we really needed that win, and we also have 2 draws, and that brings us to round 2 coming up in just a couple hours.
Yeah.
And let's take a look at the standings. We're even right now, but I don't think we're going to be even at the end of this tournament. There are 7 rounds left to go, and at some point, somebody's going to start stringing some victories together.
Yeah, so
tonight's going to be very interesting.
Right, the current score is 2-2. Honestly, it's not what I expected. I mean, we're stronger in the under 17, and I think in the under 14, the world team is stronger. And you have to start making points. That was just really disheartening.
And final thoughts on this round from Maurice?
Well, disheartening will be the word. Disappointing, absolutely, for the fact that the U.S. team really had this round wrapped up, and they could have gone 2-0 in this round. Be up 2 points already to start off with a smashing lead. Indeed, instead, it is even after a horrific blunder in the final hour. There's going to be a lot more to come. 7 rounds left. We've seen the mistakes happen, the young players showing their inexperience, and maybe even some trepidation being on such a large stage early on. We're going to need the big boys to step up, of course, but then the youngsters are going to come in, and we're going to see a lot more games and a lot more excitement. So tonight's round, I'm looking forward to it for sure.
That's right. Tonight's going to be super fun. We're going to see a lot of new faces here at the Match of the Millennials. So join us at 10 to 5 here in St. Louis.
Yeah, we'll be here with all the action.